one attendee, two attendees, three attendees.
Let's give a minute or two for people to join.
Four attendees.
Good morning, everybody. This is the fourth day of the Atomic Tuna and Farallon Yachts virtual boat show. And beautiful day, sunny day here in Alameda, and we've got a lot to show you guys. If you've been with us for the past 3 days, you've been entertained and got a lot of information. And we're going to continue that today. So today we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats to go through with you today. And then a number of panels, and I'll discuss all of that right now. And then at 9:15, we'll start showing you boats. So first boat we're going to show you is an Outremer 55 Light, and that is spelled Outremer. A lot of people call it an Outremer. It's actually an Outremer, and that is a 55-foot catamaran. It's a 2001, and it's really nice, really fast. We have that boat here today. It normally lives over in Ballina Isle on the other side of Alameda, but we brought it over here today so we can show you live, take you through that whole boat. It's pretty cool. If you're in the market for a catamaran, that's a great cat. Ask price on it's $379, and we're doing a boat show special at $367. So one of the few big cats for sale, cruising cats on the West Coast. That's a real performance boat. Then we're going to pivot to a panel discussion on Know Your Marinas. And we've got 4 of the local marina harbor masters with us. Builders Tuzis from Emeryville Marina, and you may have seen him yesterday with his Cooking with Bill show, which is fun, and we're going to do that once a month. Diane Isley at Emery Cove. Diane's been around for a long time. She's a rock in the marina industry. Then we got Steve McVessel, who's here at Marina Village. Steve's a great guy and really knowledgeable. And then Brock DeLapp over at Oakland Marina, which is Jack London Square and in those other marinas on the Oakland side. And Brock's been around for quite a while also. So you get some good insights with those guys and women. And pardon me if I say guys too much. I really mean both guys and gals. They're going to talk about the current situation with the shelter in place, and they're going to talk about how the marinas are handling it, and also questions from the audience. Maybe we'll ask them about liveaboards and how that works, and you'll get a lot of information from those guys. And then let's see, after that, we're going to pivot and come back and show you guys 4 boats. We're going to show you 3 Catalinas, a 350, a 355, a 385, and then we're going to show you a Harbor 25, which is a really cool little fun boat. It's kind of like an Alarian, self-tacking jib, 25 feet. You can trailer it or keep it in the water, hop on it and take off, and it's in really great shape. Next up is Peter Benziger, and you may have heard Peter a bit through this show. He's one of my sales guys. He just returned from a 9-year circumnavigation, Peter and his wife, Margie. And they're a great team, and they're going to talk about casting off the dock lines and how do you get out of here and what do you do? And that's a really interesting talk on that. So be sure to join us for Peter on that. And then we're going to come back and show you one more boat. It's a 2018 Catalina 425. We've been talking about that boat throughout the boat show. whether it's the 2018, which is like new, or a new one. They're great boats. They're absolutely one of my favorite boats. So come back for that. And then we're going to have a panel of 3 of the local surveyors. Randy Sharp, if you've been in the business, you know Randy, Rick Whiting as well, and Ben Wedlock. Sorry about that. So those 3 will be on the Zoom call. We're going to be talking about surveys and what to expect, and you know, what do you really need to look at, and how do you do a survey, and you know, what they do on their survey. It'll be a really interesting 1 hour with those guys. Tune in on that one. And then back to Peter Benzinger. He's been doing a 15 to 30 minute quiz on nautical trivia. And I'll tell you what, that's a blast. And a lot of people really love it. You learn a lot. We're giving away prizes. And let me mention that not only will we give away prizes during the quiz, but throughout the show. And we have a stack of prizes that we've got to give away today. If we don't get to all of them, we got a list of who's been watching, and we'll be giving them away over the next day or so. But lots of gifts from binoculars from West Marine, free local captain delivery, discounts on bottom jobs, discounts on bottom cleanings, initiation fees being waived at yacht clubs. The surveyors will be given discounts on surveys. Marinas are given free nights at the marina at guest slips. Twin Rivers Marine is giving out $500 gift certificates for work done at KKMI. Let's see, Mount Beautiful Winery. They're from New Zealand. They have a big presence here. They're great wine. They'll be giving out wines today, so hang out for that. Latitudes and Attitudes. We got a couple 1-year subscriptions at Latitudes and Attitudes. Thanks, Bob Bitchin. He's always fun to talk to. Great guy. The magazine's great. Of course, we've got Atomic Tuna hats. In fact, if you just send us your a request to Wayne at Atomic Tuna Yachts, or put it in the chat, we'll send you one of the hats, or you stop by and pick one up. They're great hats, really nice. Atomic Tuna Yachts. And we're giving away a free ride on the True North 34, which we've showcased the last couple of days. It's the hull number 1. It's here on the West Coast. We have it for sale. Twin outboards, 300 horse Suzuki's, brings the speed, top speed's about 45 knots. Really cool looking boat, great constructed. First boat by Catalina of these True North. They'll be doing a 38 as well. But 34 is a really, really nice boat. And then we did an interview yesterday with some Catalina owners, and they're giving away a free trip too. So we haven't given that away yet, but we're going to do that today. So lots of prizes. There's probably, I don't know, 20 prizes, 25 prizes today. So we'll be giving them out throughout the day. So hang out for that. After Peter's quiz, nautical trivia quiz, we're going to go to talk to Vincent Finetti. And if you don't know about Vincent, it's probably because Vincent really focuses on the broker side of it. He is one of the stars in the industry. He has put together a really great company that trains us brokers, and it helps us with sales and, you know, pivoting as the world changes. And as we know right now, we're in a different world. So Vincent's on top of that, and he works with a lot of us brokers and helps us with, you know, where do we go next? So we're going to have a nice long discussion with Vincent on post-coronavirus and during coronavirus, and during this stay-at-home orders that we're all under. And what does that look like for you guys as buyers and sellers, and for us as brokers to be able to really, get your boats out there and get them sold, get them listed, get them sold? How do we do that? I've worked with Vincent for years, and he's just a wealth of knowledge. So make sure you tune in for Vincent's talk. That's going to be a great talk. Every time I talk to Vincent, I learn not something new, but a lot of something's new. So Vincent's on at, I'm not sure what time he's on at. He's on at 3:15. So 45 minutes with Vincent, 3:15 to 4 o'clock. And then we roll into one of my best buddies around here at the boat yards, and that's Paul Kaplan at KKMI. Paul's going to do a Know Your Boatyard talk and take you through KKMI and what they do. You'll learn a lot about KKMI, a lot about the boatyards, a lot about what you do at the boatyards, what they do, and also how they're getting to deal with coronavirus and this shelter in place. They are open. I know they were closed, I think, for a day, trying to figure out whether they could stay open or not. They're on half staff. They keep half of their staff on each week to make sure that they keep their employees, and service the industry and people that are bringing boats there. So Paul's going to talk about that. At the end of his talk, we'll have questions and answers with Paul. So start thinking about what you want to ask Paul. He's just a wealth of knowledge. And then the last thing we're going to do is back to Peter Benziger. As I had mentioned, Peter and Margie had sailed around the world. It took 9 years. And during his sail, he came up with 7 of his favorite tools. Sounds kind of funny, but it's really cool. So tune in for that. And Peter will talk about his 7 favorite tools and why they are. And there's a lot of tools there that I didn't really know how they could be used. And Peter's got a whole talk on that, and he's got some questions and answers on that as well. So lots of good things going on today. We will be posting all of this on social media, YouTube, and we will also put it on our website. So if you missed some of our sessions, or you want to go back for the past 3 days and check out what we've been talking about, it's going to be available for you guys. Yesterday's talk with Chris Wenther was just unbelievable. Tons of information in there. He actually went over, I think, an extra 15 minutes, and he could have had another 45 and still not touched much. But that was a great talk yesterday. The day before with Gary Clausen at Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. Really good talk there. Gary has a lot of insight, a lot of information. And then just throughout the last 3 days and today, 4th day, we just covered a ton of stuff for you guys. So we hope you're enjoying this. We look forward to doing this again. We're going to be doing weekly shows on Saturday. I think they'll start at 10 o'clock. It may take us a couple weeks to get that started, where we show you some new listings, some new boats, and we have interviews or panel discussions. We'll cut it down so it's only a couple hours, but start looking for that in the next couple weeks on Saturday at 10 o'clock. My production crew is probably a little shocked that I just said that, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do. All right, so we're gonna queue up a little interview with Chris from Tuna Yachts. He's a parts manager down there, and that'll run about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to go down to the Outremer 55, which is down on our dock, and I will catch up with you down on the docks. All right, Kevin, take her away.
One, two, three, four.
Everybody, we're here in Largo, Florida with Chris Friedner, the parts department manager here at Catalina Yachts. Say hi, Chris.
Hello.
Hey, nice to be sitting down with you today on this beautiful day in Florida. We're not quite used to this nice weather in California, but nice to be here. Chris is the parts manager, and he's the guy that if you call Catalina, you're going to get Chris. And what kind of parts do you have here for these Catalina owners?
We have parts, both original OEM as well as new and updated parts for Catalina's dating all the way back into the 60s.
Wow, back to the 60s when they started 51 years ago.
Exactly.
That's crazy. So you stock parts for all the current boats?
Yes.
Stock parts for all the obsolete boats? What if I needed a rudder for an older boat?
You tell me which boat and we will make one for you.
That's kind of incredible. Even these older boats that are obsolete, here you go. You can actually get these parts. It's really, really thrilling that they're still doing that. That's what happens when you have an American-built boat that has been in business for 51 years. And luckily, we have people like Chris that are here to help us. So, Chris, tell us a little about your background and how you ended up coming to Catalina.
My background with boating, I've been around the water, Great Lakes, started out, but since pretty much birth, I used to race Hobie cats, wave runners, grew up cruising Lake Erie with my parents. I'm ex-military Coast Guard, and I'm also currently live aboard myself. I live on a 32-foot islander down here in the Tampa Bay area.
That's great. So you, your wife?
Me, my wife, and the dog.
And the dog. What's the name of the dog?
Dog's name's Bosun.
Bosun. And Bosun's a rescue?
Bosun is a rescue.
All
yes.
right. That's a great thing that Chris has done. How's your wife like living aboard?
She loves it. When we moved down here, our intention was to move aboard a boat. And that was 6 years ago, and we both swear right now we're never moving back to land again.
Never moving back to land. That's great. There's a book out there. I don't know if you guys have read it. It's called Blue Mind. It's about why physiologically, physically, and mentally you feel better, work better, and everything's better when you're on, near, or in the water. So you must feel pretty good.
I do. It's wonderful.
All right. So how long have you been working for Catalina?
I've been working with Catalina for 2.5 years now.
2.5 years. What do you like about Catalina?
I like it that everything's here. You can find whatever you need. The people are good. And their information for what you're looking for is available. The parts department has the access to all the old engineering drawings and that kind of thing. So I love helping people. I love keeping the older boats back running. Let's get them updated. Let's keep them going. Let's see how long we can keep Catalina alive. And we've got people that are 5 or 6 different Catalinas deep, and they've been with us for 50 years. They've been with us for 40 years. And I always make the joke that this is the cult of Catalina, but the reality is everybody loves us. And once you get into a Catalina, people tend not to leave.
Yeah, so it's a real family affair here.
Absolutely.
And this is a main sheet. It's the quarterly newsletter or magazine that they put out, and it's mostly Catalina owners, articles on all the different models and all done by Catalina owners. So that's pretty cool. So what do you think, Chris, is the #1 item that you sell?
Rudders and exhaust risers.
Rudders and exhaust risers. So that's a little lesson. Don't run your boat aground.
Exactly.
But if you do, we can fix it for you.
We can. We have all of the original molds, even from the California boats when we moved California here. It might take us a little bit of time to find them out in the yard, but we have that ability. And even if the molds are scuffed and scratched up, we will refurbish a mold rather for you. That's kind of the pride that we take is being able to make it right.
And exhaust risers. Why do you sell a lot of exhaust risers?
Salt water and metal don't like each other.
Ah, How about that? And exhaust risers really are a maintenance item
They are.
anyways.
They're about every 10 years at max, you're going to end up replacing an exhaust riser.
Yeah, so you need to pay attention to your exhaust riser. If you see it starting to rust or leak, that, maybe it's time to take a closer look at it. Give Chris a call, tell him what you were looking for, and they probably got it in stock or can get it for you.
Yep. If I don't have it in stock, I can get it to you within a couple of weeks. But those items are pretty much always in stock because we go through a lot of them.
So what kind of engines, what make engines are typical for Catalinas?
Catalina used two different style engines. One was the Westerbeek engines, which are now were universal back in the day, and we've since converted in the past few years to completely into Yanmar.
Into Yanmar engines, right, which are really nice engines. How about canvas? Do people get canvas from you, or
you can if it's an original piece of canvas. However, if you have the frames for the canvas, you're actually better off to go somewhere local, and that way it's stretched right and it fits right and the snaps line up, and it takes away a lot of heartache. We have some lists in some of the different areas of people that we recommend. And we do that with lots of our parts is if we don't have it, we will work with you to find out who can take care of it for you. And we do that with like the old aluminum frame windows that they don't make anymore. There's a gentleman actually out in California that can make them with polycarbonate frames. And they just need to call him and he can make them up special for them. Otherwise, it's one of those pieces you're out of luck and you're dealing with leaky windows. But this gentleman found a niche and he's helping us out.
Yeah, so if you need windows on some of these older boats and you can't find them, give Chris a call. He'll give you the contact info.
Absolutely.
On that. Can you think of anything else that you sell a lot of?
Well, we mentioned the old windows. Even on the new glue-in windows, we have all of the patterns and templates. A lot of times we'll ask you to kind of trace out to make sure, because over production runs, things change a little bit, and we want to make sure things are right. But all of the glue-in windows, all the way up to the current boats, we make here on site, and we can usually turn those around in about a week. And that's probably the third largest item that we have.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, it's small fiberglass parts, pumps. We do a lot of plumbing upgrades, a lot of electrical upgrades, and we even go as far as we've got copies of all of the original and every version of the original owner's manuals. So we can go back in and send out a sheet of, if we need to know where your plumbing system is, where the through cocks are. If you're looking at a Catalina, we'll help you try to take a look at the boat you're going to look at to buy.
So if you need a part for your Catalina, you should be calling Chris and not West Marine.
Absolutely. I'll beat their prices anytime.
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 There you go. So Chris, I'm going to ask you maybe a little difficult question, put you on the spot.
Okay.
What's the craziest thing you've ever heard on a customer calling into you?
Oh, craziest thing I've ever heard was probably back when we were first here, and there were still some of the Morgan boats coming in and out, and somebody wanted a anchor roller for a 41-foot out island. And ironically, I had two of them in the back.
Oh, geez,
and it's one of those items that company doesn't exist anymore. They are an aluminum part that was hard to manufacture. And a gentleman called and said, I got to ask, I know they're out of production. And we went through it and I said, send me a couple pictures. And he sent me a couple pictures, and about an hour later, I was calling him back on the phone and said, I've got one.
That's crazy. That's unbelievable. Cool.
We try to take care of everybody we can. Even, as I said, even some of the old Morgan stuff, I've got data for a lot of that. And anybody in our family we'll take care of. And we even have people that are non-Catalina owners that actually come to us for certain things, because we can fabricate almost anything.
Wow, that's really cool. So yeah, keep in mind that Catalina bought Morgan in 85, maybe?
Somewhere around in there, yes.
Somewhere back there. So they've got a lot of Morgan parts and information as well. So cool, very cool.
Um, and you have somebody working with you.
Yes, his name is CJ.
CJ, what does CJ do?
CJ does basically the same thing I do. I'm the supervisor by default. I've been here longer.
Okay.
CJ is a
And you're
licensed.
better looking.
Well, that's for somebody else to determine. CJ's a licensed 50-ton captain.
Okay.
He's also a delivery captain on the side on weekends, and he's a liveaboard as well. He's been a liveaboard for about 10 years. So we both know sailboats. We both know what all the parts and pieces are. We have the lingo, if you will, and we know what the pieces are. So we're able to actually have a conversation with you about all of the idiosyncrasies and that kind of things of the boats.
All right. So what are your hours, Chris?
We generally keep hours between 8 and 4:30, Monday through Friday.
That's East Coast time.
That's
so
East
you
Coast.
guys on the West Coast, that means 1:30.
Exactly. But we are available all the time at our email, which is parts@catalinayachts.com. Both CJ and I even monitor that on the weekends.
Okay.
And we also monitor all of the Facebook groups. So our lunch period consists of usually going out, and we don't say things unless things need to be, but we are on almost all of the Facebook groups for the Catalinas. So if there's questions that are out there, a lot of times we'll kind of poke in and chime in on different questions, or if people are using different ways of doing things, we'll throw some ideas in just to kind of have fun and help.
Yeah, so there you go. If you need any help you got any questions on Catalinas, shoot it over to Chris. And if he doesn't know, then there probably isn't an answer. Or
oh, there's other people that know more than me, but
he'll find the answer for
absolutely,
you guys.
absolutely.
There's a lot of experience here in the Catalina factory. All right. Anything else you want to add, or are we good?
I think I'm good, unless you've got more questions.
I think I've pretty much exhausted my questions for you today, but we really appreciate you coming by, Chris. And you'll see yourself out on the web, and you'll get some calls. And when you call Chris, if you've seen this, tell him that you've seen it. We'd like to see that this is getting around. So, Chris, thanks for coming by.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right.
Hey, everybody. We are down here on the docks with a Outremer 55 Light 2002 that we have listed. Talk a little about the multi-hull company first. We are the California reps for the multi-hull company. They are the world's largest multi-hull brokerage. We got, I think, 17 offices around the world, and we are the California rep for them. So this is a multi-hull company co-listing with us, Tuna. And again, it's a 2002 Outremer 55 Light. So when you're looking for cats, you have to make a decision on if you're looking for space and you want kind of a condo, or if you're looking for a performance cat. There aren't a lot of choices with performance cats, but this is certainly one of the better choices. Outremer is made in France. They've been making these boats since, I think, the mid-90s or so. This is a 2002, and this boat is in great shape. These boats, regular 200-mile days, you can easily get higher mileage on these boats. They're really fast. It's not unusual that you're cruising along at 10 knots and up, and this boat can easily do 20 with the right conditions. So if you want a faster boat, this is definitely a choice. It has dagger boards. That's one of the features of a faster catamaran is the dagger boards. They go upwind better. They sail off the wind faster. But the interior space isn't as much because they have really narrow hulls, and the sleeping area is a little bit narrower. You don't have to walk around a queen size bed, but they're, as far as sailing and performance, there's none better. So we're going to take you aboard. This boat is owned by a local owner, and they bought the boat, I think, in 2012, brought it around here from Florida. And for the last 12 years or last 7 years, they've been doing nothing but upgrading the boat. They had some life changes and family changes and decided that they're not going to go cruising. So they made this boat available for sale to the next person that wants to hop on a performance catamaran and go cruising. So let's go aboard and I'll show you around this great boat. All right, one of the things you may have noticed when we just boarded the boat is the how far back the stern extends. You got about probably 10 feet or 12 feet back here. And I'm going to show you, since we're back here, I'm going to show you the engine room, which is right under my feet. Really easy to get in. And this is one of the rare catamarans that does not have a sail drive. It's got a straight shaft with a dripless shaft seal. Lots of room down there to get in and do your maintenance. Easy access. It's just it's a great setup. And the engines on this, one was replaced in 2014 and the other was replaced in 2007. So they're both low hour engines or Manny diesels. And just great engines, mechanical injection, get them fixed anywheres. They're pretty efficient, but they're in great condition. And throughout this boat, what you're gonna notice is the owners, Dave and Vicky, have just upgraded everything. So they took care of the engines, the shaft seals. They put new propellers, new I think they're max props, but they're feathering props. So they're new, and I'll continue to go through the boat and show you the new things that they've done on the boat. Over here is a barbecue. Everybody needs one of those. And up here is 4 panels. I think they're 200. They're either 150 or 200 watts. So lots of solar power on this boat. You know, all the lights are LED, so you can run on this boat with these solar panels going and not really have to worry about charging your batteries. There is a wind generator on this boat as well. There has been some function issues with that, but it's all set up for a wind generator. And also, let me point out, since we're back here, this 11-foot Achilles rib, brand new, bought a couple years ago, with a 20-horse Honda 4-stroke outboard, also brand new. So pretty much everything we're going to see here is new on this boat. So if you're ready to go cruising on this boat, all you need to do is put your food and your clothing on, your provisions, and away you go. So yeah, this is a boat that's ready. We are in, let's see, the beginning of May now. The Baja Haha is November. Hopefully, you know, we're through this COVID issue and the Baja Haha is back on. And this boat, you could take off on the Baja Haha with no problem at all. You wouldn't really have to do much on the boat. So follow me. We're gonna hop into the cockpit. Actually, let's go forward. I'll show you the foredeck first. So you can tell this is a big boat, 55 feet. You got these trampolines. These nets were replaced, Spectra nets. I think just Spectra Kevlar. Really nice nets. You got huge storage. Forward. The sail storage storage up here is just incredible. You could actually put some people down in there. It's about 7 foot deep, maybe even deeper. So lots of space on both sides. They just put a brand new anchor on. I think it's a Rockna, nice big Rockna. 400 foot of chain on the boat. So brand new chain. We've used it a few times, but the chain is brand new. Windlass is back here, so when you're raising and lowering the windlass, you're in a nice safe position. You got your foot switches here, up and down foot switches. And this boat has Anderson winches. So Anderson winches are some of my favorites, really high quality. There are no electric winches on the boat, but he has an electric winch handle that he uses and to raise and lower the main and whatever else you need on the winches. So that's kind of nice. We come up here for sail handling, for reefing the sail. It is in a stack pack. The stack pack's a couple years old. The sails are in great shape. This boat was re-rigged in 2008. New mast, new running rigging, new standing rigging, and then the running rigging has been consistently updated as needed. So all of that is in really good shape. Here's the dagger boards. I think the specs on this is 3.5 feet with the boards up, and I think it's 9 feet with the boards down. So you get a lot of lift off of these boards when you're going to windward. This boat points really well with these boards. All right, let's move back to the cockpit. So here's the driving station. Hydraulic steering. The hydraulic steering pump has been changed. That's new, as well as the steering cylinders in the stern for the steering the rudders. They're all new. You got your VHF remote. You got your anchor windlass up and down switch, so you can deal with the windlass here at the helm. And then your engine controls, and they are new as well. So as we go through the boat, you're probably getting the hint that most of the stuff on this boat has been replaced recently. And when I say recently, it's since they got the boat back in 2012. They've been continually updating it. Electronics have been updated. So you have a 9-inch Raymarine hybrid touch. The wind instruments and the multi instruments have not been updated, but they're functional. And then you got 2 autopilots, separate autopilots. So when they bought the boat, it had an autopilot on it, and it was functional. So they put another one on. They put a Raymarine on, and then they decided that they didn't like the idea that they were different, in case they had to swap out parts or something. So they put a whole new, complete second autopilot, Raymarine autopilot. So you have total double redundancy here with your autopilot. And your autopilot goes to the hydraulic rams. And like I said, those have just been renewed. They're all new. So great autopilot functionality on this boat. No need to worry about that. Hey, let's take a look at this cockpit. Have a seat here. So nice big cockpit, nice big seats, plenty of room to lounge. You can see down the side of the boat when you're sitting on the side. You got nice tables here. You can seat 6 people around the table pretty easily. The cushions are new. They were replaced. See, what do we got? What else? The bimini has been replaced. So it's a soft bimini. And one of the things you'll notice with these Ultramirs is that they have really reduced weight. With a catamaran, weight is critical. So keep the weight out of the boat and you go faster. Ultramir has minimized weight as much as possible and still get you a very functional and fast boat. So bimini is a soft bimini, and there is a center area that you can actually walk down if you had to get up there and work on your main. Big traveler on the back of the cockpit. Pretty much goes from side to side. So when you're off the wind, you can get that main out there and still control the shape really nice. All the lines, all the control lines are run so they're easy to get to, either here in the cockpit, real close, or up on the cabin top. So that winch there is for the jib sheet, and it's really in tight, so you can really point with this boat. They added a nice Yeti cooler. Let's see if there's any beer in there. Oh no, it's just nice and clean. So you can use that to keep extra provisions, veggies and stuff, or beer, and make it nice and easy to get to from out in the cockpit. There's some storage under here, and this is propane locker, so that's where your propane lives. And then over at the helm, there's also storage. Okay. Compass that can be seen from anywhere in the cockpit. All right, let's go inside and check out the salon, and then I'll take you down into the sleeping quarters. My glasses on so I can see. All right, here we are in the salon. New cushions, nice big C-shaped settee. Really nice for relaxing. Plenty of room here. You can probably fit easily 6 around this table. And there is a leaf in the table that you can take out, make the table a little bit smaller, so you can have easier access to the settee. And on this side is your nav station. So let's hang around here. This is the business end of it. Got a couple radios, a couple VHFs. I think this one may not be. Oh, this is the high frequency Xantrax inverter that this is a link for the battery monitor, and then this is a Victron controls for the new inverter that they put in. Moving this way, this is an older Raymarine multifunction display and GPS. I'm not sure if these work. That one seems to be working. And then your multi-function displays with speed, depth, and wind with a Pactor modem. And then here is your gauges for your different tanks. This control here is for the old autopilot that's no longer functional. The nav desk opens up nice and neat. Rules of the road, which is required. If you don't have that on board when you do your survey, that will show up as one of your deficiencies. Quick reference boating guides. He even has parallel rules here for those of you that know how to do that. I learned with these. I don't know if anybody else has. We have a little calendar here these guys put together every year with the boat. This is a 2020 calendar. Just picture that's out San Francisco Bay. It's a boat out of the water. Interior, I won't go through that, but you can see the care that these owners have taken on this boat. They really love this boat, put a lot of their effort and love into this boat. Okay, let's go to the galley. So the galley is along the aft wall here, and we'll start here and then I'll walk over and show you the galley on the other side. So here you have a countertop and a freezer, and the freezer opens up. So you've got all these little compartments, lots of storage there. The freezer's new. Okay, let's switch spots. So this is one of my favorite things about the Outremer's. You have a garbage chute right here for your garbage. And then there's another one, looks very similar. However, if you look down there, I don't know if you can see it or not. It doesn't really show. Oh yeah, there it is. That goes overboard. So really cool, really fun. So when you're here and you're cooking up stuff, you need to dump stuff overboard, it's right there. All right, they've pretty much gone through this entire galley and replaced everything. So you got a double stainless steel sink, nice deep sinks. That's brand new. The kitchen faucet pulls out. That is also new. The 3-burner stove, stove, propane, that's new. The refrigerator, the isotherm refrigerator, which is a sister to the freezer, new. And you'll notice also that it's really easy to get to. There is a toaster oven. I'm not sure if that is new or not. Obviously, they use it a little bit. The oven is new. And that doesn't look like it's had any use at all. And over on this side is a microwave, and that is not new, but very functional. And then there's storage down below the microwave. There's storage above the sink. And there's storage below the sink. Let's see what we missed up here. Oh yeah, let's peek under this cushion here. So under here you have the electric winch handle, big sturdy electric winch handle with a spare battery, and you have your Victron inverter charger. go down into the port hull. And as we go down, you can take a shot of the breaker switches. We'll start in the aft stateroom. This is the larger of the two staterooms in either hull. So it's a double. It is the same direction as the boat is going, so it's easy sleeping. You can see with these narrow hulls that you get decent space down here, but it's definitely not a walk around. You got storage in the in these little shelves. As well as lots of storage up here. And then a little hanging locker with storage. And then underneath this berth is a big storage area. And behind this door is more storage. One of the things that you should note on this boat is, again, on keeping things light, rather than having heavy doors on over all the storage areas, they're either open with a little lift, or they have a little curtain that covers them. And that keeps the weight light. As we go forward, behind this wall is a dagger board. So this is a dagger board case. And then inboard of that is the head. New Japsco heads on the boat. You got a nice big escape hatch, which if you're at anchor, you can open that up, get a nice breeze going through. And then moving forward, I'm actually standing in the shower. So it's a separate shower, and it keeps the head dry. And behind me is the second stateroom on this side. And you may have noticed, I think on the other side you'll see it better, but there's a pipe berth up there also. So you can get you get some more people sleeping up here if you need to, or use it for storage. All right, let's jump over to the other side. So this is pretty much a mirror image of the other side. This is the aft stateroom. Nice big double back here. I hadn't really mentioned all the hatches on this boat, but there's lots of hatches all around, or hatches and ports. Nice size ports, so really good ventilation on this boat. This boat does not have air conditioning, but it really doesn't need it. Again, we had storage here. We got storage back here. And then we're going to do a little dance here, and I'm going to walk by and go forward. And a mirror on image of the head, same thing. Jab scope, new jab scope head. Escape hatch. Again, I'm standing in the shower. So good height on the shower, and it's separate. There are doors, so you can close the doors. There's a seat in here as well. And then forward is the fourth stateroom, and this one does have the pipe roof up. Most people just use that pipe roof for storage, so. All right. Maybe I'll pop up one of these floorboards real quick. Look in the under the floorboards, nice and clean. There's not a drop of water in here. That's the way the boat was all winter long with the rain. Just nice, clean, dry boat. And pretty shallow bilges for these fast performance boats. Okay, let's head to the cockpit. I probably missed a few things, but I covered a lot with you guys today. 2002 Outremer 55 Light on the West Coast, ready to go cruising. All the new gear on this boat is put here for you guys to buy this boat and go cruising. All you need to do is put on some food and some clothing, shorts and t-shirt, because you're gonna turn left and get down to the tropics really quick, and go sail this boat. It's a great boat. I've been out on it sailing, and she cruises really nice. She's comfortable. 55 feet, so you have a really long boat that you can get really good speed out of. Generally with these boats, it's not about worrying about getting the upper end, but just to slow the boat down a little bit for the sea conditions. So 2002 Outremer 55 Light. Ask on this is $379. Special boat show price is $369. So give us a call on this boat and we'll get you on it. We'll give you a one last quick walk around on the boat. Cockpit, nice big cockpit, new dinghy. All right, so hope you've enjoyed this this live walkthrough. Not sure if we have any questions or not. Does anybody have any questions out there? No questions? Okay, we are about ready to go to our next presentation, and that's going to be a panel of Marina Harbor Masters. So Kevin Gailey, take her away.
Are we live? Good morning, everyone. Thanks. I hope you enjoyed that tour of the Outremer. Beautiful boat. Have any questions? Please do not hesitate to reach out to atomictunayachts.com. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions you have. Before we start this panel with our local marinas, we're going to give away a couple of prizes. So we have Bonnie Ayler. Bonnie, you have just won 2 nights free at Marina Village Yacht Harbor. Hoping you can see that. Congratulations, Bonnie. Please get a hold of us so we can send that certificate to you. And then let's give away another Atomic Tuna hat. And hope I'm pronouncing this last name correctly. Paul Sifka. Paul Sifka, you just won Atomic Tuna hat. Congratulations. So before I introduce Diane and Brock, here at Atomic Tuna Yachts, we always get a lot of questions about the local harbors. What are the rules? What are the projects? What's the best harbor? Live aboard? How long is the wait list? And just a bunch of things if you're not used to boating, new to the area. Brock from Oakland Marinas and Diane Isley from Emery Cove Marina are here to talk about themselves. So they got into the industry, more about their marinas, projects, and their specific amenities. So we have Brock from Oakland Marinas. That's Jack London. And so Brock, you want to give a little bit about yourself?
I actually, at the end of my career as an IT manager, I had my folk boat hauled out at the Svensson's Boatyard in Alameda. And Sean and Sven said, "You ever going to work again?" And I said, "I've got no idea." I was in my early 60s then. And I said, "Why do you ask?" And they said, "Well, our harbor master is heading out to go cruising. Would you like to be the harbor master of the Alameda Marina?" And I said, "Well, I don't really know anything about that." And they said, "Don't worry, just shadow the current guy for a month and you'll be fine." And so that started in 2011. And for 5 years, I was harbor master there. 530 berths, 37 buildings on shore that we rented out to a variety of businesses. But in late 2016, there was a bit of a falling out between the developer of the property and the Svensson family. And since my loyalties were with the Svenssons, I lost my job then. But about a year later, the harbor master position opened up for the Oakland Marinas. And Oakland Marinas actually comprise 5 different basins, from Jacqueline Square at the west, all the way down the estuary to Union Point. So again, a total of about 530 berths. They're all cement docks. Jack London, of course, is our premier marina. There's a lot going on there in terms of restaurants and a Sunday farmers market, Yoshi's. There's theater is close by. So a nice venue there. We have the Embarcadero North 1 and North 2. These are just east of the new Brooklyn Basin project. That's a $3.5 billion development that's going on the estuary. The first building is completed and renting now. They have a new store there, a Rockies Market that's gone in. There's a affordable housing unit that's nearing completion, and yet another building going up. So eventually there will be a new marina built there, and it will be, I guess I would liken it to what Emeryville is like, with buildings with retail on the ground floor and then residential above. And like I said, a brand new marina. Just past that, well, one other thing I should mention is that California Canoe and Kayak, which has a retail operation at Jack London Square, they're moving their retail store into the Brooklyn Basin building. You can see it from the freeway, from the Nimitz, an old facade that says Port of Oakland, 9th Avenue Terminal. They're going to be in the waterside corner of that building. They're also planning a restaurant there. So a very nice development that's going along on that part of the Embarcadero. Next down is the North 2 Basin that we have, and that's right next to the Broadside German restaurant. And then beyond that is North 1. The Central Basin next to the Motel 6 is where our office is located currently, the Alameda Marina office. And then at the far east end of the estuary is the Union Point Marina next to Union Point Park. So we have lots of facilities at these locations, laundry for liveaboards. Jack London, of course, has the only fuel dock on the estuary, and all of our marina members are entitled to a 10% discount on fuel. And we really do our best to maintain competitive pricing on our fuel. We think we're setting the low water mark on the bay. We do service a lot of first responders, the Coast Guard, Oakland Police and Fire, Alameda Police and Fire, Caltrans, and so on. And so during this COVID-19 shutdown, we are maintaining regular hours on the fuel dock. So that's daily from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We do offer fuel and pump out there.
That's great, Brock. I just see that. Thank you for that introduction. I just saw that Steve McFessel was able to join us. So I wanted to welcome him from Marina Village. So just a reminder, if you're just joining us, we're talking about with the local harbor masters from Oakland Marinas, Emery Cove, and Steve McFessel from Marina Village. So Diane, could you talk a little bit about yourself and how you became a harbor master and some things happening in Emery Cove?
Thank you, Gailey. Good morning. Thank you for having us. Hello, Brock. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
I started working at Emery Cove 34 years ago in 1986. I was actually born on a boatyard that my grandparents and my father owned on Lake Michigan. So I've been around boating my entire life. I went on a one-year sail from Southern California to New Zealand. And when I got back, I had to get a real job. I put an ad in the paper for Emery Cove, who was looking for a temporary part-time position. 34 years later, I'm still here. It's been basically my entire career, and to have a team here at the Cove to work with. So that's how I got into my position. I had an accounting background, and it's a odd combination of talents that you need to be a harbor master. Emery Cove is unique in several ways. We're right smack in the center of San Francisco. So when you exit our harbor, city front, Alcatraz, Treasure Island, Sausalito, to the right is Richmond, to the left is the estuary. So it's a wonderful location to take a day excursion anywhere in the middle of the bay. We have operated and were built as a dock-dominium marina since we opened in 1986. All of the 460 berths here at Emery Cove are privately owned. So we rent slips just like all the marinas, and also sell slips as an investment. That being said, we fund a little different than most, and we have obligation to have all of our funds in the bank before we start a project. We just started a very large project 2 years ago. We were doing a full dock renovation. So we are rebuilding the entire marina with aluminum substructure, Ipe hardwood decking docks. We're about 70% done. We have 6 of 8 docks completed, and we're very excited about the project and the quality of the docks. They're Structure Marine docks from Montreal, Canada. We have upgraded a lot of the amenities. We have electrical pedestals at each space now instead of shared. We've new gatehouses, new restrooms, all new landside landscaping renovation. So it's very exciting time here at Emery Cove, and we hope to finish up by November of this year. We're fortunate in Emeryville that we have access to both airports and by BART and the Amtrak, so you don't actually to get to our marina. The Emery Go Round is a free bus that services the community. We have grocery stores, we have an outdoor mall, we have shopping, all accessible from the harbor and through the free bus Emery Go Round. So it's kind of a unique opportunity for people to come and visit or boat without using public transportation.
It is a perfect location, Diane.
Yeah.
And
Don't you have a nice bar really close to?
We have
Bar
Trader
restaurant?
Vic's. Every harbor should have a nice bar. We do have a nice bar. And the Emeryville Yacht Club is here. We're actually in a cove with two marinas. Emeryville Marina and Emery Cove share a cove together. So there's about in this cove here. We're very well protected. We don't have surge. And it's a very nice community. Our board of directors have all been involved in the harbor for a minimum of 20 years. Some of them have been here since we opened. They care about the place. They work very closely with me. A lot of people like the ambiance here. More strict than most marinas, but it's nice and very well kept.
I agree. I've actually known Diane, I think, since I was
Very
grade.
young.
very young. So she saw me literally grow up. So Steve,
we have a wonderful liveaboard community here too, and I'm very proud of the boards. They're very helpful, very much part of the community. Gailey is here, and we're very fortunate to have you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be there. Steve, let's hear a little bit about your background, how you got into being a harbor master, and if you could share some information about Marina Village. Audio.
Hold on a sec,
on,
Steve.
Steve.
We got a little technical glitch. Can you turn him on?
I'm out of my pay grade.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey, Steve, could you start over for us? Sorry about that. You had
I
you muted.
apologize. I had some connectivity difficulties, which were operator error, not on the fault of anyone else.
We're all learning, Steve.
I was saying this is a lead into the fact that I'm not actually the harbor master. I'm actually an owner, which means I don't know anywhere near as much as Diana and Brock do, who have been in the business for years and years. But the way I got into it, actually, my background was as a commercial real estate developer. And I had worked for the company years ago. I'd worked for Vintage Properties, who developed Marina Village, the whole business park. And they also developed a marina as part of it. The marina was intended as an amenity, almost more than a standalone business, but it actually started doing pretty well. So we started looking at it as a standalone business. And I was just always drawn to the property. I had a dream that one day I would buy the marina. And after selling a project, I put together a group of people and investors, friends and family, and we bought the marina in 2006 from Vintage Properties. We didn't buy the business park; that's owned separately. But one of the nice things about the project is that it is part of a mixed-use project. So we're next door to residential development. There's restaurants, 2 yacht clubs, lots of shopping in the area, and so forth. So it still benefits from that, as well as having shared parking with the business park. So more than anything else, might be a different way. I was just drawn by it because I worked on it. I thought this is just a great property. It was a nice way to be around something that was more fun, really, I think, than commercial real estate. And as most of us will testify, it is more fun, probably about 95% of the time. And so that's kind of how I got into it. I office there. When I go to my office, I'm at home right now for reasons that everyone knows, but I get to office there, and as we all do, and look out over the boats, and it's a lovely view.
How many boats are at the marina, Steve?
We have about 720 to 30 slips. As Diane mentioned as well, we have a lot of liveaboards. We do have our pretty close to our 10% liveaboards. We also have transients, people who might be there for a period of a few months, going on a cruise that can stay there for a couple of months. It's not their permanent home. We also have a category called extended stay, where we have people who do have another home. Maybe they have a home in Lodi, for example, and they might work occasionally in the Bay Area. So the extended stay status gives them ability. It's not really their residence. California, you only have one primary residence, but it is something that they can stay more often than the typical limitation for our berthers.
Well, that's one of the common questions that we get at Atomic Tuna. I know Wayne and I are always asked, how to become a liveaboard? And I'm going to buy this boat. Can you get me into Oakland Marina or Emery Cove? And they think it's pretty easy, and they don't quite understand the rules and the regulations. Brock, can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, we face the same restrictions as all marinas in San Francisco Bay, which is the limit is 10% of your available berths can be used as liveaboards. Now, that number got established by BCDC decades ago. And with the current affordable housing crisis in the Bay Area, we receive multiple calls daily from people that want a liveaboard slip. And if there wasn't a restriction, I would dare say that every single slip in our marina would have somebody living on their boat. It's just that bad. And so with a 10% quota, that's 53 liveaboards for our total number of marinas. They don't turn over often. I mean, if you're looking at a premium of $310 to $375 a month for liveaboard status, where in the Bay Area can you ever get housing even approaching that? I mean, if you add the liveaboard premium to the slip fee, you're still less than $1,000 a month. You can't even get a closet in a studio apartment for $1,000 a month. So the demand is huge. And there has been talk about requesting an increase in that quota. I know there's mixed feelings about that. There are issues of parking and maintenance in the marina, demand on the facilities. So it's not clear exactly where the ideal percentage would be, but I would like to see it. I mean, even if it was increased, if it was even increased to 15%, for us, that would mean another 26 liveaboards. Now, you're going to say, well, are you going to go to your waiting list for that? We don't keep a waiting list. Just because somebody calls up and says, I want to slip, doesn't make them a likely candidate. I mean, we really want people that know boating. We don't want people just living on a boat because it's a cheap way to live and they don't know anything about keeping their boat up or keeping it afloat. So we're under no obligation to maintain a list. We're a private marina. We're not a public marina. And in that case, it's really up to harbor master discretion as to who would get an available slip if and when they become available. And what we're really trying to do is get experienced boaters and quality boats to get that status, because it doesn't turn over very often.
Right. And then Diane, how did they come up with that 10%? Why is that such a finite number?
I think it was determined when the state issues, the BCDC is a state agency, the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, and they issue marinas permits to have liveaboard. So it's a state issued permit. I think that when they created the permit at the time, with the best knowledge they had, that was a good percentage that they came up with. I tend to think that they should look at the marinas on a more individual basis of what can handle, because different marinas have different numbers of slips, have parking spaces, they have different restrooms and showers, they have different numbers of laundry, and there's a balance of being able to handle residential tenants and the effect on the environment, on your business. It would be nice to open conversations with BCDC. In my permitting, we have bathroom renovation, and we went into a quick discussion about how many restrooms are really needed and how do you determine that. And those are good questions and they need to be explored, but not on an across the board basis. Do you have pump outs? There's all different aspects of living aboard. And I don't think they've looked at it for many years. I agree with Brock.
That's a good point. And I know so if someone were to buy a slip, or sorry, to buy a boat, how would they go about securing a slip with Marina Village, Steve?
Well, one of the things I was going to mention is we do have, I consider, one of the features we have at Marina Village is we have 6 yacht brokers in the project. And so we do have quite a bit of activity there. Of course, we've had the regular boat shows there over time. And candidly and honestly, we have a sort of a analysis of looking at potential liveaboards. I agree with everything that Brock and Diane said. You're not going to get a lot of controversy, I think, on this call from us. But one of the criteria, quite simply, is we are interested in talking to, when one of our brokers sells a boat, we talk to those people very seriously. We usually try to keep a couple liveaboards open at any time. We don't have a lot of turnover. We have a little bit of turnover, and we try to keep a little bit under the 10%. So if a great candidate comes in, particularly who just worked with one of our brokers, we can often find a way to get them in. But I agree with what others said. Really, it's about the person being a boater. We don't want someone who's going to go out and buy something not very seaworthy on the notion that this is really a cheap way to live. We want somebody who's going to be part of the community, somebody who's going to be positive. We do interview everyone and talk to them. I say it's a little bit like getting that aisle seat on an airplane. You get an extra leg room, but it comes with a responsibility. And we look to people to do things like sort garbage. I want a commitment from people that are actually going to follow the Alameda guidelines to sort their trash as they need to, that if a neighbor needs help, if they see something. So liveaboards to me are a really, really important part of the marina. I think, as I understand it, and we looked at it a little bit, the idea was that they provide a level of security by being sort of spread out throughout the marina. And we've certainly found that to be true. I'm also a great believer, besides the fact that boating is incredibly fun, I'm a great believer in the fact that I think people who are boaters are good stewards of the water. And I think the people who love boating, the studies have found that well-planned, well-designed marinas have actually been beneficial for marine life, for the environment. And I think these are the type of boaters, liveaboards we want to get in. One thing I might add is, as I say, if somebody really checks the boxes, they usually don't, it's usually not a terribly long wait. And sometimes we can get them in a temporary basis to see if they like it, and then see if it all works out for both of us. I do agree with Brock's comment that, this is, I think now whether what's going on is going to impact the housing shortage a little bit, who knows? But certainly the Bay Area has really, really suffered from a housing shortage. And I actually think adding to liveaboards selectively with licensing, I would like to see people having to get a permit to be a liveaboard, that their boat would have to pass. They'd have to pass a test. They'd have to show that they're going to, know how to, that they have the holding capacity on their boat. And I would like to see it increase personally. I think it could be increased to 15, maybe 20, as much as 20%, depending on the facility, but with also proper regulation of it. All in all, it's been a real plus for us.
Right. I think a lot of the current liveaboards would agree with having that permit as well, because everybody that lives in the harbor is existing liveaboard. They want to make sure it's safe and it's a good, safe boating community. So again, for those of us that are joining us now, we are in the Know Your Marinas. We have Brock from Oakland Marinas and Diane Isley from Emery Cove Marina and Steve McVessel from Marina Village. And do we have a question?
Yes, we do. This is from Greg. The BCDC regulation is 10% liveaboard for all marinas, but not all marinas allow liveaboards at all. Has the BCDC considered allowing marinas to transfer from a marina that does not allow them to be in the marina at all?
So
If you want.
could you hear that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So any marina can apply for a liveaboard permit at BCDC. They go through their process to approve the marina. They've started focusing a little bit on pump outs in the last 10 years, pump out service. So some of the facilities that didn't have liveaboards may not have had that in the past. There are options now with mobile pump outs. Sewage waste has become a very forefront of living aboard. We actually have an annual check with our liveaboards. You can report that how you dispose of your waste, or you can have an annual check of your Y valve, and we tag it. And if the tag's changed, you're in trouble. So I think BCDC is open. At one point during one housing crisis, I think in the 80s, they actually sent a outreach to marinas saying we would like to have more boards. They are approachable. I have not had a lot of problems working with BCDC. They just have their process and you have to meet it. So I would encourage the marinas who want liveaboard status to reach out.
Great question.
Yeah, this is Steve, and I think it's a terrific question. And there is a bit of an opening to apply for more liveaboards. There is some language, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it is in the regulations. I'm not aware of any marina that has either applied or successfully obtained more liveaboards, but it all makes sense. All of this makes sense, and I think the again, greater regulation, the type of thing that Diana's doing at Emery Cove, the regulation and the training of liveaboards. I think this is a great way. I think it's more cost effective, and I think it's more environmentally sound than building new suburban housing, for example. So it's something that I think will get continued discussion.
One thing that's interesting is sometimes people that have a liveaboard slip will market their boat saying that they're a liveaboard with the idea that that can be transferred. And clearly that's not in the cards. You could get a super premium on your vessel if you could pass on the liveaboard status. And it really needs to be made clear to the tenant that that is unique to them, and that if they sell their boat, the status does not go with the boat.
That is a key point, that it's not transferable. That's another question that we always get. So you guys have been great partners for us when we're selling boats and people are looking for a place to put their boat. So thanks for all your support and helping us relay the accurate information to our buyers and new boat owners.
And we certainly do some screening for you guys.
Yeah.
I think the other point that is important is harbor masters are working together, supporting each other, coming to common ground, approaching agencies as a group, educating the agencies who may not see it from the right perspective. And I think that we're all working together to for this topic and the needs of both the liveaboards and harbors.
Yeah, Scott Ridley, the harbor master at the San Francisco Marina, has over the past year created a group called BAMO, Bay Area Marine Operators. And we have quarterly meetings, or we were having quarterly meetings until the COVID crisis, but it's been very useful. we all face common problems. We all have common issues. We have bad actors that we want to notify our other harbor masters about when they get evicted from our marinas. And it's been very helpful. And the meetings have been well attended. Last December, we had a meeting at the Coast Guard Vessel Traffic Control Center on Yerba Buena, and had access to what is a restricted facility, but got to get inside and see what the vessel traffic control sees from their point of view. Very interesting operation, and it's a good group on the bay organizing all of the marina managers.
They see everything.
Yeah, right.
You brought up a good point. So if you were to have any issues for anybody that's an existing boat owner and you have an issue with your boat, you have an oil leak or a diesel leak, what's the appropriate way to address that to avoid having issues or fines with the Coast Guard?
Well, if you have a spill, you're under an obligation to report it, and you've got to call the National Response Center for the Coast Guard, and then also the state Office of Oil Spill Response. So there is an obligation. In theory, anytime you see a sheen on the water, you're supposed to report it. Now, the problem with that is that in some of our marinas, we have major wastewater, not wastewater, but street runoff outfalls. And after a good winter rain, we would be calling all the time. So it's a real judgment call. It's problematic. Every time I've been at a meeting about this, and I pose that question to the officials running the meeting, they take the safe route and say, well, you should be reporting every sheen you ever see. That would be problematic. And I think they would tire of that if we really did that. So it's a bit of a judgment call on that. But if there is a spill, a legitimate spill, it does need to be reported. And I think most marinas have oil spill response kits available, booms and pads. And so that the main thing to do would be to get out, stop the leak as quickly as possible, and do your best to control the spread with booms and pads.
Right, that's good. A lot of people need to know where those spill kits are, who to contact at the local harbors to get help, so you can contain that right away and notify the Coast Guard.
Well, most marinas probably have their own spill kits, but regionally, the Department of Boating and Waterways has provided grant funds to first responder agencies. And so, for instance, I believe the Oakland Fire Department has a trailer that has large quantities of boom and spill kit material. And so in the case of a major spill, they would be the first to get out and get things controlled. Brings to mind the Costco Busan container ship that hit the Bay Bridge. That created a fairly large spill. That would be an example of where you would want to try to protect the entrance to your harbor if you could do that. Keep it out before it gets in and fouls a lot of boats. So if there's a way to boom off the entrance, that would be my first effort in that. We're just downstream from the Port of Oakland, all the large container ships. And because the estuary gets tidal flow, any releases at that end can be swept down our way quite easily. And on occasion, about once a year, I do make a call into the Oil Spill Response Center and report a sheen in the harbor of an unknown source. We just don't know where it comes from.
You potentially, go ahead, Diane.
The Costco Busan was a very real incident for many of us to go through. We were affected by it here. We had oil coming in. Berkeley was affected. There was not boom available to the marinas at that time, especially if you were a private marina. So we had to react and take things into our own control. I drove to Monterey and borrowed 600 feet of boom from a trailer that they had. And I had 600 feet on site. I now have 1,500 feet of boom on site at all times in the harbor, because I realized in an emergency, you may not have access to what you need. In that group, the Bay Area Marina operators, there's now a list of all the marinas and what boom we have on site in case we need to borrow it from each other. So I think that are, especially if they've ever been certified as a clean marina, there's a clean marina certification, a clean marine program. And if you've been through the program, one of your obligations is to have boom on site to handle a spill from any of your largest boats. So I think harbor operators are very responsive and very ready for spills. I think that we are probably in real life trained more often than the Coast Guard staff, because we actually have to go out and deal with these little problems that really do happen in the harbors.
That's great. I know the clean marinas, that was a huge undertaking. When did Emery Cove get certified?
I started that program. I was on the original group that was involved in that. It started in 2004, and it was started so that we were not regulated, that we could get out in front of that, create a program to not have the government come in and try to regulate an issue that they don't really have ground experience on. So the program's been very successful. It's been recognized by many cities and the Department of Boating and Waterways in the state. So I think a lot of harbors have emergency items, and our job is to educate the boaters so that that doesn't happen.
Right.
With tenants, we're doing that. With our training, we're doing that. With our newsletters, we're doing that. It's always about so I think that all of us are doing a pretty good job with that.
It's kind of the theme of the entire weekend, would you say, Wade, is education, communication, just about with all of our panelists. So we have a question. What about those Oakland A's, Brock?
Yeah, right. Well, if we ever have sports again, you know that they're promoting a new estuary-based ballpark. This would be at the Howard Terminal, which is just west of the ferry terminal at Jack London Square. They are promoting it. It seems to be moving ahead. I've got concerns about traffic and parking and access, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to, no predictions on that one. But if it did happen, the Jack London Square Marina would be similar to the South Beach Harbor in San Francisco. You'd be right next to the stadium.
Right, it's going to be like another McCovey Cove, and I imagine Marina Village is going to get very busy too, right? Because a lot of people are going to go right up the estuary.
I would think so. I would be very, very excited about that. And I've been a kind of an A's fan, but more of a Giants fan over the years, but I'm ready to switch right over. I'm excited about it. I hope it happens. On that last topic, which I think was well covered by my colleagues, I might just add one thing that, again, this is an area where when something occurs that's sourced from an individual boat or one of the boats in the harbor, that report almost always comes virtually immediately from one of our liveaboards. Most likely, this is another area of the eyes and ears. We only have so many eyes and ears, and it's nice to have those 70 some odd extra pairs of eyes and ears out there. Maybe double it for a couple living on a boat. So it's helpful to have that watch.
That's great.
Actually, one of the potential problems for spills are and water quality issues are the derelict anchor outs that we get in the San Francisco Bay Area. Richardson's Bay, of course, has for decades been a hotspot for that. The Oakland estuary at one point had a tremendous number of boats anchored out. There was a major cleanup, multi-agency cleanup. It was almost $7 million that was spent on that back in 2013. And after that happened, the agencies that were involved, EPA and State Lands Commission, basically said, it's up to you to keep it clean. We're not going to do this again. And to a large extent, the Marine patrols from both Alameda and Oakland have done a good job of maintaining that. But in that bad windstorm that we had about a month and a half ago, there were 2 anchored out vessels in the Jack London Aquatic Center basin that broke away, and they drifted right across the estuary. One of them smashed into a couple of outside end-tie boats at Marina Village. Another one ended up in there. So now this becomes a burden to the marina operator. The Coast Guard won't really do much about it unless there's leaking fuel at that time. But Steve, it's my understanding that you had to get a diver to come and raise one of those boats that sank off the end tie, and that was a substantial expense in excess of a couple of $1,000s.
Right.
But then just a couple of weeks ago, the other boat that went into Marina Village, plus 6 of mine from my marina, abandoned boats, were taken by the Oakland Police Department Marine Patrol down to the parking lot at the Jack London Aquatic Center. They were drug up on shore on the boat launch ramp and crushed and put in trucks and taken to landfills. Now, I don't think that that's the best way to do this, but right now with the funding that's available, that is at least it's happening. And the problem that some marina operators have, and I certainly have my share of it, is we have a lot of aged boats, the fiberglass boats from the 60s and 70s that have just wound down toward end of life. And they can come into a marina and they'll pay their fees, they'll show you their registration and insurance and be there for a few months, and then they can just walk away from it. And at that point, the marina operators have no alternative but to file a lien with the Division of Motor Vehicles. That takes months. And when it comes up for a lien sale, we are not selling the boats for a couple of $100 and saying, I don't care what you do with it, just get it out of my marina, because that just feeds this anchor out problem. And to deal with a boat commercially, to get rid of it, it's about $100 a foot or more. And you're already in debt on what you're owed on the vessel, on the account, and there's just not that kind of money available. Now, the Division of Boating and Waterways has funding through what they call AWAF, Abandoned Watercraft Abatement Fund, and VTIP, Vessel Turn-In Program. But the only people that can apply for that funding are government agencies. Private marinas cannot apply for that funding. And so on the estuary, we're dependent upon the Oakland and Alameda Police on a regular basis to apply for that funding so that they can do these periodic cleanups in a responsible way. And I just think that that program needs to be expanded. I think there needs to be better recycling efforts made. In Europe, apparently Holland is very proactive in terms of dealing with recycling old boats. The fiberglass boats are chopped up, but instead of going to a landfill, they use it in paving for roads. So I would like to see something happen at a statewide level where we're dealing with end-of-life vessels, because I think it's a severe problem, and it's only going to become more critical as time goes by. And every slip that we have that has an abandoned vessel in it, aside from us not getting revenue for it, that eliminates the possibility of getting a new boat in. So I would think that the boating industry itself would be interested in supporting this, because if you don't have slips, you can't sell boats. If you can't sell boats, everything stops. So we got to get rid of the old boats in a responsible way. That's my soapbox for today.
Very good point. Thank you, Brock. For those of you just joining us, we are speaking with 3 of the local harbor masters, Know Your Marinas. We have Brock from Oakland Marinas, Diane Isley from Emery Cove Marina, and Steve McFessel from Marina Village. Diane, you mentioned when you introduced yourself about the docominiums. How does that work?
We were fortunate when Emery Cove was built to be granted the land rights. We actually own the water space here. Other marinas in the bay are the same, but we developed a subdivision map, and the slips are actual real estate. They have parcel numbers, so you purchase them just like a home or a piece of land. If you have your boat in the slip, it can second home as far as tax write-offs go. Many purchasers who've purchased property have purchased them as rental units for income. So it's an investment. It's a way to get your money back from boating, if you want to commit to the location. You probably save about half of your funds from paying rent every month at a marina where you don't get that back. So it's real estate, and all of our slips, all 430 slips, are privately owned. And there's resales. We have had resales since we opened, and it's been quite successful. Very unique opportunity. So you're buying basically a cubicle of space, length and width of the slip, 7.5 feet below the tide at mean low water, and 76 feet up in the air. The docks are actual common area, and you have an exclusive easement to your dock. And the benefit of that is that the marina takes care of all the maintenance. So we fund for all of our projects through the Homeowners Association. We're a nonprofit. We have money in the bank before we dredge. We have money in the bank before we repave the parking lot. We have the full amount of money in the bank before we just did our $11 million dock renovation. And so that's my job, is to make sure that the funds are collected. And it's a very tight run ship.
I know you guys are so busy in that with the
We
projects.
operate with a board of directors. So I work for a board of directors. 3 of our board of directors lived here for many years. They have very nice boats. They're very educated, nice people, very helpful, very involved, and they care about the harbor. We've had a lot of consistency, which is nice, in the running of the marina over the years.
So Wayne, I know you're a live aboard. What would you say your experience has been as a boat owner and living on the boat?
Well, I've lived aboard since I really got out here in the early 90s. And I lived aboard over in Sausalito at first, at Sausalito Yacht Harbor, at Schoonmaker. I'd live aboard for a year or two, then take off cruising, come back, live aboard. And I was lucky enough to get a live aboard slip at Emery Cove with Diane about 6 or 7 years ago. And Emery Cove is great. Location is great. It's nice and clean. The whole vibe there is great. And I just love it. And my wife was not a boater when we lived aboard, when we moved aboard. And she gave me 6 months to see how she liked it. And that was 7 years ago. So, even somebody it's not much of a boater or wasn't, it's just great. And, we've talked about it over the last 3 days about Blue Mind. And I know it goes for everybody here that's been talking. Being in, on, or near the water makes you feel better. It makes you work better. Everything's better being in, on, or near the water. And living aboard really magnifies that, because we're there every day. I get up in the morning, I look out the window, it's beautiful, or it may be raining or whatever, and it's just great. So I recommend it. We get a lot of people that are asking us when they're buying boats about live aboards, and we kind of screen that for the harbor masters, because we don't want to ruin it. And we know that they need good people and good boats. So we're really involved in that a lot.
Great, thanks, Wayne. And Steve, we talked a little bit about the projects before you joined at Oakland Marina and Emery Cove. What's happening in Marina Village?
Well, I think what's happening is, we're continuing. We try to make incremental improvements all the way along. We have concrete docks, and we're always doing things to improve the docks. We're making some security improvements, improvements in terms of also One of the things is we now have moved trash recycling out to the docks. We, like all of these marinas here, I think we have a great community of people. It's beautiful views. You're talking about live aboard. I lived at Barnhill Marina for 8 years on my floating home there. It was the same view our live aboards had, looking out over to Oakland and the Oakland Hills and across the estuary. And just what Wayne described, I could say between living and working on the water, you know, my life was really about the water, and it's a very calming influence. So we just try to really respond to our berthers, keep the docks in great shape, always looking for great berthers and great boats. With the same, we address the challenges that we've had when things vary from that. And of course, as I'm sure Brock and Diane do, a lot of my time is disproportionately goes to some of those challenges. The things that go really well happen pretty smoothly, and that's most things every day. You get happy people walking in the office 99% of the time. And then when the other things come up, we just have to sort of deal with them. But I feel really honored, and this was a dream of mine to own Marina Village, and it's actually been a dream ever since. One thing I might mention that Brock said, and that was, I got a little education from Brock on that. As I said, the harbor masters know more than I do, and Sandra is not here to talk, so I'm representing an owner's perspective. But there is that challenge of the maybe the boaters that have been with you since day one. There are people who were in the marina since the 80s, and they had a nice boat back in the 80s, and they were taking care of it, and they paid their berthage fee all along, and they're really nice people, but their boat's getting to the point of needing retirement. And that's one of the issues that we think about. We'll have several lovely, beautiful boats in a row, new boats bought from some of our yacht brokers in the project, and then we might have somebody next to them that's just not taking care of the boat. So, but as I said, it's just kind of the day-to-day of trying to keep on top of things, keep people happy, keep the customers happy.
I think all of you are doing an excellent job. And I know as a live aboard myself, I've been living on the boat for 5 years. And the first 4.5 years was in Emeryville Marina. And now I'm in Emery Cove. And I think my favorite time of year is Christmas, because I love to see all the boats decorated and to come home at night from work and just to see the lights up the mast, the power boaters. That's the only time that I wish I had a mast, because I could be a little bit more creative with my lights. But it's just a gorgeous time of year. In Emery Cove, they have a Christmas decorating contest. So that's fun to participate in. And Halloween with the trick-or-treating with the kids. For me, it's been fun to watch kids grow up on their boats, and they usually end up being pretty cool, responsible, well-educated, well-rounded kids. Some of them go into sailing. So it's just been a lot of fun just to see things change. People go off cruising. Some people stay around in the harbor. So if you are looking to be a live aboard and you have any questions, you can always reach out to Diane, Brock, Steve, Sandra, as he mentioned, and take a look at it, get involved.
Hey, let me ask you harbor masters and Steve, the owner, a question about COVID-19 and what you guys are doing to handle it. Diane?
I can answer what we're doing. We get a lot of phone calls from the boats asking if they can go boating. I called the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard advised that they're not regulating. This is not a federal regulation. It's a county regulation. So they're not citing people out on the bay for boating. I contacted the county of Alameda, and they responded, we want people to stay at home and shelter in place. That being said, I don't think they're citing people for being out on the boat. The harbor office is closed. We are answering the phone. In fact, I have all of the phone calls from the office going to my cell phone until the shelter in place is lifted. So we are servicing our customers. All you have to do is call, but the office is closed. We are on site. We listed the essentials for keeping staff. That's making sure that no sink while people are not down here. And we found one sink taking on water, which we corrected. So it happens. We felt that the restrooms needed to be cleaned, so our janitorial service is still there because we have residential tenants. And with the new marina, the electrical is much more sensitive, so we need to make sure that any tripped breakers or power is on. So those were the essentials that we feel we need to pay attention to. So we have a skeleton crew working still on site every day, as well as our security guard. People who, I understand they want to boat because they're stuck at home, and it's probably a way to distance yourself, but you want to minimize what you touch and use at the harbor to keep this pandemic real and serious and under control. And that's how Enrico's handling it.
Brock, how are you guys handling that?
Well, I mentioned earlier that we do maintain the same regular hours on the fuel dock at Jack London Square because we deem that to be an essential service. As far as our office goes, we've cut back to one person in the office a day and minimize the office hours of 10 to 3 as opposed to our normal 8:30 to 5. And the maintenance staff does still come in, but at a reduced rate, reduced level of maintenance. And we're doing our best to do the shelter in place. It's interesting you brought up the issue about recreational boating. I mean, we know that San Diego Bay basically outlawed boating on the bay. And we didn't want to see something like that happen in San Francisco Bay. The latest issue of Latitude 38 said, if you're out on a boat with somebody that you sleep with, it's okay. So that could be interesting. But in any event, I was glad to hear that the Coast Guard is not going to have any objections. I was actually interested to see what's going to happen with the Single-Handed Sailing Society. Apparently is going to be making a decision about the annual single-handed Fairlawns race. I can't imagine any more social distancing than that. Then again, you know, you've got the race committee. So I don't know what will happen with that this year. They did cancel the Round the Rocks race in March, which I think they're going to try to reschedule. But in any event, it's a perfect, the killer is that now with people laid off or not going into the office, what a wonderful time to get out on the water and go boating. I mean, they've got the time to do it, and it would just be a tragedy. It would be a shame if there were restrictions that were brought down that didn't let them do that. We are seeing, I think, more people coming to their boat in the marina, not necessarily going out, but just spending time on their boat in the marina. And that's a nice thing. I mean, as a harbor master, I think the real tragedy is that boats don't get used very much. Yeah. People are paying monthly slip fees and insurance and maintenance, and they just aren't getting out. So anything that helps get them out on the water, from my point of view, is a good thing. That's what their boats are intended for.
So from my standpoint, I'm assuming I'm next on this.
Yeah, for sure, Steve.
Yes, cutting back on the maintenance, but we are doing what we consider essential maintenance. Sandra's in the office, but the office isn't open, but we can do almost everything remotely, including move-ins, moves out, and that activity is slowed down, but it's still there to some extent. We've added to the janitorial service in terms of disinfecting and so forth. But the thing that I think of is not just where COVID is today, but what it's going to be over the next coming months. And for example, golf courses are starting to open up. I said, I can social distance in golf. I'm not in the fairway anyway. What's the point? So, boating clearly is something that people can social distance or just be there with their immediate family. And I think one of the lessons from COVID is life's too short, and it's why wait, why defer things that are, you know, rewarding and that make you feel good. And I think clearly boating falls into that category. Is it really more important to pile up your portfolio, or is it more important to create experiences with that, whether that's through travel or again, through something, an activity like boating? So that's the lesson I take out, which is, boy, am I ready to just break out and have as much fun as I can as soon as we can do that. And I think boating's the next in line for that. We do have a lot of people sheltering in place in the marina. We do have signs advising them to keep social distance, to wash hands, to wear masks, and so forth and so on. But we know that a lot of people are counting on their boats for their shelter in place at this point too. So.
Right, so I think we're just about out of time. So I really want to thank Steve and Brock Delap and Diane Isley for joining us. I hope all the viewers found that to be very informative. Again, if you have any questions about getting a liveaboard slip or just a slip if you're a new boat owner, please reach out to the three of them or to us. And thanks again, and have a great day.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And we want to give away a few more prizes. So Wayne, what do we have? We have a certificate here for 1 year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes. Who's our lucky winner?
How about Paul Sifka?
It's Paul Sipka. Congratulations, you just won one free year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes. And do we have time for one more?
Sure.
This is wonderful wine from Mount Beautiful Winery. We have a red and white bottle of wine. And who's the winner?
Let's see here. How about Keith Miller?
Keith Miller, congratulations. We'll make sure we get that to you. And we're going to next go do a walkthrough through a Catalina 350. So Kevin? Okay, my name is Gailey Bergen, and I'm going to take you aboard the 2004 Catalina 350 Sinaloa 2. Beautiful maintained boat. As you can see, it has the framework for a bimini. As you step aboard through the transom onto the swim step, there's a seat that folds down with seat cushions. You have lockers on either side. So if you want easy access for fenders while you're underway, dock lines, you have plenty of storage. Cushions for the pulpits on both the port and starboard side. This boat was recently upgraded with B&G instruments, so gorgeous chart plotter, touch screen, and then you have your wind, depth, sound, and boat speed indicators. I'll show you a little bit more around the cockpit. On both the port and starboard side, you have lockers for your propane tanks. Catalina has, and all of their vessels, very deep lockers for storage. So if you're going to do long trips, coastal cruising, offshore cruising, you have plenty of space to put your extra gear. For example, we have a folding bicycle and dinghy in this locker. Again, there is there's a hatch that opens up into the stateroom so you have plenty of ventilation. Cockpit table opens up on both sides for plenty of seating area, tabletop area for your dinners as sunsets. So here we have a rolling furling jib, anchors, so you can have dual anchors. The anchor locker, easy open. The Maxwell windlass, up and down, foot pedals. And there is a wash down as well for your anchors. If you're docking or dropping anchor in a muddy area, you can wash off the chain as you pull it in. Ventilation, so you have hatches that go down to the V-berth, and then 3 on the cabin top. You have the in boom furling sails, the mainsail. These sails were recently upgraded. Their boom vang traveler, one of the signature things with Catalinas is that all your running lines, running gear, they run aft for ease of single handing. Nice handholds for safety line. Harken 2-speed winches for on your cabin top, Harkens for your primaries. The boom vang, boom lift, and the mainsail, in and out on the starboard side. Again, everything runs aft for ease of sailing. You can single handle this boat with no problem. You have your handhold on here, that's teak, and also a handhold here.
I can see everything.
Okay, in the main salon, you have the captain seats. This table collapses into a bed. We have cushions that line across, so you can fold this, take the table down, put it into a bed. You can sleep a person here. Nice convertible table for the main eating area. So you have when you have a fair amount of guests, you can use a larger table. If you need more space and don't want to fill it with the table space, you can insert a smaller table. So a nice convertible option that they came out on the 350. Easy access into the bilge. Catalina's done an excellent job with storage, trash bins that aren't in your way, double stainless sinks, compartment for storage, easy access cabinets for your dishes, glassware, double propane stove, microwave. So the guests or the V-berth is step up on both sides, shelving on both sides. You have hanger lockers for port starboard side, shelving on the top through the V-berth, so you don't have to go into the main salon area or from the salon. The beautiful thing about this Catalina 350 is it has a separate shower. It's not a wet shower. So in the main salon behind the cushions on both sides, you have additional storage area, as well as shelving on top. All of your instruments, 120 volt, 12 volt, all are on one main system. Navigation, so if you're piloting, you can be right here. This Catalina 350 has a universal 35 horsepower engine. Similar fashion with all the Catalinas, you remove the steps and then you can lift the compartment either this way for access to the top or pull out the entire portion cabinet at the bottom to have access to the entire engine. You have your queen size bed, additional storage here, additional storage here, shelving back here. This is the hatch for ventilation that goes into the cockpit. And then also for while you're underway, you can access the engine, check the oil, and also remove the top and access the engine from the top compartment. 5.4 but you can see there's plenty of headspace. And then you have plenty of hatches up on the top for that cross ventilation. So you have 2 hatches that open here, a port and a port that open. So if you're in a hot area down in Mexico, you don't have to worry about the heat. Bose surround sound in the main salon as well as a cockpit. Okay, so thank you for coming aboard the 2004 Catalina 350 Sinaloa 2. If you have any questions, please contact Atomic Tuna Yachts or Farallon Yachts, powered by Atomic Tuna.
We're going to noon, right? No. Hi, everybody. We're back on the docks at Marina Village, and I'm going to show you 4 boats in the next hour and a half. We just saw a walkthrough on the Catalina 350, the 2004 Catalina 350, and I'm going to take you on that boat. We can answer any questions if you send it to us in the chat or the question and answer. I'll just walk through that boat again, give you some live views of it. Here we are on the docks. This is a Farallon brokerage slips. It's kind of Catalina Row right here. We have a 380 that actually is getting a little work done on it. That boat's getting a new engine, so in the next couple weeks, you may want to check that boat out. The next boat is a 350, and that is Sinaloa 2, and we're going to show you that boat. That was the one you just watched. Next boat is another 350 that we just brought in. That'll be up on our website next week or 2. And the next one is a 36 Mark II, Catalina 36 Mark II. It's actually in contract. So since we're the Catalina dealers, and Pat Garfield and before her, the previous owner, have been selling Catalinas for 30 years, we get a lot of the owners coming back to us. So if you're looking for a Catalina, whether it's a 32, a 320, one of these 350s or bigger boats, 42s, the 40s, 440s, there's a whole slew of them, and we get them in. And if you're looking for a particular model, let us know, because we've got a big database of all the Catalina people that bought Catalinas from us through the years. So we're going to go aboard Sinaloa 2 here. Sinaloa 2 was 2004, asking 114. And we got a boat show special on this boat at 109. So nice boat, great bay boat. You could take this boat cruising, but for around the bay, this is just a really super boat. Couple features I'll point out on this boat before we get on. Electronics are new on the boat, and you can see the radar up on top. That is new. It's all B&G, and if you were listening to Bruce on the electronics talk a couple days ago, you'll know that B&Gs are more for the sailing side. They're more sophisticated, better instruments for sailing. So this one is all equipped with B&G. And to talk about Bruce Nelson in that talk, you should go back and watch that if you missed it. It's pretty interesting about batteries and electronics and things like that. So let's go aboard. You'll notice as I step aboard, there's a nice platform back here. There is a swim ladder that floats down. We've removed it to make it easy to access from the stern while it's at the dock. And you got center access, so nice access. You got a removable seat. The seat is stowed right now, but once you get on, you can put that removable seat in there. Put the swim ladder up, and you're all closed off here. So let me step aboard. In the back, you got some storage. Deep storage. Nice and clean. Same thing on the other side. You can see the B&G chart plotter and instruments down here. So full set of B&G instruments. This engine has 776 hours on it. So low hours on this engine. The nice cushions, cockpit cushions are all in really good condition. They live down below most of the time. Over on the starboard side, we have access, a big storage access. This boat comes with a roll-up dinghy. So that's stowed in this locker, nice big locker. Jib winches, jib sheet winches, they're Harkins. Over here we have our propane locker. Comes with a barbecue. And this boat has a hard Dodger, really nice. You don't have to worry about replacing it every 7 years or so. In nice windows. Windows are a little bit foggy, but not so bad you need to replace them. You probably get a couple more years out of them. You got your winches here for your sail controls on both sides, main sheet. And this boat is an in-mast furling. So you can reef this at any point, infinite reefing, easy control from these winches right here. So when you're rolling the main out or rolling it back in, you all do it all from the cockpit. All your sail handling is done from the cockpit. Let's go forward. Notice some handholds on top of the hard Dodger. Traveler track with Garhauer, all Garhauer equipment. So nice extra heavy duty. Garhauer boom bang. One of the things Catalina does is they put their chain plates inboard. So when you walk up and down the deck, you have a nice clear deck to walk on. You don't have to do gymnastics to get around these shrouds. And then forward on this boat, there's twin bow rollers. You get a nice size Bruce. I think it's like a 35-pound Bruce on the boat. And Maxwell windlass, vertical windlass, the divided chain locker, saltwater washdown. And here's your switches for the windlass. This boat does have a whisker pole for winging the jib out on downwind runs. Maintenance on these Catalinas, on all of these Catalinas, is minimal on the exterior because there's no exterior wood. So little or no varnishing on all of these boats. This boat is a 2004. It's in really good condition. Exterior is great. Let's go back to the cockpit. Now we're going to go down below. And on all Catalinas, the steps are at a low enough angle that you can go down forward if you got your hands full with groceries and stuff. So these 350s are a 2-stateroom, single head boat. So we're going to take you through it. The salon is nice, wide open. Got a couple hatches overhead, and port over the stove in the back. We'll get back to the galley in a minute. The settee on the port side has 2 configurations for tables. You can have this bigger table, or you can pull that off and you can use the smaller little coffee table, make it easier to get into the seating. All the wood in here is really nice, all teak, all satin varnish. Over on the starboard side, this Catalina has set it up so it's convertible from 2 seats and a little table, which you can sit at for dinner. So you can have additional people actually sitting at a table in this 36-foot boat, or you can lower this whole table down and make this a settee for the entire length of this settee over here. Chain plates come down, and we've talked about this before. One of the unique Catalina features on the chain plates is they use a ball and socket setup so they don't leak. It's really nice. Most boats, you're going to have the chain plate going through the deck, and that chain plate moves, and eventually that seal breaks. On these, there's actually a plate on top that's bolted down and doesn't move at all. So you don't get any leakage from these chain plates. Great feature. Let's go into the galley behind us. We're going to switch spots here. Galley's right at the companionway, so it's nice to be able to cook, make lunch or dinner, and just hand the food up to the people in the cockpit. You may have noticed I just grabbed a hold of this pole. One of the things Catalina does is they make handholds easy and they're readily available. So there's a pole when you're coming down the steps, you can grab a hold of this pole. In the galley, you have a microwave and a 2-burner propane stove with an oven that looks like it's barely been used. Behind me, you have a fridge that can be accessed from the top or the front. And then outboard is a freezer. So a nice deep freezer. And then storage, toaster oven or a toaster. Nice storage. It's nice when they have the doors that fold down like this, because you can pull things out and just put them on the door while you're sifting through things. More storage over here. And then under here is additional pots and pan storage. That's really deep. And then you've got a really deep double stainless steel sink. So most boats we see, the depth of these sinks are about half of what it is here. So nice double stainless steel sinks, and then storage underneath the sinks. You have some drawers over here for silverware, nice silverware holder. There's more drawers. And you notice the drawers all solid teak. More drawers, and they're all on glides. All right. Let's talk a little about the floor while I'm looking at it. So this is a Catalina feature. These floors are vinyl. They're a picture of a teak and holly floor, and they just look beautiful. But you don't have to worry about them getting beat up. You drop a winch handle or a pot or pan or something on the floor, it's not going to mark it up. Go forward into the stateroom. So I want you to remember that we're on a 35-foot boat. So this is Catalina 350, 2004. You have this nice queen size or almost queen size berth with access from either side. Really, really nice. You got a big hatch overhead and a couple ports. So you get good ventilation up here. There's storage around, a couple hanging lockers. Actually, this one's shelves. Wood's really pretty. And then access to the head will go in from the other side for your viewers. So you got a head. This is an electric head. Holding tank is behind the head here. Gravity fed. Nice feature for Catalina with gauges on it. And then we've got a separate shower. $35-foot boat, got a queen size center bed forward in the V berth. It's not really a V berth, it's a queen size bed and head with separate shower. And then we'll go take you back to the aft stateroom. Aft stateroom is a nice double underneath the cockpit. A little tight with headroom over here, but back here where you're sleeping, there's decent headroom. I'm actually sitting up here. So you get two full-size double queen-size beds on this boat, on this 35-foot boat. Back here, you also have access to the top of the engine and the fuel filters and the also the coolant overflow. Catalina gives you a little door down here for access to the dipstick, so you don't have to pull the engine apart to get to it. And then we have some more space. That one's kind of full, but and then more down here. It was also full. Okay, last thing I think I need to show you is engine access up here. Although I don't think I will do that. Actually, let's see. No, I don't think I will do that today. You just pull the two pins out and then you have full engine access in front of the engine. We have any questions while we're on this boat? We can show you anything else or any questions that I haven't answered. Okay, we're going to take you down to a 2008 Harbor 25. It's a really cool boat. But before we do, let me just say this boat is a 2004 Catalina 350. Asking price on it is $114. We're doing a boat show special at $109. Give us a call if you want to get on this boat. It's a great boat, in great condition, and you should, you're looking for a boat around $100,000 to $120,000. This is a really nice boat for you. All right, we're going to go down to that Harbor 25 now. walk by all these Catalinas. And past the Ranger Tug 27 and its big brother, the Ranger Tug 31. Now we're going to show you this Harbor 25. So this is a 2008 Harbor 25, asking $44,500. Boat show special is $40,000 on this boat. She's a really, really sweet boat. The owner of this boat has kept it immaculate. It is a Yanmar inboard diesel on this boat, little 25-footer. It's got the self-tacking jib. So you can get out there, even single-hand, this boat's really easy. Take it out and go sailing, and it's really a cool boat. So I'm gonna hop aboard. Actually, before I do, of course, you notice the flag blue hull with the nice gold-colored cove stripe. Really pretty boat, and it is really immaculate. You would just be amazed if you're in the market for a little day sailor, even a little weekender. You should check this boat out. So I'm gonna hop aboard. Sit down in the cockpit. Take the cover off of the tiller. So this is a tiller boat. So really easy to sail, really easy to handle. The main sheet right here in the center. So you can be sitting here driving with the main sheet. It's got a hiking stick. So if you want to sit outboard further, you can sit out here and drive. And have the main sheet in my hand. So the main sheet goes back to the travelers in the back of the cockpit. But it is controlled here. So easy sailing if I'm single-handing or even short-handed, or have a bunch of guests that don't know anything about sailing. Self-tacking jib, so when I tack, the jib will tack by itself. So all I have to worry about is, guess what? The tiller. So everything else will tack over by itself. The cushions on this boat are really pretty and like brand new. Moving forward, there is a spinnaker halyard here, reefing lines. The main halyard is right here, so we can raise the main with the Lumar winches, Lumar 14 self-tailing, and then little line storage here. The chart plotter goes here, that's down below. On the other side, got a similar setup. This is with the Lumar number 14 self-tailing winch. This is your jib sheet. You only have one jib sheet because it's self-tacking. And then these are Lazy Jacks and Cunningham right here. Okay. Let's get down into the inside of this. Okay. Join me down here. So 25-foot boat. So sitting headroom. You've got this really nice synthetic granite countertops. The floors are beautiful. Nice high gloss varnish floors. Let's peek in the bilges while we're down there. Look at that. You can eat in those bilges. Nice and clean. So in this boat, you've got a settee on either side, and then you have additional space going back. So you can actually sleep on this boat. 2 people can sleep on this boat with comfort. Goes way back there. You got a sink on the boat with manual water. Petite bateau, little boat. Cool. So built by W.D. Shocking Company in Corona, California. This is really kind of an option compared to the Alarian, and it's about half the price. And I would say it's as good a boat, if not better. So yeah, you should, if you're thinking about an Alarian, this is a good choice. There's port lights, 2 on either side. You can get good ventilation in here. Moving forward. A nice V-berth. About probably 6 foot, a little over. So you get a nice V-berth up here with more room than the berths in the back. And then there is a porta potty over here. And some storage area. Look in the bilge up here. Again, absolutely clean. Little storage here, a fire extinguisher, and an overhead hatch. So this is a great boat, great day sailor. I don't think you can find a cleaner boat. This boat is absolutely immaculate. Fun to sail, easy to sail. You can trailer this boat or just keep it in the water and come down here. Go out for a quick little day sail. How fast does a harbor shot go? Is there a racing fleet of harbor shots? No, that's actually a good question. Both of those are good questions. I don't know if there is a fleet of these around. I know I've seen some around, but I haven't actually seen a fleet. And these are, they're 25-foot boats, so they're pretty quick, but they're limited by their water line. So they're, 6-knot boat or so, but really fun to sail. And if you're thinking about it, you should give us a call. And this one in particular is just like came out of the factory. It's just really sweet. I'm pretty sure this boat comes with a spinnaker as well. Want to fly the spinnaker, but really these boats are meant for short-handed and fun sailing. So yeah, thanks for the question. Let's go back outside and we'll just show you the bow of the boat, the foredeck and bow of the boat. All right, you'll notice on this boat, there is no teak on the boat on the exterior. So the maintenance on this boat is minimal. Just keep it hosed off and soft brush to brush it down. Non-skid, really nice non-skid. You got your jib boom for self-tacking, so it makes the self-tacking really easy. Everything is done from the cockpit on this boat. So all the sails are like new. This boat has got some usage, but not much. And it's really clean. I didn't show you the engine. It is a Yanmar 2-cylinder that'll push this boat at 5 or 6 knots with no problem. So yeah, get out there, motor around, or do what you need to do, and go out for a fun sail. So again, 2008 Shock Harbor 25, asking 44.5. Boat show special is 40. So give us a call on it. And we're going to go and tee up a Catalina 355 walkthrough. And then I'm going to take you to that Catalina so you can go through that boat as well. All right.
Hey, my name is Gailey Bergen. Thank you for coming along. I'm going to show you the 2014 Catalina 355. The asking price is $169,900. There is a swim step that comes up and down, so you have that from here down to here. These pull out, which is very nice. Safety lines, telescoping. If you want to come aboard. And here your helm station. It's a Yanmar 29 horsepower. There's just over 900 hours on the engine. Compass. Your instruments are going to be on either side of you for easy access. Raymarine instruments. Cushions, as you can see, across the entire cockpit on the pulpit, as well as a step where you enter through the transom, a seat that as you enter through the transom just sits down below. It clasps at the bottom, and then you have a nice seat. So you can fit a fair amount of people as you're cruising about the bay. Have lockers, easy access lockers, very deep. Put in your life jackets, PFDs, flotation devices. Cushion here on this side as well. This side is not a locker. You can lift up though when it opens up to the main stateroom, and you can open up that window for some nice ventilation. Table, the nice varnished table, opens up on both sides. Chill your drinks. Little compartment there. And on this side of the cockpit is also a nice deep storage locker for your additional lines, step ladders, everything that you see. And there's an additional anchor. Everything that you see here goes with the boat. Here we have the furling jib, Furlix furling jib, anchor, a windlass. So you upper and lower foot pedals with a fair amount of chain and rode. Deborah Lee has an in furling boom with the quantum sails. The Seldom rod kicker boom vane. As you can see, all the lines run aft, so this vessel will be easy to single hand as all your lines are run back into the cockpit. A nice hard top for the Dodger and the isinglass top. You have 15s as your primaries All your lines, as I was saying earlier, run aft. So your halyard, outhaul, and vang on this side, and your inhaul, topping lift is spinnaker halyard on this side. So now we have the nice open area in the salon. Beautiful stainless steel sink. A nice leather upholstery for your U-shaped settee. This table is collapsing, so you can make this into a bed. There's a nice cushion that would go on top of it when you fold it down. In the main salon and the cockpit as well, this bench also you can remove for just have seating on both sides and have raise this for a table. Okay, so here we have the guest V berth, and you have access on both sides. A step up here. Pull-out drawers are down below. There's shelving on both sides. Nice ocean air blinds for the hatch above the mattress. A bench with a little vanity area. This with Catalina's, they may have all your instruments are in one area, one panel, where you have your 12 volt, 120 volt for all of your systems. Navigation table. Nice fusion radio, which is a very nice upgrade, high quality. In the head is a vanity area curtain that come around the for the shower area. Okay, and we have a Yanmar 29 horsepower engine. You would lift to get access. You would lift up the companionway, and you have access through the top here, or this whole compartment reaches out, and you can work on the entire engine. It's nice to be able to take a peek in here when you're in a way where you don't have to remove the steps. To the main stateroom, it's double size. There is a hanging locker, and there's also a cabinet a cabinet that you can open up to get access to the engine from the rear. Hatches, as I explained in the cockpit, there's a port here that opens for ventilation, as well as the aft hatch port that lifts up. Blinds for some privacy, and then shelving on the side.
That right there, 3, 5.
Okay, it wants to start.
You ready?
Yeah. I can't see.
You want me to stand over here? Hey everybody, we're back on the docks live with Wayne from Atomic Tuna Yachts and Farallon Yachts, and you just saw a little walkthrough with Gailey on the 355, the 2014 355. We are going to take you on board that boat and answer any questions that you might have, and take you through the boat again. Make sure that you guys get a good view of this boat. So this is a 2014 355 Catalina. And it's got the teak grate in the cockpit, but let's go aboard and we'll just show you around. just kind of hang back on this boat, and look down the side, and either tack, you're safely in the seat, and great for you. People love it. Got the boat on autopilot, cruising along, and sitting back here, kicking back, and having a beer, or maybe not a martini. It'd be a little tough to keep the alcohol, the martini, in the martini glass. Yeah, really cool. And they also got a built-in engine mount here. So if you got an outboard, you can stick your outboard on this engine mount. And of course, a drink holder. So you got a nice drink holder here for your beer. All right. This boat has marine instruments and autopilot. So you got it on either side. The engine hours are 995. So 995 engine hours on the engine, which, you know, you get 7,000 hours easy. So this engine's just kind of getting broken in. And then this boat has the optional wooden teak table, teak cockpit table. Really pretty. Really nice Catalina feature. Whoops, sorry about that. So beautiful table. It's about an inch and a half thick teak. A nice little, whoops, looks like this is varnished shut. There we go. Little drink cooler. Get half a dozen beers in there with some ice. And then some drink holders. The settees are nice. They're long enough to lay down on and sleep. Let's go forward. Take a quick look forward. Just like all the Catalinas you've been seeing, the shrouds are inboard, so easy traversing. Go forward. You don't have to do acrobatics. Got a 35-pound Delta anchor up here. With a quick vertical windlass, all chain rode. You got your foot switches up and down right here. A Furlex furler. It's kind of unusual on these smaller boats to get the Furlex. They're really nice. You see them mostly on higher end boats. And this boat is in mast furling. Control from the cockpit. So all the sail controls are from the cockpit. You got a Seldine boom bag as well. You may notice how clear these windows are. They're brand new. So nice, clear polycarbonate windows. They'll last you 10 years. And of course, what we mentioned before, the nice hard top. All right, let's go down and venture inside. Okay, down the Catalina steps. So this is a good comparison from the 350, the 350 we just showed you, to the 355. It's a beamier boat, so you get more room in the salon. You do have the same setup with the 2 seats and the table. This table actually raises up if you want, or you can have it down in this configuration. You have the ultra leather material here, and you have the nice big C-shaped settee here. So compared to the 350, you just have a lot more room here. You can probably fit 4 people around this table easily, and a couple more here. It's just a bigger boat. And the construction is really nice on this boat. You got an overhead hatch up here. We had talked about the Catalina chain plates on the last one, and the ball and socket. You can see those here, and they go down to a aluminum structure that runs about 25 feet along the side of the hull to tie the mast into the hull. You can see you don't have a big obstructive mast in the middle of the boat either. This is a compression post. We've talked about the advantage of the Catalina compression posts and how it's really the best of both worlds. So you should check that out on our YouTube channel on why Catalinas are better. That's one of the reasons. The woodwork in this boat is absolutely beautiful. You can see all the wood grains match up. So everywhere you look, it's just really, really nice. This boat has a Bose stereo system in it, and it's also got Bose speakers outside underneath the pulpit seats. I'll move over here to the chart table. So nice functional chart table here. It's got new Fusion stereo system and a Raymarine VHF. Pretty deep chart table. So good room down here in here. Here's your instrument panel, circuit breakers. And Catalina has set this up so they group all the lights up here and all of your electronics down here, and the rest of the stuff, the sump pump and electric head in the middle. So when you get on this boat, it's pretty easy. Just get on to turn the lights on. You got a couple switches, turn the lights on. You get gauges for the 120 as well as for the battery power. You got voltage as well as amperage. Handholds all around. Galley similar to the 350 is right at the companionway, so again, easy to pass food up. 2-burner propane stove with oven, little or no use. Refrigerator, so you have top access on the fridge, and you also have front access. And you have little shelving that slides out, and then a little bit of freezer space. Okay, since we're here, let's go in the aft stateroom. So all the lights on these boats are LED. We got a queen size aft stateroom back here. So a little bigger than the 350. Got some lights back here. Some Nice shades that fold up and then snap. So you have an opening port there and you have an opening port here. Nice little closet, cedar lined. So on all these new boats, the 5 Series boats are just, the quality is just superior. It's just great. All the corners are heavy, thick teak. It's all satin varnish, so you can refinish it if you ding it up. Just really nice. So all the doors are solid doors. All right. Let's go forward to the V-berth. So up here you get a huge V-berth, good ventilation, overhead hatch, couple ports. You have this nice teak wood on the side of the boat, kind of for contrast. And then behind me, you have a hanging locker. Lots of space in there. And behind this door, which you won't be able to see, is a little seat with a little desk for makeup desk. All right, let's check out the head. We have an electric head here, nice vessel sink, Corian countertop, and a shower. There is a curtain that pulls across to keep that shower separate. A nice sized head and shower. Okay, and the engine is underneath the steps. It's a Yanmar 3-cylinder, I think, 3-cylinder, but nice and clean, 995 hours on it. See, all the hoses are good. And this entire engine box does come off if you need more access. All right. So do we have any questions for the 355, the 2014 355, or you can order one of these new as well? Yeah, main difference between the 355 and the 350. The 355 is beamier, so you get more room in the salon. You get a larger forward queen berth. It's bigger up there. You do get a little bit bigger berth in the back as well. And the one thing you lose on the 355 that the 350 has is a separate head, but you do have a curtain on the head here. Otherwise, they're pretty similar boats. You know, Catalina has upped the quality with the 5 Series, so it's a little better quality boat. The furniture in this boat is like a piano. It's so nice. But those are basically the differences. Not a whole lot. 355 is selling, this boat's selling for 164. The 350 is asking 114. We're doing a boat show special at 109 on that boat. So there's about $40,000 or $50,000 difference in the price of the boat, but then you get a much newer boat. And the value of these boats is staying up as well. So, all right, any other questions? We're going to tee you up on a little video, a short little video while we go over to the 385. So you'll be able to see this 355 that we just did, and then we'll spend some time on the 385. But in between, while we walk over there, we're going to tee up a video on mooring, how to moor over at Angel Island with Mark Weber. So away we go and enjoy that, and I'll meet you over on the 385.
Mooring at Angel Island. This is 107-foot line. Our stern line is 150-foot line. That gives us enough line to double up so that when we're going through the mooring and back to the boat, we still have enough line to make it to the other mooring. So 2 good lines, at least 100 feet. On your mooring lines, when you are getting them set, the end that's not going through the mooring, secure it to the boat somewhere. Be sure that the bitter end of the line is secured to the boat so you don't do a nice job of looping the mooring and then lose everything as it feeds out because it wasn't attached to the boat. So this tool is called Hook and Moor, and its design is to make it much easier to grab your line through the mooring. So what you do with this tool is you open this clip up, you put in the loop inside of the clip, and then you hold it so it's clear of the hook. You don't want it to be over here on this side. You hold it so it's clear of the hook, and then this you can reach down around the little loop in the mooring and just give it a pull, and it'll thread the thing right through for you. And just give it a pull, and it'll thread the thing right through for you. And just give it a pull, and it'll thread the thing right through for you. And just give it a pull, and it'll thread the thing right through for you. Sometimes on your hook and moor, this thing will get not wanting to push in. The best way is be sure it's pulled all the way out so it's clear, and then it'll usually push back in just fine. There's a tool called the Happy Hooker. So the old-fashioned way, which is possible, is to use a standard boat hook and use the forward part of it to stab the line through the loop in the mooring. So you would stab the line through the loop in the mooring, get it around on the other side, and then you can reach around with the boat hook and grab the loop and pull it the rest of the way through the mooring. Depending on how high your freeboard is, that can be a real task because you know, getting the thing through is no problem, but after you get it released, catching on to it while the boat's bobbing around can be a pain in the neck.
Okay, who wants us to start?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Alameda. We're still down here on the docks of Farallon, and we're going to show you the next boat. It's a Catalina 2018 Catalina 385. So we just showed you the 350, then the 355. That was the last boat we showed you. Now we're going to show you the 385. 3 feet longer, and we'll go over the difference. It's mostly on the interior. Take a look at the boat. Classic Catalina style, very conservative, nothing fancy, you know, no frills, just a real solid, good design sailing boat. So let's go aboard and we'll jump on and we'll show you around this boat. We're going to board from the back on this boat. So very similar to the 355 we just showed you. The boarding is the same. The seat pulpits, the aft seat pulpits are the same. We do have Bose speakers underneath the seats. I didn't point that out on the 355, but you can see them here. I also didn't point out on the 355 the swim ladder. So here's the swim ladder, really easy to get to. Stows away great. And then we step on board. The same thing with the for the hidden lifelines back here. This boat has a life sling. It's got a nice little spot for that life sling there. And again, the engine mount, if you've got a dinghy engine, you need to mount it. This boat has a bimini also. It's off right now, but there is a bimini that goes on this boat. Outboard on either side of the Raymarine instruments, multi-function instruments. You can put up whatever information you want on those: speed, depth, speed over ground, speed through the water, wind direction, wind speed, whatever you need there. Over on this side, we also have the autopilot head. So we get control for the autopilot here. Helm on this boat is very similar to the helm on the 355. In fact, it's basically the same. It's got a 9-inch hybrid touch Raymarine. This boat has a nice leather covered wheel. And this is the center spoke or king spoke. And Pete Benziger, my nautical trivia expert, probably has some good explanations of the name on this. So make sure to show up about 3 o'clock too for the nautical quiz. Moving forward on this boat, again, it's a really beautiful teak table. This is a trademark of Catalina's. It's not that plywood covered with a thin veneer. This is 1.5-inch teak with some drink holders and a little cooler here where you can store other things in there. On the back of the binnacle is the Fusion remote for your stereo. And this boat has a hard Dodger with the polycarbonate windows. So really nice. I can stand up here. I'm about 5'8". There's a couple more inches of room here. Probably get 5'10". We had a guy that bought a 425 that was 6'7", and they modified it so he could stand under these. So if you buy one of these new, Catalina does semi-custom, and they'll do things like raising the hard top. He actually had his bed made longer. I think he was a basketball player. I'm not quite sure, but he was a tall guy, and we fit him in the boat with no problem. This boat, if you look up here, this is an in-boom furling. You're going offshore, going long distance. In-booms are really nice because you can get full battens on these, and you have infinite reefing. So you get full battens in a bigger roach. So you get more sail area, more drive. A lot of that drive is out of the back end of the sail. So when you're using the in-boom furling, you get a better sailing boat. We recommend that if you're buying a new boat to do the in-boom. We really like it a lot. This hardtop is also an option. We recommend that. In fact, all of our boats that we bring here into the bay, we have hardtops on them as options. And this table is an option as well. Really nice table. Lumar winches on this boat, and this is an electric winch. So to raise and lower that main, you got to just push a button. And over here is a funny looking thing, and maybe we can ask the viewers if they know what that is. And the first person that knows gets an atomic tuna hat. Anybody know? Well, I'm going to tell you, and If you want an atomic tuna hat, I tell you what, we'll give one to you if you raise your hand or let us know that you're interested in an atomic tuna hat. So this is a snubber. So when you're raising the main or lowering the main, you're going to use two lines. One is the halyard line. That's this line here. The other is the furling line, and I believe that's this one here. So when you're running the halyard line, you got it around the winch, and you're running it up with your electric winch. You want to keep a little tension on the furling line. So this is a little snubber that you can use to snub the furling line. The same thing when you're furling it, your halyard line goes around here. So that way the main's not going to fall down. You keep a little tension, it rolls up really nice. We give instructions. If you buy a boat with one of these furlers, in-boom furlers, we'll give you instructions on it. In fact, any new boat in Mass or in boom will give you instructions on it. But that's a really cool feature. All right, let's go below. Okay, so same stairs coming down at an angle, low enough angle that you can go down forward. And I hadn't mentioned before, but they have these wings on the side, and that's so when you're heeling, you're actually coming down on a flat surface. We'll start back in the galley. This is a 2018. I think maybe a 19, but I think it's an 18. Corian countertops. Again, this beautiful Catalina woodwork. All the grains match up throughout the boat. And this slides back. You got 2-burner stove with an oven, propane, of course. Behind me, you got a fridge, stainless steel fridge, loaded up with beer, it looks like. Huh. I know what we're doing. Right, Robert?
Yep.
And then up here is a fridge or freezer. And it looks like they got our champagne chilling too. Cool. We're on the right boat. Storage behind, you can see it's all set up for plates. Microwave oven, more storage. And by the way, this is a private boat, and they were gracious enough to let us show this boat so you can see the difference between the 355 and the 385. And then here is just really deep storage. And storage under the sink. And a place for your trash. And outboard, you have a little bit of storage there. And nice drawers, silverware storage. More storage, and then more storage. Okay, and you got a little splash guard here also. So this boat compared to the 355 on the galley, it's pushed back a little bit. You get a little, pick up a little extra room back here, a little extra counter space. All right, here's that pole that you'll see on every Catalina. They have a pole for handholds. And then moving forward into the salon, on the starboard side, we have that either 2 seats or this converts into and makes this into a full-length settee. Ultra leather on these newer boats, really pretty. And on the starboard side, this boat is a little bit beamier, I think, than the 355. So you get a little extra room here. In this particular boat, I'm going to take this off and show you this table because this is one of my favorite Catalina things. So this table can either be as a cockpit table or a cocktail table in a smaller square, or you can flip it out. And you have this bigger, beautiful table. And just notice, again, the high quality finish on this, all the grains matching. Even when you flip these in, the grains match. Grains match this way, they match this way. It's really, really pretty. The owners like to leave this way because it's easier to get in and out. You have a little extra room on this 3/8 wide. This is extra here. So you got a nice hanging locker here. And then you get these nice deep drawers. Filing drawer. Okay. Forward stateroom. Pretty similar to the 355. Nice big queen. There's a little seat on this side. I didn't show you this on the other one, but it's basically the same thing in 355. And you have a little makeup place here. And if you look at this, the wood on this is all solid teak. So no veneer, no plywood, all solid teak. That's one of the reasons why these boats hold their value for so long is after you use this boat for 5 years, it looks like it just came out of the factory. They don't get beat up. Whereas some of our competitors, after 5 years on some of these other boats, you can tell they're kind of worn out and the veneers, banged up and things like that. So one of the big advantages, the doors on these Catalinas are all teak, solid teak, and they do a vinyl on the inside on a bathroom door to protect that teak. But you don't have veneer doors. You don't have tape on the edges that gets banged up. We'll go in the head this way. So you got an electric head here. Same thing with the holding tank outboard, gravity fed. And then you got a shower. And this shower is a little bit more separated than the one on the 355. And then a vessel sink. This boat has the optional teak grates on the floor in the bathroom. All right. And then we'll go to the aft stateroom. So this aft stateroom gives you more room back here. It's a bigger berth. And you also get a nice little seat here. little bigger closets. This one's kind of full. And you have 1, 2, 3 hatches, and you got this huge, actually, I'm sorry, 3 ports, and then you have this huge hatch right here that's underneath the seats. Engine access in the back. It's right here. So this is where you get to your strainer, your fuel filter, your antifreeze overflow. And there's a nice little light in here. Make sure you want to take a look at that again. So everything's right here. So all your repetitive service items, the fuel filter, cleaning the strainer, checking the antifreeze, it's all right here. Really easy to get to. One of the things we talk about a lot about what Catalina has done is to make it easy for you to maintain these boats. And then underneath here, I'm not going to open this up either. You just pull a couple pins and then a couple snaps and you open it up to the engine. There's a Yanmar engine. They're using Yanmars on all their boats now. Little storage underneath here. Got his flares here. His offshore flares here. So really cool boat. On the side here, which I'm not going to be able to open. Anyways, this is a door to your dipstick. This latch is a little. I'm not going to play with it. So Catalina 385, a little bit bigger than 355, a little more room. Just a great boat. Sails a little bit faster. It'll be a little better sailing boat since it's it's 3 feet longer. Catalina quality throughout this boat. So do we have any questions from anybody? No questions? Let's peek under the floor. Oh, look at that. All right. Okay, cool. Keel boats are easily accessible. All these floors come up. They give you some hatches that are easy to come up, and then there's screws that hold down the rest of the floors. We talked about the vinyl teak and holly. It's really, really pretty. But down in, when you pull these up, this here is your water manifold, your fresh water manifold. So really easy to get to. This is a high water alarm. So just these little extra features like this that you don't get on most boats that are really nice. Let's see if there's a hatch under here. No. Let's pull up this floorboard. Just easy access. Nice and clean. Let's see. All right, so let's wrap this up. We'll give away some prizes. Gailey's going to take over for me, and this is a 2018 or 19, I'm not sure. I think it's an 18. 385, Catalina 385. We're selling these new, so if you're interested, give me a call. We'll give you a boat show special on it. Gailey, take it away.
Okay, now. Thank you, Wayne, giving us a tour of the 350, the 355, the Harbor 25, the Catalina 385. There's 4 beautiful boats. Again, if we have the boat specials, if you're interested in seeing the boats, buying a boat, please give us a call. Visit atomictunayachts.com. We'd be happy to show you around the boats and give you a more detailed tour. So before we go to cast off the lines, we will give away a couple of more prizes. So we have another 2 nights free at the marina for Marina Village Yacht Harbor. And who do we have? Gerald Hardcastle. Gerald Hardcastle, thank you for participating. Please reach out to us and we'll send you your certificate. So now the moment I know a lot of you have been waiting for, there's several people that dream for years about going cruising, circumnavigation, and it's a lot of work to get your boat ready, get yourself, your crew ready, a lot of preparation for the long voyage. You're gonna hear from Peter Benziger and his wife, Margie. They did a 9-year circumnavigation. So I'll turn it over to them so they can introduce themselves.
I assume we're on, so hello everybody. I'm Peter Benziger. I'm with the Atomic Tuna Yacht sales team, and we are broadcasting from Peregrina.
And I'm Margie Benziger. I help Pete when customers are looking for a woman's perspective.
So we'll roll our presentation and we'll be here after it to answer any questions. Okay, Kevin.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. The presentation of Cast Off the Lines and Cruise. We'll be together for about 35 minutes. If you have some questions, submit them and we'll get to them at the end of the presentation.
Hi, I'm Margie.
And I'm Peter. Welcome to our presentation. We finished a 9-year circumnavigation of the world, and now we're in Alameda, California, working with Atomic Tuna. We're going to share some of our thoughts and learnings and lessons from our trip.
And I'll chime in every once in a while with a woman's perspective, because I know there are women out there that have special issues, special questions, and concerns.
In January 2010, we departed Florida, went down through the Caribbean, went through the Panama Canal, the Galapagos, and spent the year crossing the Pacific Ocean, arriving at Australia. In 2011, we went up the east coast of Australia, through all of Indonesia, up to Thailand. In 2012, we spent the time in Southeast Asia, including both sides of Malaysia, Borneo, and the Philippines. 2013, we crossed the Indian Ocean to Africa. 2014, we crossed the Atlantic Ocean to Trinidad. 2015, we spent in the Caribbean, arriving back in Panama. 2016, we went through the Panama Canal a second time, went up the west coast of Central America. 2017, we spent in Mexico and the Sea of Cortez. And in 2018, we brought the boat to San Francisco.
We know that many of you have concerns and questions about long-term cruising, and we hope that we'll answer them today. We're going to give you a slice of life on a cruising boat heading around the world and cover the main issues that we think are of interest to you.
We'll start by talking about getting ready to go before you actually cast off those dock lines. Finding the right boat. It took us a while to find Peregrina. She's a Tiana 47, 1990, a Robert Perry design, center cockpit, a cutter rig, weighs about 19 tons. Margie and I looked and learned a lot as we looked for Peregrina, and we're happy to share those lessons with you and help you find your perfect boat.
Here we are on Peregrina going wing and wing toward Indonesia. We have dolphins playing at the bow, between 5 and 8 dolphins. The boat is sailing wonderfully actually now. There's our rig coming down again. And Margie is just getting into the cockpit. We've been sitting on the bow watching the dolphins. Next stop, Indonesia.
Before you cast off the dock lines and leave, there's a number of categories that you should spend time on. We certainly did. Finances, how the money is going to be held, who's going to invest it, who's going to release it when you need it, if there's powers of attorney, insurance, how is your boat insured, how is your health insurance taken care of. There are some companies that do offer international health insurance. Your legal papers, getting your boat documentation, registration, updated insurance, crew lists, estate planning, setting up any kind of durable powers of attorney, health care directives, and certainly your will. This is quite a large subject. If anybody has specific questions, please feel free to contact me at Atomic Tuna.
When you're getting ready for a passage, there's just so much to do. We always do a full rigging check every time we leave port. It's also important to check your canvas. Make sure there are no rips. Repair everything before you leave. On the lower left-hand corner, you can see that Pete's ready to dive on our boat. We check the zincs, we check the propeller, making sure everything looks good below. And then on the upper left, he's working on an emergency tiller. You need backups for everything on your boat, and make sure you check all of their systems every time you leave on a major passage. It was sunny but unseasonably cold on January 5th, 2010, when Peregrina left the dock and Miami behind. We had planned well, and we were ready for an adventure of a lifetime. One of the decisions you'll have to make when considering long-term cruising is whether to join a rally or go it alone. This is a personal decision. In our case, we decided to join the Blue Water Rally to cross the Pacific. And it was a wonderful decision to be in a group for our first long passage. However, we did leave the rally in Australia because we didn't want to go around the world in 27 months.
We met up with the Blue Water Rally in Panama and transited the canal together. Usually you go through in a raft of 3 boats. Peregrina was off in the center boat.
Here's Peter steering us through the Panama Canal. We've just passed through one of the 6 locks on the way to the Pacific Ocean. Here's our route from Panama to Australia. After we went through the canal, we spent some time in the Galapagos Islands. And then we moved on to the Marquesas, the Tuamotus, Tahiti in French Polynesia, the Cook Islands, Tonga, Fiji, Vanuatu, and finally Australia. We will show you pictures of every single stop on our itinerary, but we did want you to see some of the wildlife that is on the islands in the Galapagos. It's truly a magical place and well worth your visit.
On the Blue Water Rally, one of the great benefits was making friends. Everybody helped everybody out in terms of getting their boat ready, provisioning, navigation. But basically, there were 28 other boats, and by the end of our time with the Blue Water Rally, we have 28 friends for life. One of the great pleasures was getting together with everybody for the rally on different islands and being served different native cuisine. Many times we would have absolutely no idea what we were eating, but we had a lot of fun eating it. One of the fun things on the Blue Water Rally was we celebrated everybody's birthday. Here's our friend Jeremy blowing out a birthday cake. But the day before, we asked him, what is it you really want for your birthday? And he told us he wanted to be surrounded by beautiful women. So Jeremy got his wish. He's up there smiling broadly, surrounded by beautiful women. All the males on the boats dressed up as women. You can see Miss Galapagos 2010, which looks a lot like me. Margie picked out my ensemble and my pearls and did my hair.
For all you parents that are considering taking your children out of school and going cruising, my advice is do it now. Boat-schooled kids are the best. We traveled around the world with a number of families over the course of the last 8 years, and it was one of the most joyful parts of our cruising experience. Here in Tonga, one of the children wanted a party, and she wanted a pink party. So all of us got together and we all wore pink to celebrate her birthday. You can see Charlotte, one of the children on the boat, Miss Tippy, on the lower left-hand side. She's now studying to be a doctor. So let's talk about life aboard a sailboat. In the next few slides, we'll give you an idea of what our life was like and what we learned. Provisioning doesn't need to be a daunting task. In the big cities, you're able to find large supermarkets and shop for long term. In the smaller venues and the islands, you shop locally, buying what the natives eat, learning how to cook, and it's a wonderful experience. Cooking, on the other hand, is a challenge. You're subject to the sea, you're subject to the wind, and sometimes some unfortunate accidents can happen. This is an example of what we call floor food. On a rough passage, it wasn't unusual to have a plate fly across the counter or fly off the table. We always felt that there was a 30-second rule, and if we could get the food back in the plate and on the table within 30 seconds, it was good enough to eat.
Eating fresh fish you caught was great. We could cook them on the grill on the stern of the boat or down below. But sometimes I like them really fresh. Each boat will have to determine what is the best watch system, depending upon the number of people on the boat and the passage. On Peregrine, it was very simple. I went to sleep from 10 o'clock at night until 2 in the morning, and Margie went to sleep from 2 o'clock till about 6:30. We ate all our meals together, and whoever was tired during the day went down and took a nap or did some reading. Whenever you leave the dock, safety is always your first priority. Here's a quote by Albert Einstein. "A ship is always safe at the shore, but that is not what it is built for." So offshore cruising and passage making requires extra effort. It requires that you go through issues that possibly could happen to your boat and the equipment you have on board to make sure you're ready to use it.
One of the best practices that we employed was always considering what ifs. We talked about this in advance so that if things popped up, we would be ready to act. For example, on the upper left-hand corner, you see a storm approaching us. We would already know what our what ifs are. One of the things we would immediately do would be to reduce sail.
On the upper right, I'm all decked out, getting ready for my night watch, Fowleys, PFDs, tethered in, headlight. On the bottom left, you can see a split screen on our chart plotter. At night, we would often run radar plus AIS in areas of congestion.
And one of the reasons we did that, the what ifs, what if a big cargo ship pops out of the fog? By the time we got to the Indian Ocean, 46 knots and rough seas became the new normal. Even if Peter had to go forward in a rough sea to swap out a frayed line, we knew we could handle anything that came to us.
Here's Peregrine sailing along in the Indian Ocean under a reefed Genoa, but a full main. We're doing about 7.7 knots. We've come about 1,350 miles since we left Coco's Keeling. Got some laundry cooking. The dinghy's been deflated because of the heavy seas, and all is well on board. From the Indian Ocean, this is Captain Pete wishing.
Let's talk a little bit about navigation and communication. A lot has changed since we left in 2010. There's better charting systems, better communication systems, and better technology.
And I know for women, communication is really an important issue. Leaving your friends and family behind is daunting, but I can guarantee you that you will not be alone and you will be able to reach out and talk to your family.
One of the lovely advantages is having access to SSB nets as you travel around the world. In this picture, I'm looking at the radar screen, and the yellow is a storm, and the center of the screen is Peregrina. We're in the midst of it. But I'm able to reach out and talk to boats either close or hundreds of miles away that are on a net and find out what the weather conditions are there, what forecasts they've received, and discuss some route planning.
It's also really helpful when you're at anchor. The local nets in all the sailing communities are really active. Usually morning and evening, you can get on a net and find out what's going on in the local community, talk about plans for events and get-togethers, and share cruising notes.
Outside of the US, modern technology often leaves you relying on your senses. In many parts of the world, there are extensive fishing nets in the water with just a small flag or attached to a plastic bottle. The boats themselves may not have any lights and certainly no navigation lights or AIS. The fishing pens generally are unlit, so you have to be very, very careful.
Here we are in Palawan, and we're going into Puerto Princesa, and here's a small fishing boat, which is actually going to pass Peregrina, and we're doing about 5-6. They're saying hello to us. That's a outrigger fishing boat by us as we sail along. Goodbye, fishing boat, zipping right.
Whoops, honey, sorry, I hit a tree. We were going up the Cleas River in Borneo, and there's Margie in the top left looking out to the port side while I'm looking straight ahead, but I can't see through the bimini, and I hit a tree that was overlooking the river. It brought Peregrina to a standstill, a huge crash, and the leaves came down all over the boat, complete with all the different critters and creatures and worms and insects that traveled with us for the next 2 weeks. In the middle one on the bottom, you'll see me. I'm at the top of the mast looking down, taking a picture, because I had to go up and do a rig check to make sure the rig was going to stay up. One of the navigational challenges in the South Pacific is atolls. An atoll is a ring-shaped island that encloses a central lagoon. This is usually associated with islands formed by volcanoes, and then coral reefs become established around the partly submerged volcanic cone. They're wonderful places to anchor. They're very secure, very dramatic, but the charts have no depths on them. One of the dangers navigating atolls is something called bommies. These are coral extrusions which come right from the bottom straight up and sometimes break the surface and sometimes hide beneath the surface. So you can have 30 feet of water under your keel, and a foot away it can be zero.
In this photo, you can see that Peter's hoisting me up the mast in the bosun's chair. You can also see that I'm wearing my marriage savers. These are hands-free headsets that are invaluable on a boat. We use them when someone's going up and down the mast, and we use them most of all when people are anchoring. It's great to be able to talk to your partner without yelling and anchor without incident. But right now, I'm heading up the mast because I'm on the lookout for bommies. As you navigate the atolls, it's really helpful to be able to have someone up in the mast to see where they are so that you can direct whoever's driving the boat to the starboard, to the port, to avoid bommies. The best time to do this is between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. when the sun is high in the sky. Early morning and late afternoon, the sun reflects on the water and it's hard to see them. But soon we'll be anchored, it'll be time for sundowners, and we'll be enjoying our atoll adventure. Now, the next video we're going to show is a boat very similar to ours, exiting the atoll. The current is fierce, and I think you'll find this video very exciting.
Island Kia going out the pass at Rangaroora. Wow.
So let's talk about health and medical care. On board, we have the Adventure 3000 medical kit, which has everything possible to take care of wounds, burns, broken bones, fever, cuts, bruises, the whole enchilada. Even if you have your own medical kit on board, there may be times when you have to seek medical care on land. From my experience, I had to have my blood tested every 6 to 8 weeks. Sometimes we went to big, beautiful hospitals, and sometimes they were small clinics. But everywhere, the medical care was great. And if you have insurance, they won't accept your card, most likely, but you can get reimbursed. And medical care in most countries is a lot less expensive than it is here in the U.S. Here's an example of Peter and I towing the line. You've probably been advised to wear deck shoes on a boat, and it is good advice, but I have to say that we probably threw that advice out on the second or third day of our circumnavigation. As a result, our feet often look like this. All I can say is be careful, wear deck shoes if possible, and if not, try to avoid those jib tracks, cleats, and stanchions.
Despite what Margie tells me, I tend to reuse the same work clothes from day to day and just take them off and throw them onto the boat. In Borneo, I was painting the bottom and got some green anti-fouling paint on my shirt. Every night I would just take the clothes off under the boat and Margie wouldn't see them, but saw this huge rash appearing on the back of my shoulder. We couldn't figure out where it was, till finally Margie held up my dirty clothes and the rash coincided with the same mark as my my bottom paint. So another stupid manly man theory.
Another stupid manly man theory is why wear sunscreen? I wear sunscreen all the time, but for years Peter didn't. He liked that manly suntan look. But I brought him back to Miami one year and we went to a dermatologist, and she said he needed a chemical treatment to determine whether there were precancerous cells on his face. We found out there were a lot. He's now a big proponent of sunscreen.
When you check into a country, the first thing you do is you put up your yellow quarantine flag. You will then see immigration, customs, and the port captain. You'll need copies of all your paperwork, multiple copies. You need to keep those documentations from that visit until you exit the country, and you'll need to keep your exit visa so that when you enter a new country, that they will know where you came from.
Here's an example of how we made customs and immigration check-in fun. We employed banana pancake diplomacy. When our agents came on board, I had a plate full of banana pancakes with maple syrup ready. We had a great day. In the end, we gave them our ensign, and check-in went very smoothly.
When something breaks on Peregrina, I asked, what would MacGyver do? He was a television star years ago who would always cobble together a solution in a creative way. It's a good idea to live on your boat for 6 months or so before you leave for a long-term cruise, because you need time to get to understand the systems, make sure you have the right tools on board, the right procedures, and the right spare parts.
Early in our trip, we had a storm off Cuba, which literally ripped the headboard off the mainsail. We were able to repair it and continue on in our journey. When we got to Grand Cayman, we showed it to a sailmaker. He said it was one of the ugliest jobs he'd ever seen, but that sail is still sailing on the boat today.
Here's an example of another surprise. The boom bang, the hard bang, broke off the boom, and had to look for a solution to that because we were doing a lot of downwind sailing, so the boom was very far out, and we needed something to pull the boom down. And I asked myself, what would MacGyver do? Well, we just got a block and tackle, I think a 4-to-1 purchase, and figured out a way to get it up there and put it around the foot of the mast, pulled it down, and it worked just fine. 600 miles from Africa, the boom broke off the mast. In the upper left, you can see how I refastened it around the mast. We couldn't use the main, but things were fine. We just continued under jib. The bottom right shows where the rivets pulled out of the gooseneck. It had been put on in Thailand, and I was not happy with the job. And the lesson for me is that if you don't like what somebody else does to your boat, get it redone or do it yourself so that it meets your standards. Let's take a look at some of the wonders of this planet.
Do your Lulu. 5 or 6 dolphins standing right next to the boat. They're very close. They go from one side of the boat to the other. Here they come again. They can turn on a dime. And it's a whole family of them. I put my feet down in the water and they're very, very close to my feet. They turn sideways and kind of look at us. There's about 6 of them now. And I don't know if you can see them well, but they're right here. They're right next to the boat. Here, I'll show you on this other side.
We're in the Komodo Islands of Indonesia, the only place in the world you'll find Komodo dragons. These prehistoric mammals are huge. They can weigh up to 150 pounds, but don't be deceived, they can move very fast. You'll see in the next video that we got up close and personal.
We are on the island of Komodo. Here's some Komodo dragons walking around, and we got a little baby walking to the left of the camera over here. And then we got one guy coming toward us. He seems to be a little bit hungry, and we're looking pretty good here. So there we go.
Hello?
He's hungry.
Hello? When you pull into Kumai, which is a town in southern Borneo, part of Indonesia, you see a number of bird hotels. These hotels attract swiftlets. Inside the hotels, they harvest the nests for the Chinese bird nest soup. It's a great delicacy.
Not far from Kumai is the Richard Leakey Orangutan Sanctuary. We visited the sanctuary for a couple of days and it was an amazing experience. Orangutans are endangered. They're only found in Borneo and Sumatra. Orangutan actually means man of the forest, and this big boy weighs 300 pounds. He's got an 8-foot arm span. The next slide shows a female with one of her little ones on one of the feeding stations. Here you see Peregrina anchored in the Phang Nga National Park in Thailand. We're in our dinghy and we are about to go inside one of the hongs. The monoliths you see in the upper right and lower left are 300 or 400 feet tall, and they're hollowed out so there are caverns inside.
We're in Phang Nga National Park, and we are exploring the hongs, H-O-N-G. These are natural-made caves where the limestone has fallen in on itself and made caves and giant openings in the center of mountains. See above the stalactites or stalagmites, I don't know, and they're just spectacular.
Crocodiles can be aggressive. In the upper left, you'll see a picture of a crocodile attacking a fellow in a boat. The upper right shows a footbridge a man was walking across in Indonesia and a crocodile got him. The lower left, you'll meet Crunchy, who was our crocodile. He was sunning himself every morning right next to Peregrina. We were anchored in a river, and we used to go over and take the dinghy close to him and take pictures, and he wouldn't like that. Then he would get in the water and follow us around. So these are his eyes, kind of following us around in the dinghy.
Jacques Cousteau said mankind has probably done more damage to the earth in the 20th century than in all of previous human history. We'd have to agree. As we travel around the world, we noticed so much pollution, so much environmental damage, and it was truly devastating. That's not sunlight you see sparkling on the water. It's actually styrofoam. Cruising through the South China Sea, we saw tons and tons of styrofoam. They actually make fishing floats out of it. They wrap it with nets, and slowly the styrofoam just sort of wears away, and you find yourself cruising through miles and miles of floating pellets.
Most of the pollution washes up on the windward side of the islands. You will find extensive arrays of plastics and styrofoams and toys. In the bottom right, we found Wilson's soccer ball from the Tom Hanks movie. In the top left picture, you'll see the top of my sea strainer, which basically filters the water from the ocean before it goes into my engine. You can see that it's totally clogged up. On the bottom right picture, you'll see some of the things I pulled from it. There was a 2.5 to 3 foot plastic bag, other pieces of shrunken bottles, styrofoam. It basically shut my engine down. The pollution in the world extends onto the seafloor. Many times I couldn't get my anchor up, or I brought it up with an immense amount of garbage around it so that it wouldn't set. We carry 4 scuba tanks on board because frequently I have to dive to go and clear the anchor or get it up from an undersea cable.
Even though we do have environmental issues around the world, the ocean is still a marvel. Peter and I have scuba dived and snorkeled all around the world, and in many places the reefs are healthy and the fish are abundant. Take a look at these 3 little clownfish. They've apparently taken over a clamshell, and they're very territorial, so they don't go far away, and they'll venture out a little bit and then sneak right back. Some people thought we were crazy to set off and sail around the world, but I have to say it was the most wonderful experience, and it was made all the more worthwhile by all the wonderful people we met.
The fun thing about cruising is you never know where you're going to make good friends. The woman on the left from Papua New Guinea, we met hiking in a trail in Australia. The upper right, we ended up helping the CSY owner and his wife pull their boat off a shore after a violent storm. They'd lost their rudder. Down below in the bottom right, we're doing relief work in Uranga, Australia, after a flood devastated some people's homes. In Cape Town, South Africa, I found an alumni from my grad school, called him up and went over to see him. He ended up owning a rope factory. And when I left in the bottom right, you can see I'm covered with probably 1,000 feet of new line. So you never know who you're going to meet.
Here we are. We just pulled into Palawan on Peregrina. And lo and behold, guess what we have? We have some friends who come out to say hello. Hi, everybody. Hi. 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 There's a tree canoe made out of a huge old tree. Very pretty kids. Very friendly. And they want lollipops, don't they? And they're having a ball here. Lots of them.
It's not unusual in Thailand for young men to join a Buddhist monastery for a certain period of time. We were fortunate enough to participate in the initiation ceremony of this young man here. He's the nephew of sailing friends of ours from Thailand, and we were able to join the family as they shaved his head, dressed him, and attended the ceremony.
Fierce competition here in Australia for the Beer Can Regatta Championship. Hotly contested, highly professional teams, many of which have consumed over 3,000 to 4,000 beers to participate.
In Malaysia, we needed a notary public stamp to help our daughter with some legal documents. We couldn't find a notary public, but we found Zachariah, who had a giant wooden stamp in the language Bahasa, which nobody could read in America, But we stamped it and it worked just fine. Became very good friends with Zachariah and his family. Went to their apartment. They eat with absolutely no silverware. Everything is with your right hand. So there's lots of fun adapting.
We're on board Peregrina, screaming along in the Atlantic Ocean toward St. Helena's Island, about 370 miles away from here. We're doing over 7 knots on wing and wing and very variable winds between 14 and 22. Terrible winds, we've had no winds, we've had rain, we've had just about freezing cold, we've had just about everything you can get. I got to get.
Our circumnavigation ended in the San Blas Islands, where we crossed our outbound path and celebrated with a magnum of champagne. We continued on to San Francisco, and now we are looking forward to helping you follow your dreams.
Thank you for joining us, and may all your dreams come true. We're very eager to help you find the yacht of your dreams also, so contact me at Atomic Tuna Yachts. I think we're back. Hope you enjoyed coming on board Peregrina with us. And is there any questions? Gailey, anyone have anything? Are we on?
Are we on? I'm not hearing anything.
Well, here's one. Somebody asked us what our favorite place is. It's a really hard question to answer. It sometimes takes us 10 minutes to answer those. I think my favorite island group is the Tuamotus, which are after the Marquesas and before the French Society Islands, and they are atolls. Marge, what's yours?
I think we loved almost every place we were in. It's so hard to pick a favorite. There were so many places where we were diving that we really enjoyed. The Philippines, Fiji, Bonaire. Those were really spectacular spots for diving. We took Thailand. We took a lot of shore excursions, rented cars, and drove all over Thailand. That was fantastic. It's a really hard question to answer. I always liked the last place we were.
Well, also I think that what was your favorite experience in terms of wildlife or people? And do you remember that time in Vanuatu at church? Why don't you describe that?
Oh, no, we were in the Cook Islands, and we always try to go to a church service if we can find one. And we were in the Cook Islands, and it was just so amazing. The church filled up, and all the women sat in the front, and all the men sat in the back. And we thought that was a little strange, but the women sat in the front and they had the most beautiful floral hats decorated with flowers and so colorful. And when the singing began, it was just amazing because they sang in rounds so that the women would sing and then the men would sing. And the music got louder and louder, and it just about blew the roof off the church. That was one of the most wonderful days we spent.
We have a couple more questions here. One is, did you feel the need for folding bikes? We have folding bikes behind us.
We do.
It would have been, oops, take off the screen, I guess. Let's see if that goes away. Okay. But we do have folding bikes, and we didn't get them until partly around the world, but yes, I would absolutely recommend them. One of the other things that we found was really necessary was to have wheels on our dinghy that allow the dinghy to be pulled up the beach because, of course, there's no marinas where most of the places we go. And a lot of the places, no people.
And sometimes the tide was...
And the tide was, we actually got the dinghy stuck once on a remote island. We were the only ones there. And we'd gone up to see some waterfalls and gotten lost for a while. When we came back, the tide had gone out and the dinghy was almost a quarter of a mile from the ocean. So we had to walk over the reef, swim out to the boat, and then at night I swam in at 11:30.
When the tide was back.
Tide was back in and got in. So we also asked if a question here that I just saw, do you have a dive compressor on board? No, but it would have been nice. We made friends with people who had dive compressors or filled them up when we could, but that's the reason we had to carry multiple tanks for that. Let's see, is there any other questions here?
I think somebody said.
Oh, about, is there one thing you would change about your boat? Wow. Peregrine is an excellent, excellent blue water cruiser. There's an amazing amount of storage capacity. I'd like a dive compressor. What would you?
I think a smaller chart plotter in the cockpit.
Yeah. When we put the chart plotter in the cockpit in front of the wheel,
we thought bigger was better.
Thought bigger was better, but it's actually bigger is not better up there because I'm always yelling at Margie, get your head out of the chart plotter. You don't want to rely on your charts for your navigation. You want to rely on all your senses.
Size of the boat.
Size of the boat. We started looking for a boat in 38 to 42 feet. We thought that was a good boat we could handle. Still not quite sure how we arrived at 47 feet.
Well, the more I looked at 38 to 40 foot boats, thinking that we were going to go on what could have been and turned out to be a 10-year tenure on our boat, I felt like we probably would need a little more space. 47 feet, 47, 48, that for me felt comfortable for the two of us to handle. I didn't want a boat that we had to feel we needed crew.
But we have an enormous spinnaker pole. I don't know, it's 18 feet long. And it took us about 6 months before we became comfortable handling that. And after a while, Margie and I were able to put that up and take it down by ourselves in the snap. We just felt comfortable being with two of us. We had another couple aboard for part of the passage, but we found basically that we could run the boat just very safely by ourselves.
Yeah, I think it's if you want a long-term cruising boat.
This is a great one.
Yeah. 20, 30 years ago, people were going around the world in 35, 40 foot boats. But now the systems are so much more refined and the technology is such that we could handle the 47 foot boat, the two of us, very, very well.
We had a question about pets on board. We know you love your pets, but taking them to other countries is very, very difficult. Everything becomes more complicated. We had a cruising friend from Australia who took his cat in Indonesia and Thailand, and
trying to get it back home.
Cost them about $3,000. They had to pay for the cat to stay in a cat hotel in Malaysia for 6 months.
It had to be quarantined. The cat had to be quarantined for 6 months before they could bring it back to its own country. We did not travel with a pet, and I would suggest it makes things difficult. Maybe a bird.
Well, not even a bird.
Turtle.
But Peregrine is a great boat. Actually, we're going to be putting her on the market in June if anybody's interested in a live aboard cruiser or a long distance blue water boat. It's been our home for 11 years, and we love it to death.
Love it.
And actually, the fellow who sold it to us, the last thing he did was from the dock, he leaned in and kissed the boat goodbye. So
what we will do.
We'll probably do that also.
Hey, Peter.
Okay, I think that's getting.
We got a couple more.
You have some prizes to give. Oh, forgot. Yeah, at 3 o'clock we have a nautical trivia quiz. So please come at 3 o'clock and test yourself and win some more prizes.
Peter, are you there?
4:30. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple more questions. How much did you save to be able to do the circumnavigation?
Yeah. Okay. Marge?
That's such an interesting question, and we get it all the time. How much does it cost to cruise around the world? It's going to cost what you have. there are people that cruise around the world in big, beautiful, brand new boats. And they go out to dinner when they're in port. They go out to dinner every night. And, you know, they take, you know, extensive land excursions. They go back and forth home several times a year. You're going to spend what you have. I always say we see the same sunsets that those big boats do. And we meet, actually, sometimes I think we meet more people that way than the big boats do. I'm not trying to not answer your question, but I will tell you that it's a lot less expensive than living
we
living at home.
spend a third of what we live.
Yeah.
Marge, you remember that that boat we saw in the South Pacific that had no engine with those kids aboard?
Yeah, we met a boat in the South Pacific. We kept seeing this boat over and over again, and finally at one port we ran into. They were 3 kids from the university. They had just graduated from the University of Georgia, and they were, you know, their plan was to sail around the world, and they didn't have an engine. So I wouldn't do that, but.
So the answer is, if you want to do it, do it. Just figure out a way to go.
Yeah.
As Margie said, you see the same sunsets, just get out there and,
Yeah.
and cast those dock lines off and cruise.
Our biggest expense, I think, was coming back home. We tried to come. I came home twice a year for a month or so. Peter came home once or twice a year. And that really was the biggest expense, the airfare if you're in Southeast Asia or Thailand or South Africa, you know, our airfare, and, you know, we had to rent a car, we'd have to stay in a hotel. So that was actually one of the biggest expenses.
Well, I think we're about out of time.
Unless, Kevin, do you have anything
Kevin,
else?
do you have some more questions? Well, it's been a real pleasure, guys. We have at 4:30 is my presentation on my favorite tools. And you may not have ever seen about 3/4 of these tools before. So they're kind of unique. And the trivia at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we good to go?
Are we good to go?
Thanks so much for joining us.
I guess we're still here.
Hey everybody, how you doing? That was a fun talk from Peter and Margie. Thanks guys, that was really good. And you guys really got some good questions there. So we'll have to do that again. All you people that are listening into us, send us feedback. If you like things like Peter and Margie and what they did sailing around the world, we'll do more of those. So yeah, we want to give you guys good information. So that was fun. Thanks, Peter and Margie. Let's give away a couple prizes. We got some binoculars from West Marine. They're over there somewhere, but the winner is Gove Celia. Hey, Gove, pair of binoculars from West Marine. Congratulations. Yeah, let me have those. All right, here we go. Coastal West Marine, Coastal 100s. Thanks, Gove. Let's give away a 3-hour sail on a 425 to, let's see, Tim Lamar. Hey, Tim, you won a sail on a 425. So stop by. I know you live down here in the marina. So we'll get you on that 425. Let's give away a $100 gift certificate from KKMI from Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. And that one we will give to Roz Zacks. So Roz, if you're local, you got a $100 gift certificate to KKMI. If you're not, let us know. We'll get you something else. All right, cool. Next up, we're gonna take you through a walkthrough on a Catalina 425. We just gave Tim Lamar a ride on one of those. 425 is a great boat. We've been talking about it all weekend. We have a 2018 here. We're also selling them as new boats, but you should really watch this video. And then we're gonna follow that up with some things about Catalina and why Catalinas are better. So Cav, we got it all teed up. Let's kick it off.
Buddy, we're here today in Alameda at the Fairlawn office, the Northern California Catalina dealer, and we're going to show you a 2018 Catalina 425. These boats are absolutely gorgeous, and if you're looking for a cruising boat to go around the world, you couldn't get a better boat than this Catalina 425. So follow me down the docks and we'll go ahead and get on the boat. Okay, first thing you note when you get on this boat is that you got a nice handhold right here at the entranceway, and it's sitting on top of a hard dodger. So we spec all our boats to have these hard dodgers. We think it's the best way to have a cruising boat. You've got these polycarbonate windows that are really clear. They'll stay that way for 10 years. They're just really, really nice. The hard dodger is really nice. You can put some solar panels on if you want. You can walk on it. There is a window in it so you can see your mainsail. And when you get inside, you'll see that there's plenty of height for standing in the companionway when you're out underway and you're doing watches. Up here at the pointy end of the boat, you'll see that you got a nice stainless steel double bow roller. You can attach your asymmetrical tack forward. That's what that's meant for. You've got a Furlex furling system, and this is a self-tacking jib that's on there now. So makes it for easy sailing, easy short-handed sailing, couple sailing. This jib makes it so when you tack, all you got to do is turn the wheel. You got nice sized cleats here, and under my feet is the anchor locker. We open the anchor locker, you'll see you've got a vertical windlass. You've got a split anchor locker, so you can keep two rods of chain and or rope rode separate and carry two anchors. Easy access. There's a really deep fall, so the chain doesn't pile up. You don't ever have to knock it down. It'll just tend itself. And you've got some cleats on the inside here as well, so you can tie off your anchors after you deploy them, or anchors. Another nice little feature that a lot of boats don't have, but Catalina has really thought about how you're going to use this boat as a cruising boat. There's a pad eye here, so you can tie off the bitter end of your anchor rope, which you can see they've done right here. So really nice little touch, nice thinking, thoughtful. Here we've got the remote for the windlass. Up and down remote. It's a quick windlass and a quick remote, so you can stand here and you can walk forward and watch your anchor going up and down, control your anchor with this little remote. Notice on this Catalina 425, you've got molded in non-skid. It's a gray color, so it's easy on your eyes, and it's got really good grip. So you got nice non-skid, and then all the hatches on this boat are flush hatches. So when you're walking around, you don't have to worry about kicking the hatches and breaking your toe. They're set up so, of course, the water drains off and drains out. Really nice look as well as functionality. It's a good thing to have these nice flush hatches. Further, and these flush hatches open opposite of each other, so one opens forward, one opens aft. So if you've got wind at the anchorage, or when you're motoring, you can open one or the other to get good flow, or both, of course. This is a deck step mast, and Catalina has done something special with their deck step mast. Rather than having the plate on the top of the compression post on the inside of the boat, and then the mast on the top of the deck where you get deck compression, they have put the plate on the outside of the boat, so when you put the mast on it, there's no deck in between, and then they bolt the mast to the plate. So you have no leakage because there's plenty of surface area to seal the plate, and you have effectively a keel step mast with a deck step mast. So quite ingenious, works great, and it eliminates leaks, and is actually just as strong as a keel step mast. If you look at the attachment for the boom vang, it's really hefty. It's probably, I don't know, probably an inch aluminum plate here, all anodized. All of your halyards and lines coming down are led aft. They use Garhauer blocks. And what Catalina has done throughout this boat is they've checked the engineering on the size of the equipment, including blocks and winches, and they've upgraded to the next size up than the one that's recommended. So you're actually getting oversized equipment on this boat, from the turning blocks to the winches to the shivs. Everything is oversized. Jerry Douglas at Catalina is the designer, and he's really thought through these boats and has put a lot of features into the boat that you probably don't notice just by walking around. But he's seen a lot of failures on all sorts of boats and has figured out how to eliminate a lot of those failures. One of the big failures you get is leakage, either at the chain plates or at the stanchion bases. And what we've done here at Catalina, or I should rephrase that, what Jerry has done and designed is any place that you have the chain plate or the stanchion base, they're raised up about an inch off of the deck. So water never sits here. They're also big flat plates, so you have a big surface area to seal. The other thing that Catalina does is they put in the backing plates inside the fiberglass. They actually bond it inside the fiberglass. And then they have a template that they use, and then they drill the holes for the fasteners, and they fasten them from up above. And they are glassed in so they can never leak. So now you have stanchions and stanchion bases that will never leak. Same thing goes for the chain plates, and these are really unique also. So these chain plates are a ball and socket system on the inside and a solid stainless steel plate on the outside. So this stainless steel plate gets attached to this little raised area, and on the inside is the ball and socket that attaches to the chain plate. The chain plate being with the ball and socket allows it to align perfectly, and you don't get any movement here, so you never get any leaks. The other thing that their design allows is, rather than putting the shrouds and the chain plate all the way outboard, they have them inboard. So now you have a nice clear deck to walk fore and aft, and you don't have to do acrobatics around the shrouds. Really nice feature, especially when you're offshore, especially at night. So you can just walk up and down the decks, and you don't have to worry about getting around the shrouds. There's handholds all the way along the cabin top, nice stainless steel handholds, and you can also see that there is no wood on the exterior of this boat except for the beautiful table, and we'll go show you that in a minute. But the maintenance on this boat is minimal. All you need to do is come hose it off and get a brush and with some soap and do a light brush on it and hose it down. You'll never have to do any varnish on the outside of the boat, except of course if you get the wood, the teak wood table. This boat, and most of the boats that we spec out, have this Schaefer in-boom furling system. We really like it. It makes it easy to raise and lower the main, and it allows for infinite reefing, no matter what sail position you're in. There's an electric cabin top winch to raise and lower the main, so it's pretty effortless, and these things work great. We've never had anybody have a problem. Notice as I step into the cockpit, there's a little cutout right here. That's naturally where you're going to put your foot, and the other foot goes inside at the same height. So it's a real easy transition to go from the deck to the cockpit. Get a great view forward. The carbon fiber wheels on this boat are a gray color. They're really pretty, really nice. There is a lock for the wheel, and there's a Edson steering pedestal that was designed specifically for these Catalinas. A nice seating area back here on either side, whether you're on one tack or the other. And then you've got the pulpit seats back here, and these are where most people end up sitting. Back here in the pulpit seat, you can see down the side of the deck and relax, and it's always a really nice perch for hanging out. This boat has a bimini and a insert that connects the bimini to the hard dodger. And you can leave that up when you're sailing. If you're in the tropics, it's nice to have the shade. And it's easy to use and leave up. You can put some solar panels on top of the bimini if you want. It's got room for 2 big propane tanks. You'll notice that you have this nice stainless steel rail back here, and it actually goes all the way up to the gate. So when you're going in and out of the cockpit or anywhere back here, you have a solid stainless steel rail for safety. Nice thing to have when you're offshore. Over on this side, you've got storage. You can throw your dock lines in here or what have you. Nice easy storage access. It's also got the ELCI for the shore power coming in for protection. Whatever helm you're sitting at, you can just swivel it so you can see it. Below that is the engine gauges, and this is a Yanmar 75 horsepower. Is that right? 75 horse? I think it is. And a fuel gauge as well. And fold up. You can seat 4 people out here easily. You've got a cooler here, an ice cooler that you can keep your drinks in. You'll notice on Catalinas that there's not much wood. This is the only exception on the outside of the boat. It is an option. It really makes the boat stand out. It is just a beautiful piece of work. The workers down in Catalina spend hours and hours and hours just varnishing this. There's upwards of 20 coats of varnish on these nice high gloss varnish. So nice feature on these boats. You've got 2 winches. This winch on the starboard side is for raising and lowering your mainsail. And then there's a little snubber on this side. I'm not sure if you can see that or not. Can you see it, Kev? Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a little snubber on this side. So when you're raising the main, you've got the furling line around the snubber just putting a little tension on it. And vice versa, when you're lowering the main, you've got the furling line on the electric winch and the halyard on the snubber. Another feature that you've got that you can see here how clean the line storage is. You don't have lines hanging all over the place. If you just lift this up, there's all your line storage down there. So it's nice and easy. You just throw, when you're done, just throw all your lines down into the line storage. Put the cover back on. So So let me show you the companionway hatchboard system. This is really cool. To close it, you just grab a hold of this and you just pull it up until you get to that point. And then you slide the hatch back, and if I wasn't here, it would go all the way back, and then you just lift it up till it locks in. To open it up, you just grab the little loop, push it down, push it the rest of the way down, and then put the teak threshold over the top of it. So out of your way, no fuss, no muss. If you're under sail and it's really rough out and you're concerned about getting pooped and getting water in the cockpit, you just raise it halfway. And that'll protect you. It allows for ventilation inside as well. Really nice, nicely done. The window in the hardtop, so now we're inside. I can look up and see the sails here. I'm about 5'8", so there's probably about 5'10", 5'11" clearance here. We did a custom boat for a basketball player that was, I think, 6'10", and they raised this up high enough so he could stand under it. So if you're really tall, you want to do a little customization on the hardtop, we can. As I come down the steps, you can see there's lots of handholds. There's a handhold here. There's a nice big post here that you can hold on to. Anywhere you go, there's handholds in this boat. Jerry, again, thought about that when he was designing this boat. How's a sailor going to use it when they're underway? So the other thing that I want to talk about on this boat that is really spectacular is the fit and finish in the woodwork on this boat. This is not an IKEA boat. This isn't just some veneer slapped over some plywood. All of the edges that are high wear are solid teak. So you see this edge here, this is all solid teak. This corner here is solid teak. The steps are all solid teak. And everything is satin varnish. So if you bang this up, which you will at some point, you can sand it out and refinish it with satin varnish and you won't even notice any damage. Unlike some of the other boats that, that have veneer and tape they're using for the edges that don't hold up, this boat in 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it'll look beautiful. That you have a flat spot to step on the way down. Galley is right at the base of the steps, so you can be cooking down here in the galley and handing food up to the cockpit, and you get really good ventilation here. Corian countertops. There's a little splash guard, and you got a nice deep stainless steel double sink. So you got plenty of depth. You can get big pots and pans in here. Unlike most boats that have these small, tiny little sinks, this is a very adequate sink, of course, with the faucet that comes out. In this back corner, there's a freezer, and it locks up real easily and then drops down. Storage behind the cabinets here. Plenty of storage for silverware and dishes and cups and things like that. And we've got an espresso maker in this boat. Microwave with more storage. And then we've got a cutting board here that slides away for the stove, and you got a nice 3-burner stove with an oven. Nice Force 10 stainless steel gimbal stove. Back here is just some dry storage, pretty easy access. Hanging out on this Catalina 425 is really comfortable down below. There's a C-shaped settee over here and a straight settee on the starboard side. over here we got this little square table. Again, highly varnished, really beautiful finish. And it folds out to a full-size table. It swivels, and now you can see 4 people around here easily. You'll notice on all the woodwork in this boat that all the grains match, and the woodwork is just like high quality furniture. Even when we put the leaves back. You'll see that all the grain matches. So throughout the boat. What Catalina has done to really make this boat feel like it's a lot of open area is that they haven't built any cabinets up high. So that where the windows are and the maple walling, it's all the way out to the edge of the hull. So we get a feel of a really wide boat here. It's really important to get that feel. You don't feel enclosed, and they use the maple as a contrast to really lighten it up and make you feel really comfortable here in the salon. On the starboard side, and it makes a second table where you can have 2 more people sitting here for dinner, or you can just use it as a desk. So really nice feature. Or you can just leave it as a settee, a single settee. These berths are a little over 6 feet long, so you can sleep here at night. If you're underway and you're on a port tack, you can sleep on this side. Same thing on starboard tack on that side. Behind the settee is some electrical items on this side. Starting at the front, we have our Fusion stereo with a dock for your iPhone. We've got your generator panel, start panel here, and an electric plug, and the generator switch, shore power generator switch. We have a battery monitor here, air conditioning switches here, although this boat does not have air conditioning, I don't think. Second, I think it does, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Air conditioning switches here. This boat does have air conditioning. It's got 2 air conditioners, fully cool this boat down. A couple other circuit breakers, one for the engine ECU, one for the Lumar winch, and then your battery switches. All easily accessed. Another thing Catalina was thinking about was how do we access things, or how do you access things when you're actually out working on the boat, cruising the boat. These little lights, these reading lights are nice. They you just touch the end to turn them on. Outboard, you'll notice that you have a vent here. This is your air conditioning vent. So Catalina thought about where do you put the cold air out. It should be up high. Heat sink or heat rises, cold sinks. So you put your cold air up high. And then behind here is wiring and conduit. So Catalina has thought about what the buyer will do years down the road with electrical, where they may have to run more wiring, they may need to replace a wire, so they've made it really easy to do that. Let's sit here. So back here you have your VHF and your propane controller, and here's all your circuit breakers. And Catalina thought through how you use your circuit panel. So when you come on the boat or you leave the boat and you want to turn off or on all the lights, it's the top 3. They kind of group everything. So the next set is for your steaming lights and navigation lights, anchor lights, And then down here is all your navigation gear. So they separate the switches, so it's really easy to open this up and figure out which ones to turn on and off. You've got your gauges, 12.7 volts and 8 amps. We got a lot of lights and things on right now. And your bilge pump controls here. Above us are the hatches. We mentioned there's 2 of them. They open either forward or aft. There's screens, ocean air, and shades. So really nice system. All of the LED, all of the lights are LED, so it's really low electrical usage on the boat. So here we are in the owner's cabin. You got a queen size bed up here. Really spacious owner's cabin, and you got a really cool feature here. So press this button and the back of the bed goes up. So if you want to get away from the kids or whatever, your guests, or just sit back here and read a book, the bed comes up and allows you to sit there and read a book. That they have the light maple wood on the hull sides, again to give you a feel of more openness, and also by doing it on the hull sides, it gives you that bigger space here. There's air conditioning up here. There's a overhead hatch, again with the ocean air shades and screens. Stand-up shower with a door. So, lots of room in here. And you keep the bathroom nice and dry. It's not fully enclosed, so you get good ventilation. There is a port light in here. And then outboard of the toilet is your holding tank. Gravity fed holding tank, which is a big advantage. The door is made of starboard. Here, decent head height. There is a port light up above. You got this nice big window here to bring light in. You got good storage here. It's shelves in a cedar lined closet here, and you've got hanging locker here. Again, cedar lined. Is what they call their filter locker. This is where you can get at your engine fuel filter, your generator fuel filter, your strainer, your overflow for your engine, and also your strainer for your generator. So rather than having to pull engine covers apart or standing on your head, this allows you to do all your work on your main maintenance items right here, really easy. You don't have to pull apart your engine covering to get to it. All you need to do is open a little door, reach in there, grab your dipstick, and it's going to make it easier for you to check your oil. So you will be checking your oil more often, which is a good thing. The port guest stateroom, and again, this is a double, decent sized double. The outboard side with the maple walling is really light and airy, and you also have a window. You have a port light here, and it's got the same storage area as the other side. It's got shelves here and forward. It's got a hanging locker, and they're cedar lined. And then what Catalina has done was thought about how you're going to access all your mechanical items. So all we do is we move the cushion back, we raise the bottom of the bed, and then on this side we open up access. Most of the through hulls on this boat are Marlon. A few of them are bronze, but most of them are Marlon. As we go back further, continue to open doors, we have access, easy access to the generator. This is a Fisher Panda generator. And then all the way back, the last door gives us access to the hot water heater, the battery charger, and the steering gear. So again, Catalina thought through how you're going to use the boat, and they've given you easy access to all the mechanical equipment on the boat. Really nice. Would look really pretty. So they went through all their teak stock. They put together a wood, teak, and holly cabin sole, and then they took high quality photos of it, and they had this teak and holly vinyl floor covering made specifically for Catalina. So underneath the floorboards, you have access to the bilges, and it gives you complete access to everything that you need to get to. It's got a high water alarm, bilge pump, your water system, fresh water system pump is down here, as well as the manifold. Your air conditioning pump is down here. So nice easy access. Your start battery, as well as the house bank, which is back here that I will show you. You'll notice that these are in their own boxes. They are AGMs, and they are made for easy access, and they're separate from the bilge, so you don't have to worry about getting bilge water into your batteries. The board is your house bank, again Lifeline AGMs, and you'll notice that the cables run through a channel underneath the floor. If you ever need to add more cable or change cable, all these floors do come up. So they leave a trough in the floor, so you can just run more cable through it. Access to the engine is really simple. There's two latches, one on either side of the steps here, and then the steps just lean forward, and you get full access to the front of the engine. You can take the steps off if you need more access, but nice easy access to the alternator and the belts and anything else you need on the front end of the engine. And as we saw before, you have full access. Thanks for joining us today on the tour of the Catalina 425 2012 here at our docks in Alameda. You should come by, take a look. If you're thinking about a used boat, this is barely used, or a new boat, we can get you one of those as well. But come on down, take a look. It's a great boat. Hope you enjoyed the video.
Hey everybody, hope you like that 425 video. That's just an awesome boat. We have a 2018 for sale. I think the ask on that is $425. We're doing a special boat show at $399 on that boat. And it's just a great, awesome boat. If you've been watching over the last 4 days, you've seen talks on why the Catalinas are better. You may want to check our YouTube channel. We've got some YouTubes on that. We're also going to be posting all of these talks onto our website. So come back and check them out. We're going to give away a few more prizes here. So let's give away a hat, Atomic Tuna hat, to John Curry. Hey, John, thanks for tuning in. Let's give a wave initiation fee for the Encinal Yacht Club to Jim Lucier. Hey, Jim, thanks a lot. And if you are not in the area or you're not going to use it, let us know. We'll figure something else out for you. So that's for Jim. How about some hull diving? 25% discount hull diving from AAA Hull Divers. I don't know if you guys know Alon or not, but Alon is just awesome. He works hard, does a great job. So how about, let's see, who are we going to give a bottom job, 25% bottom job to? Aiden. All right, Aiden. Aiden Galian. Sorry on the pronunciation on that. I'm losing my voice too a little bit. So 4 days of little much, but good. How about 1 year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes? We've been giving a couple of these away every day. We got another one today. Bob Bitchin, he's a great guy, great magazine. Who do you no, how about Mike Mars? What else we got here? Let's see. We'll do the survey discounts after the survey talk, which is coming up next. Let's see, who do we have here? How about a 50% discount on a bottom job? How about Eva Tanner? There you go, Eva. Congratulations. All right, we're a couple minutes away. I've got a few more prizes to give out. Let's see. I see a couple of my sales guys on there. They're not going to get anything. They have to work for it. James Adams. James, are you local? You get an answer on that? Jim Lassere just texted that he's a member of the St. Francis. So let's give Jim another prize. How about, hey, Jim, how about a bottle of red and white wine from Mount Beautiful Winery? They're our sponsors. Robert Watkins been helping us out, and we'll give you a bottle of red and white. Just let us know where you are. You can either pick it up here or we can drop it off. It's better than shipping it. Shipping costs a bunch and more than the wine's worth. So there you go, Jim. And let's see. So the waive the initiation fee for Encinal, let's give that to somebody else. Let's see, how about waive initiation fee at the Encinal? How about Deanne Landers? Hey, Deanne. I know you guys are looking to move here, and this is a good one for you. Encinal is a great yacht club. Okay. And let's see who else we got here. You guys text or chat with me and tell me if you're local or not local, then I will get the right price for you. But we got lots of prizes to give away. But we have a talk coming up here next. And this is with a couple of the really good surveyors in the Bay Area. Rick Whiting and Randy Sharp. Both Rick and Randy have been surveying for quite a while. I'm going to get them online here in a second, and they will tell you what their history is. They both have really interesting histories, you have to have a lot of background in boating before you can become a surveyor. So they've got a lot of stories. And we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff that these surveyors go through, and what the what to look for, and what not to look for, and what's a big deal and what isn't a big deal. And I see I have Randy and Rick up. Hey guys, how you doing?
Real good.
Good, thank you.
And I assume you can hear us, Wayne?
I can hear you, Randy. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on one sec. I've got something else going on here I got to turn off. Okay. Now I'm good. Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Very well, thank you.
All right. Randy, how you doing?
I'm doing real well.
Good, good, good. So why don't each of you guys, we'll start with Rick, just give us a little background on what you've done in the past and how you became a surveyor.
Sure. Well, let's see. I started mucking around on boats when I was a kid. Probably started sailing when I was 7 years old. I did that over in England. I grew up as a young lad over in England. Came back to I was born in the States. Came back to the States in my teenage years and got very involved in a kind of a very unique scouting group that primarily, we didn't do too many campfire type things, but we did a lot of sailing in the summer and skiing in the winter. And in that organization, we actually built 3 small penguin dinghy sailboats. So that got me into the beginnings of boat building and working with wood and building wooden boats. And I was just spitting from the beginning, and it just took off for me and never stopped. And I progressed on through the years in my teenage years, doing a lot of sailboat racing on the East Coast, starting in small boats, dinghies, and then on into lightning class, and then into keel boats. And I had a friend of my father, neither of my parents were boaters, but a good friend of my dad was, and he took me under his wing. And I started doing longer distance races with him on a I think it was about a 36-foot Sparkman Stevens design boat. And that really got me hooked. So throughout my life, I've been involved in boating, whether it's been sailboats or power boats. I started doing deliveries at a young age because I would be the only guy left after the race was over, and they'd say, hey, you're going to take the boat back. And so that's how it that aspect of it started for me. And I really enjoyed that part of it, just as much as the racing, actually. I had like a real life career working in Southern California in the motion picture industry. I did that for some 30 odd years, which allowed me a lot of free time, chunks of free time between projects where I could go off and go cruising or go on a long distance sailboat race or go pick up somebody's boat and deliver it back home for them. So I kept very active in boats, throughout that career. And as that started to wane, I kind of saw the handwriting on the wall, and I thought I need to find another passion that's going to keep me going for the next 30 or so years. So it was boating, no doubt about it. And I actually worked as a yacht broker for a short while back in the 90s. And
oh no.
And not with very much success, but I sold it. But I had some friends that were surveyors, and I was, at the time, I was a single parent, raising a child, trying to sell boats to stay afloat. And these surveyor friends of mine said, hey, why don't you join up with us and start surveying? And I thought, wow, what a great idea. So I just dove in. And so without, a real engineering background per se, I had always kind of had an interest in science, and I was pretty good at math. So I got involved in SAMS, the Society of Accredited Marine Surveyors, and I started out as an apprentice and apprentice under these two surveyors, full-blown surveyors, for about a year, and then got sent off on my own as a SAMS associate, and I did that for I think 4 years, and then finally sat for the full exam to bring you up to be an accredited marine surveyor. And I did that back in, I think 2011 or 2012. And so I've been surveying now for, I think about 16 years, and I love it. Every day is different. Even, you know, some boats that you've surveyed, production boats that you've surveyed 5 or 6 or 10 or 15 of, and you get on this boat and it's totally different. So the challenges are there every day. It's a very people-oriented business because you're dealing with your client and you're dealing with the brokers and people at the boat yards. And in a sense, as the surveyor, you're kind of in the middle of that mix. And so it's pretty enjoyable, and that's my synopsis.
Yeah, so Rick has talked about a few things here that are kind of interesting. One is the amount of effort that goes into becoming a surveyor. You just can't go out and become a surveyor and say, hey, here's my business card, I'm a surveyor, unlike a yacht broker. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of work to become a surveyor, and we really respect these guys. So Randy, you've got a colored past.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah. Randy's come up a little bit of a different way, and it's got some interesting background. So Randy, why don't you fill us in?
Sure. So basically, I came at this a little bit different than the way Rick did. My background, again, as a youngster growing up on the Long Island Sound, learned how to sail sunfish at a really young age. And the family moved to Florida when I was about 8 and continued boating, both power boats, water skiing, sailing, the whole works. And then I went off to the U.S. Coast Guard Academy and got a degree in naval architecture and marine engineering, and became a Coast Guard officer and was a marine surveyor. They call them marine inspectors of the Coast Guard, doing commercial vessel inspections and accident investigations and that type of thing. And I did that for 20 years, retired from the Coast Guard while I was here in the San Francisco Bay, and thought, gee, I think I'll work for myself instead of some big government corporation or something. Joined SAMS as Rick did, and tested and became an accredited marine surveyor in 2001, and never looked back. I've been here in the Bay Area for now, geez, over 20 years doing surveys, and every boat is different. As Rick was saying, you can do 3 dozen Catalina 30s and every single one of them is different.
Absolutely. And, you know, we really rely on these guys, and especially as a buyer, these guys are going to go through that boat and they're going to tell you every little bit about that boat, what's good about it, what's bad, what needs to be fixed. You know, it's really important. We work with all of the surveyors in the area. Some of them we'd rather not, but the buyer selects the surveyor. We give them a list of our recommended surveyors. Rick and Randy are both on that list because these guys are really fair. They're really good. They're really fair. And one of the most important things, as Rick had been talking about, is that relationship with the buyer. So Randy, you want to talk a little bit with how you work with the buyers?
Sure. The thing that I like to be able to say is, you know, we're going to go through the boat with the buyer. I recommend that the buyer accompany the surveyor, follow me around, looking over my shoulder, asking questions. And by the end of the day, we've gone from bow to stern, and you should know every aspect of that boat, where all the parts are, where the valves are, where the hoses are, and how everything functions. So it's a pretty comprehensive learning experience for a buyer to become very familiar with that boat. And it takes a good part of the day to go through a boat and explain all those things. Now, we can't find everything, but we attempt to show you how everything works. And I always encourage my customers to ask questions. I start off the day with that information, follow me around, listen to what I'm saying, because I take notes on a tape recorder. And my standard comment is there are only two questions that are off limits. Why did they do that? And what were they thinking? Because we don't know those things. And I'm always amazed on a daily basis doing surveys, some of the things that, well, the guy down the dock told me that was the way to do it, and it works. So it's important to be able to go through and see that the boat, not only do the systems work, but are they installed properly with proper safety systems and standards.
Rick, you want to add to that?
Well, I will ditto that 100%. I really encourage the buyer to be with me, not necessarily glued to my side, but certainly there on the boat as I go through things. I take a lot of photographs with my surveys. So if the buyer for any reason cannot be there, I do try and include almost as many photographs as I can in my report. And I have others available should the need come up to identify certainly issues that come up. I try to identify those both verbally and visually. If the buyer is there with me, as Randy has pointed out, I like to, bring him right there, put his hands on it, show him what the situation is, so that he knows. And if he's, brand new buyer, like many times the case is, someone that's not really had a lot of experience boating. Again, as Randy had pointed out, I like to take him from the bow all the way back to the stern. I usually start in the interior, bow to stern, and then I go on deck, bow to stern. And then when we have the boat out of the water, again, bow to stern. So 3 passes at the boat to point out and identify certainly as much as we possibly can. I will reiterate that there are, we're not, in a sense, we're not gods here. There are things that can escape us. There are areas on boats that we cannot access. And we don't normally take things apart when we're doing a survey. It's not our boat, and it's not the client's boat yet. And many times the seller gets a little bit offended if we start pulling things apart. But we certainly try to get to all the nooks and crannies that we can possibly get to and identify all of the systems, certainly identify any and all faults or discrepancies that we find. That's our job. That's what we're trying to point out. We're not there to tell you necessarily how to fix it. We're there to identify the issue, give it a certain value on a scale of, how bad it is, whether you can be delayed or it needs to be attended to right this minute. We also cover all of the safety requirements for each particular vessel, and those vary, usually according to size of the vessel, but that's very important as well.
So when we have a buyer, we give them a list of our recommended surveyors in the area. We usually have 4 people on the list. These 2 guys are always on our list. And then there's, a few others that we put on the list that are our preferred recommended surveyors. What do you guys think about going on to Google and searching for a surveyor?
I can speak to that a little bit. Basically, there's 2 organizations in the country that certify or accredit marine surveyors. And the key factor for anybody searching for a surveyor, if you go to Google and you Google marine surveyor, you're probably going to get a link to the Society of Accredited Marine Surveyors, which is the organization that Rick and I are involved with. And you probably will also get a link to the National Association of Marine Surveyors. I encourage anybody that's looking for the surveyor, once they think they found a person, go to those specific websites and make sure that the individual they think they want to hire is an active member of SAMS or NAMS, so that you know that they're basically being reviewed. We can give you a little background on what SAMS and NAMS do. Basically, there's a review process. If somebody, let's say Wayne decided he didn't want to sell boats anymore and he's going to be a marine surveyor. So he would apply to the Society of Accredited Marine Surveyors and say, here's my background, here's my education, my experience. Here's a copy of a sample survey that I have prepared and I would like to join. And that is reviewed by one of the SAMS regional directors and our membership VP. Those two individuals review all their background. They look at references, their education, their experience, and they make a determination as to whether that person is capable of doing marine surveys. And if they think they are, then they join SAMS as a surveyor associate. After being a surveyor associate for 2 to 5 years, they are allowed to sit for the accreditation test. It's a 4-hour test. It's very comprehensive. It involves both some open book parts where you have to be real familiar with Coast Guard regulations. There's an extensive closed book section where you have to be familiar not only with Coast Guard regulations, but marine terminology, the American Boat and Yacht Council and National Fire Protection Association standards. And there's also an essay section on that test where folks have to be able to articulate how they would go about doing something. So you want to make sure that the person that you're hiring is an active member of one of those two organizations, because like I guess like boat brokers, anybody can hang out a shingle and say, yeah, I have an ad in the Yellow Pages and I have a Google website, I'm a surveyor. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're qualified.
Rick?
Yeah, I'm seeing here, somebody just put a question in the chat section asking, what if the boat we find is in a different country without SAMS and NAMS? How do we get a good quality surveyor? Would you guys travel for us? And the answer to that is two-part. Actually, both SAMS and NAMS have members internationally outside of the United States. And if you contacted the national headquarters for either SAMS or NAMS, they might very well be able to direct you to a surveyor within the organization that lives close to where the boat you're looking at resides. And then the second answer is, I speak for myself, but yes, I travel and I have traveled. I think I've only traveled once outside of the country to perform a survey, but I've certainly traveled around the country to perform various surveys. So that is another option as well. Randy, I don't know. There is one other organization, I think, over in, is it based in Great Britain?
There it is. I'm not sure the name of that organization. And one of the other things is, you know, Rick and I have been doing this for a long time. We go to regional meetings on the West Coast. We go to our international meetings, which are held all over the country. So over the years, we've gotten to know personally SAMS surveyors throughout the country. And for instance, if somebody called me up and said, you know, I got this boat in San Diego that I really want to have you come down and survey, my response to that is, well, I can do that, but I can also give you names of 3 people that I know personally in San Diego that can do a great job. And so we're very willing to refer other members in our organization throughout the country if you're looking for somebody.
Yeah, good. So let me address the website question I asked you. And Rick, you kind of dodged that question, but let me answer that. So the surveyors that are really good don't have time or don't need to put the money into a really flashy website. The surveyors I find that may not be that good, they have extra time. They may build this really nice website. I don't know, I haven't checked your website, Rick or Randy, lately, but they're not flashy. They don't need to be. These guys are so busy that it's hard to get them scheduled anyways. So comments on that?
Yeah, I'll start. I think when we designed our website, I speak for myself and my business partner, Ben Wedlock. We designed it actually with the help of Steve Wedlock, Ben's father, who was my mentor and was the person that got me involved in surveying. We designed it to provide information rather than a lot of flash. And I don't know, I believe that was the right thing to do. I wanted to put enough information out there to make a prospective client comfortable in their choice. And so we wanted to provide them with our credentials. We provide samples of various surveys, both sail and power. And certainly our individual CVs and resumes.
Randy?
And rates and such.
Yeah, mine's the same way. I wrote my own website. I found a company, I think I use web.com. They have a real simple site builder. And if you were to go to my website, it's all basic information. And I also use my own website as my favorite links. So in addition to surveying, I do consulting on various Coast Guard issues with commercial vessels and accidents. And so there's a lot of information that is on government websites in different areas that I use on a regular basis. And instead of having favorites on my web browser, I've put most of those links right in my website. So it's an informational thing. If you looked at mine, it's just a basic resume, and then it has different pages for sample survey, links to different agencies, that type of information. There's no video or flash or anything on mine because I'm not competent to do all that cool stuff.
And you're too busy doing surveys.
Right.
So unlike us brokers, where we have to be out there scrambling, and we put a lot of effort into our websites. Surveyors are definitely different. So just be cautious of that. We really encourage you to use our list, call the surveyors and talk to them, get a good relationship with them. They'll talk to you. I mean, what happens when somebody calls you, Rick?
Well, I try and be as informative as I can, and I understand that this is a big event for them. You're plunking down a big chunk of change on something that's going to be usually for recreational enjoyment. Sometimes it's also for a living arrangement or a combination of the two. But in any event, it is a big event in one's life. And I look back on when I have bought various boats throughout my life, it's stressful. And so having a preliminary conversation with a prospective surveyor, I think, is absolutely the way to go, so that you can get a sense of what it's going to be like on that day when you're dealing with that person for the 6 or 7 or so hours that you're going through the boat, and then the report that will follow. So it's about relationships, I think.
Randy?
Yeah, I would agree with that. We're definitely in the service business. We need to be able to provide information to the client. And if you have a discussion with your surveyor, the best thing to do is to relate to them. And I always ask these questions, you know, tell me about the boat. What is it? Where are you going to use it? Have you ever owned boats before? Get that mutual understanding of each other so that we then know how detailed your questions are going to be while we're going through the boat. And basically that's the relationship that's developed throughout the day of the survey as well. You know, I tell people, you know, if you think I'm talking, you know, way too simple for you, just let me know. I've got it. And if if it's deer in the headlights and you don't understand what I'm saying, tell me that too. Because we definitely, at the end of the day, we want you to know whether or not you want that boat. People often say to me, well, you're going to tell me whether I should buy this boat or not. And I always say to them, no, I'm not. I'm going to tell you the condition of the boat. We're going to go through and you're going to know what it needs, what it's capable of, what systems work and don't work. And then you're going to decide whether that's the right boat for you. I've surveyed boats that were a complete project and the buyer wanted a complete project. And then I've surveyed boats that were a complete project and the buyer's like, no, I need something turnkey. I want to just be able to go sailing tomorrow. So you need to have that discussion and relationship with your surveyor so that they know where you're coming from and what you're going to use the boat for.
And that doesn't end at the end of the survey either, right, Rick?
No, I have follow-up all the time. And, you know, after the survey is done and even after the buyer has, in many cases, purchased the vessel and he's taken it out numerous times, I'll get phone calls, follow-up phone calls about things that I may have pointed out in my survey and what do I need to do to make that right? And so I can go back into my files, pull it up. I may not have it in the top of my head. We look at a lot of boats, you know, in any given month. But I keep all my records and I can go back and review and then hopefully have an informed conversation with that person that may be helpful.
Randy, you going to say something there?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it when I get a phone call from somebody that says, you know, you surveyed my boat back in 2016. What did you mean by item 14 on that work investigation? You know, Rick and I probably each do 100, 150 boats a year. Our ability to recall that, unless it was just some amazing bad or good thing, is pretty limited. But like Rick, I also keep all those records and I encourage people, you know, once you get the report, a lot of times you finish the survey at the end of the day and I have all my pictures and all my notes and I go back and type a report and hopefully the person followed me around and when they read the report, they know what I'm talking about. They go, oh yeah, Randy showed me that. Sometimes it's Greek for some reason. And I encourage people, send me an email, send me, you know, give me a call. Emails are better for me because I can answer emails any time of the day or night. If you call me and I'm in the bilges of a boat, I tend to turn my phone off so that then I'll call you back that evening or the next day. But we would never get through a boat if we were answering our phone all day. But absolutely, it's important to be able to call your surveyor up and say, okay, I've read the report and I see your item here in your work list, a recommendation of what to do, but what does that really mean? How am I going to go about that? And we're happy to have that discussion with our clients.
Yeah, this goes right back to establishing that relationship with your surveyor before you even start the survey. So it's really critical to talk to your surveyor, get a relationship with them, interact with them, and then after the survey, if you need to call him, you know, he'll respond to you. I just got a question, and let's see. What about a client who wants to use a surveyor for a pre-offer, modified survey to see if they want to make an offer and get into the contract? Do brokers allow this or discourage that? Do the surveyors get inquiries about that option? So the entire time I've been doing this, I don't think anybody's done a pre-offer survey that costs money. You don't know if you can buy the boat. You don't know you can agree to a price. So I've never done one. I always get the question, hey, do you have any surveys I can see? What's my answer, Randy?
That's the property of the person who surveyed the boat for. It's not, and people ask me that. I mean, I did a boat the other day and the deal fell through for whatever reason. And the next buyer called me up and said, can you just change the name on that report and send it to me? And the answer to that is no. The person that I surveyed the boat for paid for that survey and it's their property. I can't share that with another person. Happy to resurvey the boat. I have no idea whether Wayne ran it aground on the way home from that dry dock. The condition of the boat could have changed the next day. So we go back and resurvey the boat for a new client. That being said, the other part of that question, I sometimes have clients that are out of town. Somebody that's in Washington State or somebody that's just not able to get to the boat because of their crazy schedule. And they'll ask me to spend an hour or two doing a preliminary walkthrough. And I just charge my hourly rate to go through and do a preliminary walkthrough. I take a lot of photos. And then we can discuss based on information that I can research on what I think a proper offer might be as compared to what the asking price might be compared to the rest of the comps that are around. So it's not really a survey. It's more of a walkthrough and discussion with a lot of photographs. And then if they want to proceed and they make an offer and it's accepted, sure, I'll do a full survey afterwards for my standard surveying rates. The key for that is you don't want to hire me to do a survey before you've agreed to a price, or you might be spending $600, $700, $800, $900 or more on a survey and never be able to come to an agreed price with the seller. That's a complete waste of the buyer's time and money.
Right. Exactly. Rick, got anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, I would concur with that. And I have had calls over time, people asking me that same question that, can you come and have a look at the boat? I do it if I have time is my answer. And if it's a choice of doing a walkthrough for somebody that has not put an offer in on a boat yet, or going out and performing a survey for a client who has an offer in place and he or she is serious about buying that boat, my choice is going to be the latter rather than the former. But if time permits, I will do take a similar approach to what Randy just said. There's no written report. It's a verbal conversation augmented with photographs, but it's still time consuming. I mean, it's taking up the better part of a day. For me, it's a day that I could be performing a real survey. And it's funny. I mean, even in these times right now, things are busy and people are buying boats.
Yeah, so good question or good segue into the next question. What's your availability? If somebody's signing a contract on a boat today, when can I get Rick? When can I get Randy? Randy?
I'm like usually 2 to 3 weeks out from a scheduling standpoint, but you never know. Sometimes they'll do their sea trial and go, oh my God, this isn't the right boat. And I get a call and somebody cancels. Sometimes they'll do an engine survey and, oh my God, you need to replace the engine. and then the survey falls through because we don't need to do the general survey. So the schedule remains flexible, but we have to do the survey, which takes basically most or all of a day. And then we also have to prepare a report. So it's important that we be able to get those reports out. I know Wayne would like me to hand him the report at the end of the survey. So
Why
here's the
not?
report. Yeah. But it takes a considerable amount of time to write up all those findings that we've been taking pictures of and talking about all day, so that it's in a comprehensive report for the person buying the report.
Rick?
I'm going to say ditto on that. I'm usually at least a week out, many times a week or two out. And so the soonest I can get word of, wanting that survey performed, the better it is for me so that I can get it on the calendar. But as Randy mentioned, I do get cancellations. It happens, I don't want to say often, but with a certain amount of regularity. I mean, an engine survey jinxes the job, or the sea trial, the buyer or his or her partner realize this is not the boat for me, and so we move on. But generally speaking, at least a week in advance, maybe two.
Yeah. And we as brokers, we coordinate the surveys, the surveyors, the haul outs, the engine surveyors, the rig surveyors, the sea trials. And it's kind of like juggling a bunch of balls and having to fit these guys in. This is probably the first thing we do, is find out their availability, and then the yard's availability, because the yard has to be able to haul the boat out too. And right now, with where we are with COVID, it's a little bit easier. We can get it in pretty quick, but it's really, juggling act. And to expect to sign a contract and then go in and get a survey in the next couple of days, that just won't happen. If we can do it next week, that's really good. Usually 2 to 3 weeks out, usually in that range. So that's what you should expect there. So let me ask you guys a question here. Have you ever done a survey? I'm sorry?
One thing to keep in mind is, and I'm sure you knew this when you're writing the contracts, is you have a deadline on your contract.
Correct.
So you have to take that 2 to 3 weeks into consideration to make sure that your contract doesn't expire for the offer you're making. If you only give yourself a week to do your due diligence on your contract, then you're probably not going to get those surveys you need.
Yeah, typically here at Atomic Tuna in Farallon, we do 21 days for final acceptance. Now with COVID and things are so up in there, we push it out to 28. If we have somebody from out of town that's buying a boat here, or we're buying our buyers buying a boat somewhere else, it could be 28 to 35. But we'd like to get them pushed through as fast as we can. Randy, Rick, have you ever done a survey with no findings?
Never.
No, I don't think I ever have. No. There's always something on a boat. It's a boat.
It's a boat. Absolutely, it's a boat.
So there's a few things.
And I think,
that,
by the way, that would hold forth for new boats too. Newly commissioned boats that have not seen any time at sea may have many times have issues, or something's not installed properly, or some wires are crossed, or who knows what. But I don't think I've ever come across an absolutely perfect boat.
I agree with that.
Randy, go ahead.
I agree with that 100%. I have surveyed brand new boats for clients who wanted me to do a delivery survey and written a 10 or 20 item work list. So it's not unusual. And people say to me, and Wayne will confirm this, I'm sure, what do you mean 58 items? Gee, you have to keep in mind that, I guess, this might be a good way to say, what do we survey to? What are our standards? Well, there's some pretty set rule standards that the Coast Guard has regulations for. There's really no getting around those, you know, flares, life jackets, fire extinguishers, the safety equipment. But there's a whole book of industry standards, which is the American Boat and Yacht Council. And they write a standard for everything. Anything that has to do with a boat, there's a standard for it in their organization. And it's an industry standard that's developed by the industry with input from surveyors, from manufacturers, from the Coast Guard, from boat builders. And they come up with this set of standards of this is the proper way to build a boat. So we're not only looking at, you know, those 5 or 12 things that are Coast Guard regulations. We're looking at, does it comply with today's industry standards? There's a lot of boats that are, you know, let's say they're built 20, 30 years ago. Well, the standards have changed and updated since then. If I had to survey a boat and say, okay, this is a 1974 Catalina 36, what were the ABYC standards in 1974? Oh, I'll survey it to that. And then next week, I do another boat that was built in 89. What were the standards in 89, et cetera? Our brains would explode. So basically, we keep ourselves up to date on the current industry standards. And then when we survey a boat, there's always going to be items that maybe the boat was never built to have that standard, but we're going to recommend, depending upon how much of a safety issue it is, we're going to recommend that you upgrade to the current standards. So there's always going to be a list.
Rick?
Well, I concur with that. I get called on many times to survey older wooden boats that are, you know, 50, 60 plus years old that were around long before ABYC or NFPA even existed. And so there aren't any standards except what the boat builder thought was prudent and right. And in many cases, it was pretty ingenious and well thought out. In other cases, not so. So thinking about that, a lot of times the issues can, in a situation like that, can be in the area of electrical and, you know, the wiring on the boat and the electrical junction boxes, the main panel. But there can also be issues with the plumbing and the, you know, the list goes on. I try to take into consideration the age of the boat, how long it's been around, how many upgrades have been implemented into the boat to bring it closer to current standards, what the safety factors are if we were to let one situation slide according to today's standards as opposed to when the boat was built. So there's some judgment calls there, but we do try to stay pretty close to the ABYC recommendations that are current at the time, because when it comes down to it, it's a matter of safety and, you know, walking away from having surveyed the boat, knowing that with the changes that have been recommended and implemented properly, the people on that boat are going to be safe when they take it out. And that's, you know, a big part of our mission.
Yeah. For those people that have just joined us and are listening to this talk, we have Rick Whiting and Randy Sharp, and we're talking about surveys and surveyors and what you should know about surveys and surveyors. So let's go back to that. So you got a list of 30 things. And there's a number of things on that list that we see a lot that really, they should be addressed. They're not really big deals, but they absolutely should be addressed, like wing nuts on a battery terminal, right? It's almost inevitable that we'll see that on our survey. No big deal. It's, you know, a couple dollars to fix it or $10 to fix it. But how about some of the other things like blisters? Randy?
Sure. Blisters are an interesting topic. Most of the boats that I've seen over the years that have blisters, it's been a cosmetic issue. I can talk a little bit about, what causes the blister is probably more important to understand the structural integrity of the boat. So fiberglass is a composite material. There's multi-layers of glass or Kevlar or even carbon fibers, and they're all put together in layers with some sort of polymer that's holding them together. Could be epoxy, could be polyester, could be vinyl ester. There's a lot of different types of resins that they've used over the years. And I think boats that are older like as in early 70s and before that, didn't tend to have a lot of blisters because a lot of it, I think, was being done with all hand layup and craftsmen who were laying up the fiberglass. And sometime in the 80s, and I don't know the exact time frame, they invented a really cool tool to help fiberglass companies lay up boats. It was called a chopper gun. And basically, it's a method of feeding fiberglass strands that are cut off as they're fed and sprayed at the same time with resin. And that introduced a lot of miscellaneous stuff into the laminate. Dust that was in the air, moisture that was in the air. It was run by a compressor, so moisture in the air compression system. And whatever that stuff was that went into the laminate, some of it was water soluble. People say, well, it's fiberglass. It's not water soluble. Well, actually, fiberglass is. Fiberglass soaks up about 3% or so water. So you'll never see an America's Cup boat that's not dry sailed because they don't want that fiberglass boat to soak up any water sitting in the water between races. Same with some of the really high-end fancy racing yachts. So knowing that fiberglass is soaking up water, you have to look at that laminate and realize that some of the stuff that's in that laminate, the dust particles, some uncatalyzed resin that wasn't mixed completely, sweat from the guy who was laying it up, whatever, dissolves. And when that happens, the dissolved solution is a very acidic solution. Well, nature doesn't like a nice neutral ocean on the outside of the hull and this little acidic pocket of liquid inside the laminate. So it tends to draw in seawater into that pocket to try and make them the same salinity. Well, it can't do that, and it needs space to do it more. So what happens is the laminate actually separates at that little pocket where it's weakest. The weakest part of a fiberglass laminate is in the gel coat. Well, the gel coat is just sprayed onto the mold to make the boat look pretty. There's nothing to do with structure. The next most common place that you find it is in what they call the skin coat. They put on a very thin layer of fiberglass cloth right after the gel coat so that there's no print through and you can't see the weave of the rest of the laminate. So the most common places that you see blisters are at those weak external two layers of gel coat and skin coat, where in trying to equalize the solution, it makes a little pocket that pops out. On an older boat, you could spend twice what the boat cost you to buy to try and peel the whole hull and repair blisters, and 5 to 10 years later, you're gonna have more blisters. It's very rare in my experience that blisters are structural. They tend to just be in the gel coat or skin coat, which are not considered in the structure of the vessel when the designer is coming up with the thicknesses. So for the most part, they're ugly. They're going to slow the boat down. So if you want to race with, the big boys and Dennis Conner and those guys, that dates me a little, I guess. You have to realize that you're always going to have a little bit of a foul bottom, but it's not a structural issue. I generally tell people, go around with a scratch awl, make a little tiny pinprick in the blisters, and be happy.
Rick?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of ditto that again. I remember before I became a surveyor, and actually way back in the 80s and 90s, and in my involvement with boats, I would see boats on the hard with their bottom peeled, and people would go to great expense. They had these machines that would go in and peel the gel coat and that initial coat off, revealing the matte and roving layup. And you would, and the thought at the time was the boat would have to sit out on the hard with its bottom peeled in the hot sun to dry out for 3 to 6 months. And then it would be epoxy barrier coated and then re-gel coated. And this was a huge expense. We're talking thousands of dollars. And I remember talking to surveyors at the time, and their feeling was, it's a pox, you know, we have to deal with these blisters, because if it wasn't already a structural issue, it could very well become one very quickly. And I think over time, we've come to terms with this, and we realize that 9 times out of 10, a blister situation on a boat, let's say that's built between what, 1975 and now, is usually a cosmetic issue. Even I've seen, you know, boats that have had 4 or 5, you know, like baseball sized blisters. Well, I would recommend that those be treated and be, you know, dug out, taken all the bad out, and then epoxy coated in, and then and faired and recoated with bottom paint. Sometimes I'll see a pox of tiny little fingernail blisters, most of which haven't even popped. Many of them are actually hard in nature. And my thought there is to just paint over them. Monitor them over time for size and growth, but essentially paint over it and move on to the next issue.
And if you think about that cause of the blister, which is that acidic solution, if you ever puncture a blister, don't get it in your eyes.
No.
It's a very acidic solution, and the reason the blister is developing is nature. That's osmotic pressure trying to neutralize the acidic solution in the blister with the ocean. So if you put a tiny little pinprick in the center of that blister, that's going to allow the solution over time to basically rinse out, and the acidic solution will be gone and the blister will not grow. So it's totally a cosmetic issue in those cases. Very rarely you see where larger and larger blisters, 4, 5, 6 inches in diameter, because that acidic solution has been allowed to sit for a long time, it has started to dissolve some of the resin down into the laminate. And I would agree that, yeah, those larger ones, you should grind them out and fix them. But it's a matter of getting all of that acidic solution out of the laminate in that location before you fix it. But peeling boats, yeah, I remember peeling boats, and now it's just, you might as well throw the boat out and get another one, as far as an expense goes in some cases.
Yeah, it's tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, the final issue is they figured it out. So the manufacturers were getting all kinds of grief on blisters. The folks making the resin said, well, you know, we have this other kind of resin. It's called vinyl ester resin, and it's way more tenacious and it's a better barrier. Most manufacturers today are building their external layers, those external layers that normally blister, with a vinyl ester resin, so that the water can't get through into the laminate and cause those little moisture pockets to start blisters. And so pretty much anything built after 2000 or so, I rarely see any blisters on.
Another thing that aids in that process is not only the choice of resin, the vinyl ester resin, which was a huge breakthrough, but the process of vacuum bagging the laminates to absolutely dispel any voids that might be encapsulated in that laminate. And it's a process of they actually put a bag over the laminate that they're creating, and then powerfully suck all of the air and oxygen out of it, and it compresses and tightens up this laminate to technically eliminate any voids that might be occurring. That would be areas that would allow the process of osmotic blistering to occur.
And you guys have seen some blisters.
Oh yeah.
And one of the interesting things is, people might be familiar with the Valiant and the Uniflights of the late 70s, early 80s, and their big advertisement at the time was, we're building military river patrol boats out of this amazing fire retardant resin. And so we're building our yachts out of the same mil-spec fire retardant resin. Well, it turned out that the bromides that they were putting in the fire retardant resin to make it fire retardant were extremely water absorbent. And we had blisters the size of dinner plates going right up the top sides, not just on the hull bottom below the waterline, but everywhere. I've surveyed some of the old Valiants, and it looked like the entire boat had chicken pox, even the cabin top.
Yeah, superstructure, the cabin top, the whole boat.
And the owner's like, yeah, I'm known all over the Pacific as the chicken pox boat, but who cares? I'm having fun. So, and it wasn't a structural issue, but it was unsightly.
Yeah. I see you guys walking around with a little like rectangular device that you put up to the boat on the outside. What is it? And what does it mean when the needle goes, wah?
Well, that would be a moisture meter. One of the tools in our kit that we do tend to use quite a bit. It helps in assessing moisture content in a hull or in a deck or in the cabin sides or the superstructure. You can use it all over the boat. And I use my moisture meter in conjunction with my hammer and percussion testing as a combination to pinpoint and find areas where moisture may be. And then with the help of the moisture meter, I can more clearly identify the parameters of the area that's been damaged or that's been affected by moisture.
Hey, Randy, I'm not going to ask you on that one because I know that it would probably take an hour to answer. And we got a couple other questions. We only have a few more minutes. So let's get to the questions. One question here, keel boats. If there's indication of corrosion, galvanic or otherwise, what options are there for further investigation to determine structural issues with the keel attachment to the hull? When do you recommend pulling keel bolts for inspection? Randy, it's your turn.
That's a loaded question for sure. There's nothing good about a wet bilge, so you'd always want to keep your bilge dry if you can. The first line of defense is to chip away any surface corrosion, wire brush it, see if you can still see the thread pattern on those keel bolts. If you can, preserve them, be happy. The other side of the issue is they're so corroded that the bolts themselves are mostly missing. And when we haul the boat out of the water, there's a visible gap. Or when you push your foot against the side of the keel, it moves. And at that point, you need to get together with the boatyard and they drop the keel and either replace the bolts or possibly, if there's enough meat there, put in new ones staggered from where the old bolts were. But that's a major undertaking to replace keel bolts.
Rick, you got anything to add to that?
Just that there are a couple of different versions of keelboats too, and some that are what are called J hooks, and the bottom section of the rod does a J turn, and it hooks into the actual foam element down in the keel, or the lead element. So extracting a J bolt, keel bolt, can be a real task. Other keel bolts are threaded and straight threaded down into the lead or iron part of the keel, and those, if they're not too far gone, can be extracted by, essentially unscrewing them and bringing them out. But in any event, either of those situations can add up and be quite costly. So I am a big proponent of dry bilges.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Next question, and our last one, and then we're going to rotate over to Peter and Marge again. Do boat manufacturers supply SAMs or NAMs with construction system as builds? Any hopes of finding out plans? For example, how to learn about wiring schematic of a 1999 Albin, only 33 were built. Randy?
Good luck. The best source of that type of information is owners associations. Many of those builders from 20 or 30 years ago are no longer. The chances of you finding plans from the manufacturer are pretty slim, but owners associations tend to be really good. Some people in those associations are pack rats. They've kept the original manuals, and you may be able to get information from that. The other problem is boats, unlike houses, get rewired and things are added and changed all the time. And so the chances of your original wiring from a 20 or 30-year-old boat still being what the manufacturer installed are pretty slim.
Yeah, Rick, I'm sure you agree with all of that. We are out of time, so you guys are great. I hope our audience learned a lot. We're going to have to do this with you guys more often, and the questions we're getting are great, and we really appreciate it. Parting words, Rick?
Thanks for having me, and always think about having a surveyor before you plunk down the money on the boat.
Absolutely. Randy?
I agree with that. Again, thanks for having me on, but I hate it when I get a customer that calls and says, I bought a boat last week and now I need a survey. My insurance company told me I needed one, or the dock manager said I needed one to be in this marina. Yeah.
There you go. So thanks, Randy. Thanks, Rick, and hopefully get you guys back on. So we are going to pivot over to Peter and Margie. They've been having a little bit of FaceTime here today, and this is their fourth day doing the nautical trivia quiz. So hang out, do the quiz with these guys. It's a lot of fun. You'll learn a lot. Peter, Margie, way you go.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Peter Benziger with the sales team on Atomic Tuna.
And I'm Margie Benziger. I try to help Peter when clients are looking for a woman's perspective.
And Wayne's right, this is our fourth day. We've had a lot of fun. A little bit of background. In college, my favorite course was etymology, which is the meaning and origin of words. So since I've spent pretty much most of my life associated with the sea and boats, I started realizing that many of the words that we use in our normal everyday language come from a nautical background, many of which come from Old English sailing ships. So today we're going to talk about and ask some questions about nautical trivia. I would invite anybody who has some neat trivia to send it to me later at Atomic Tuna. I love hearing from you. So we're just going to jump right in and get a pencil and paper, or get ready at least to put your answers onto the computer here. And you're going to see some polls, and you'll have a chance to look at the question and the answers and then mark your answers. So the first question is a person or business is often said to have a clean slate. Where did this expression come from?
All right, answer number 1. The captain's quarters often had slate floors, which had to be cleaned daily. Or 2, a clean slate indicated that the boat had tacked well through the wind. Or is it 3? Meat aboard was cut on a piece of slate rock in the galley. Or 4, refers to erasing the course and distance prior to the next watch. So we'll give you a few more seconds. Register your answer and hit submit.
Okay, as they're coming in, I forgot to tell you that we made up 3 of the answers in every question. They're absolute total fabrications. And we hope we did a good job. And I think for the most part, we did. So now we'll share some answers here. And you'll see how everybody voted.
So what's a
Here
clean
we go.
slate?
Okay, what's a clean slate? Well, prior to GPS and onboard computers, courses and distances were recorded on a slate, piece of slate with chalk. At the end of each watch, they were transcribed into the official's ship's log, and the slate was wiped clean for the next watch. It's come to mean something new or starting anew, so that's a clean slate.
So those of you that thought it was number 4, you were right.
Yep, you're right. Okay, we're doing pretty good here. Now, this is another one where you probably heard the expression. Where does the expression to be in close quarters come from?
All right, close quarters. Pork was cut into quarter sections and served to the crew. Or does it refer to a barricade against attack? Or possibly sailing close to the wind. And last choice, sailors' lockers were divided into quarters. So what do you think to be in close quarters means? Register your vote, hit submit, and we'll let you know the answer.
Okay, the votes are still coming in, but we will move on. Oh, they are still coming in. Okay. Oh, they're still dripping in here. Got to vote quickly. It's a fast game here. Aha. Well,
I think we fooled them.
We did fool you pretty well this time. The answer is number 2. A small wooden fortress or barricade was erected on the deck of a merchant ship when attacks by privateers were expected. Small openings called loopholes allowed the sailors to fire small weapons to protect the ship and, of course, themselves. Landside close quarters has come to mean in close contact or a small area. A loophole from the French I don't speak French, window, has come to mean a gap in law. So it started as a barricade on a ship and became almost a gap in the law too. Okay, next question. Oh, what happened here? I got to get the next question, got to pull it up. This is an easy, interesting one. Because I have used this, we've been married 42 years, and I think I've used this and Margie's used it. But where does the expression to be cranky come from?
I'm never cranky.
Yeah.
Am I?
I'm not answering that on live Zoom.
Right. A crank is a crudely fashioned handle that often did not work. A crank was an unstable sailing vessel. A crank refers to a sailor's wife beckoning him with a crooked finger. Or were cranks cockroaches in the salt park? Ugh. So what do you think to be cranky comes from? Register your vote. Oh, there's a lot of changes going on here.
There's changing going on.
And hit submit, and we'll let you know the answer.
Okay, just a couple more seconds. Well, I actually made up the one that said refers to a sailor's wife beckoning him with a crooked finger. And you might guess where that, why I made that one up. But okay,
so
the correct answer is number 2. In Dutch, the word crank or crank was an unstable sailing vessel. Due to a faulty design, the imbalance of her cargo, or a lack of ballast, a crank would heel too far in the wind. The word has come to mean irritable, to be cranky. So it comes from the sailing vessel. Okay, let's see, here we are. Okay, the next question is, where does the expression to cut and run come from? Marge?
All right, cut and run. When a surgeon made a cut, the blood would run. A jib with a good cut would run better with the wind. Sail ties and or anchors were cut to enable a boat to make a quick getaway. A running game among seamen. So register your vote, hit submit.
I don't think we fooled
We're not
too
fooling
many people
anybody
I thought
here.
maybe this was too easy.
Here's the answer. You got it.
Oh, nuts. I gave you something too easy.
100%.
Yeah, wow, this is the first time in 4 days we've had
It is. It's the first time. Everybody's got it right.
But most often thought to mean cutting the anchor line in an effort to make a getaway. However, it's kind of hard to imagine that they like to do that. So it probably refers to the practice of when sails were secured in a square rigged ship, they were secured with rope or yarn. And if they had to make a quick departure, they didn't have time to untie them. So the sailors scampered up the rigging and cut them with their knives, and the sails filled and they cut and run and ran away. But okay, I'm going to make the next set. Hopefully I'll get you with something a little harder here. Here we go. Okay. Where does the expression to flog a dead horse come from?
Number one, the difficulty getting your crew to work during the first 4 weeks at sea. Or two, horses did not like to move much on a boat. 3, when a man died from flogging, he was known as a horse. Or 4, horse meat was tough to eat and needed to be pounded. So what do you think to flog a dead horse? Register your vote, hit submit, and we'll let you know.
How are we doing here?
All right, give them a few more seconds. Oh, here comes some more.
Here comes some more, coming into the other side here. Okay, this one was a little tougher. So we'll see what the answer is here. Well, I think I got you this time. And
not completely.
Not completely, but pretty well. A dead horse refers to a ceremony held by British crews when they had been at sea for 4 weeks and had worked off their initial advance, usually 1 month's wages. So they were actually paid for the first period of time at the beginning, and by that time they'd already spent the money after they'd signed on. The term flogging a dead horse alludes to the difficulty of getting any extra work from a crew during this period, the first month, since to them it felt as if they were working for nothing, because they'd probably gone into the pub and done their P's and Q's from yesterday. That's pints and quarts. Okay.
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, next question is, where does the expression to fit the bill come from?
Okay, was it a bill was a rod used to push in a cannonball? Or refers to when goods delivered were checked against a list? Or number 3, when a goose's beak was muzzled with burlap? Or 4, sails were hoisted to a point on a mast called a bill? So to fit the bill, register your vote and hit submit, and we'll give you the answer in a few minutes, few moments.
Okay, here we go. Well, you got this one right too, pretty much. A bill of lading was signed by the ship's master acknowledging receipt of specific goods and the promise to deliver them to their destination in the same condition. Upon delivery, the goods were checked against the bill to see if all was in order, so it all did fit the bill. But good voting that time. Okay, now, we'll think of some of the dancing movies. Where does the expression footloose and fancy free come from?
If you are footloose, you are not wearing ankle chains. Or does it refer to the bottom of the sail not attached to the boom? Or were sailors who had their leg cut off in battle, were they called footloose? Or did footloose and fancy free signify that the end of a line was uncoiled? All right, register your votes. So far we got a 50-50 going. Hit submit, and we'll tell you the answer.
Okay, looks like we got a couple of you on this one too, but not everybody. And the answer is, the foot is the bottom of the sail, whether triangular or square, that is attached to the boom to keep it from being stretched. A sail that is not attached to the boom is said to be footloose and is very difficult to control as it moves in the wind. The term footloose and fancy free refers to the motion of a footloose sail. So it's number two. Where are we here? Okay. Here we go. A groundswell means a growing change of public opinion. We hear that a lot in politics. Where does this expression come from?
Groundswell. In earthquakes, the ground shakes and moves. If water got into the stored biscuits, they swelled and were then made into ground bread. A well in the ground that produced good water was known as swell ground. Swell near a shoreline is caused by distant activities, such as storms. So which is the groundswell? Register your vote and hit submit.
Okay, they're coming in. Let's see.
People are thinking about this
thinking
longer.
about this one, yeah, a little bit. Okay. Let's share the results. Here we go.
In the end, most everybody got it right.
Yeah, it's actually number 4. And a sudden swell is the rise of water along a shore. It often happens when the weather is fine and the sea beyond it appears calm. It is said to occur when undulating water from a faraway storm reaches the shoreline where friction causes the swell. In common use, the term groundswell means a growing change of public opinion.
All
So
right.
we had some good results there.
We did. Pete, I think we got time for one more.
One more. Okay, let's do one more. I'm going to do one of my favorite ones then. I'm going to go all the way down. I think we'll do this one. And okay, where does the word posh come from? We've all heard posh, what posh means. So Marge?
All right. Posh, the captain's quarters, were the most luxurious. Or is it poured out starboard home? Or is it positively outfitted ship's home? Or does posh refer to a calm night at sea? All right, register your vote. Hit submit. And Peter's going to tell you the answers. All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
here we go. End polling.
No, we didn't fool many people.
Well, okay. When the wealthy travelers left England for India by ship, they wanted to be on the port side of the ship to receive the morning sun, because that was the good side. When they returned from India to England, the morning sun was on the starboard side of the ship. Thus, port out, starboard home, and now you know the meaning of posh. So it's been a lot of fun being with you for 4 days doing this. Please, if you have some nautical trivia, send it on to Peter Benziger at Atomic Tuna. And we'll see you, stay tuned at 4:30 for my favorite tools, many of which you may have never seen before. Okay, Wayne, back to you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody.
That's a blast. You guys are going to have to continue doing that. And look who we
I've got a
have.
lot.
My buddy Vincent Finetti. Hey, Vincent, how
Hey,
you doing?
how are you, Wayne? Great
I'm
to
doing
see
great.
you.
I'm really glad that you could join us today. This is great. I know that you've been working really hard on the COVID issue and working with all of us yacht brokers. So yeah, where are you, Vincent?
So I'm at my house in Vancouver Island. That's where I live. And so I'm lucky to have a home office here. So I've been working from home for the last 10 years, actually. So there were not too much change with me since the COVID-19. Of course, the change was travel. I don't travel as much as I used to, but I'm on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, so you're in Nanaimo, right?
Correct. I'm in Nanaimo. Yes, Nanaimo, Vancouver Island. Yes.
Yeah, it's great. If you haven't been there, you should go there, check it out. It's beautiful cruising up there, and stop and see Vincent while you're there. Say hi to Vincent. So Vincent, tell me a little about your background and what you're doing.
Okay, so my background is boat maquettes. No, I'm joking. Just like, but by the way, we have the matching background because you have a nice boat maquette behind you.
Yeah.
I have a boat maquette, and you have, and I don't know if you see, but I have the microphone right here too. So we have the, and you have your company shirt. I have my company shirt. So
all right.
we are on point here. So, okay, so now let's respond to that question seriously. My background, I've always had a passion for boats and passion for the sea. Starting when I was 15 years old, I started playing around, messing around with boats and buying and selling boats, flipping small boats. I started literally, my dad had a 4 horsepower engine in the garage. And one day I'm like, what is that saying? He's like, oh, that's a boat, outboard engine. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should use it. So have fun. So I called my best friend. I said, guess what? I have a little outboard engine in the garage. Why don't we buy a little boat? So we put $50 each and we bought a little fiberglass boat. It was 3 meters. And that's how I got started. You know, my buddy and I went on the water and we're like, oh my gosh, that's just the best time ever. We're having fun. We have freedom. We're on the water. And so we got our first boat and we sold it for, $150. And we bought another one for $500 and we sold it and we bought another one for $1,000. And just from that, from 15 years old to 24 years old, I had 13 boats. So that was really my passion. They were an expensive boat, but it was just the passion of being around boats, fixing my boats and, going sailing, going boating. And after my studies, I have a master in event management. I travel around the world. And for a year and a half, I backpacked around the world for a year and a half. And I ended up where I met my wife in Canada. So since then, I'm in Canada since 12 years now. I never left. I got married to Jenna. We now have 2 little boys, Luca and Leo. And I'm so lucky that I ended up making my career around boats. I started as a broker when I came here like 10 years ago. And after that, I went into marketing and then I went back to brokerage. And now I also have Yachts Academy, which I have the opportunity to educate boat sales professionals on marketing and selling boats. So in quick summary, that's my story from 15 years old to today. And I'm 40 now. So you see 25 years of my life spent around boats.
Yeah, so another example of the blue mind I've been talking about for these last 4 days, about why you feel better emotionally, physically, you work better, everything's better when you're on, near, or in the water. And that's a book called Blue Mind. And if you're listening in, you've heard me talk about it, you should go read that book. It's great. And it traps us, trap me, trap Vincent, everybody you've heard talking today, they're all trapped by the blue mind. So yeah, really cool. So Vincent, you're a yacht broker, you're selling boats. And you thought that maybe you could help some of us poor brokers do a little bit better. So what'd you do?
So the first thing you need to understand is I try to look at what's going on in the marketplace. And of course, times are challenging today. If you look at what's happening, the beginning of the year was amazing. And then suddenly, we don't know what's happening. There is a virus coming, and basically the entire economy is shut down. But luckily for us, boats are still very relevant in what's going on today. I mean, if you look at social distancing, getting on a boat is a perfect example. It's a perfect thing to social distance. Or we've been stuck at home for a while, and now we want to go and get some fresh air. So the first thing you need to do as a boat professional is realize that you need to realize that boats are relevant, and you need to keep selling, but of course with sensitivity. And I think you guys are doing a great job at Atomic Tuna. And what does selling with sensitivity mean? Is you need to keep working hard, keep being, making a lot of effort commercially, but you always need to have that sensitivity, that empathy, understanding that the problems that the population have right now with this virus. And you need to remind your clientele that you are open, because when the churches are closed, the school are closed, the bars and restaurants and businesses are closed, in the mind of our clients, they're thinking, well, guess what? Probably the boat businesses are closed too. But you need to show them that you are still there. Maybe the office is closed, but you are still there online. And you guys are doing a fantastic job to show your clients that, hey, look, we are still open for business, and we are adapting, we're pivoting our business. So maybe instead of coming to the office, well, guess what? Check our virtual boat show. And I have to say that I'm very impressed by what you guys have been put together for that 4-day virtual boat show. You just jumped in the water, and it was your first virtual boat show. You guys went all in. You didn't do 1 day, you did 4 days, and you have tons of panelists and very interesting things. I mean, I was just looking on it before coming. I was looking at those, I think it was Dave and Daniel that did the presentation. It was just fantastic, so good job for doing that.
Yeah, thanks. We sit here and we've been doing this for a couple of years. We've been doing virtual tours on our site. I know you've been doing that. You coach the other brokers on that. We've been doing walkthrough videos. And this we felt was an opportunity to really break that out, really expose people to it, and really get them to understand that you don't have to hop on in your car and drive across the bay or fly down to San Diego. You can do it sitting right here. And,
yes.
See these boats and figure out what you want without wasting a lot of time and money and travel. And especially with this COVID thing, we don't know what's going to happen. So it was an opportunity for us to really, get out there. And we saw what some of the other brokers did with their virtual shows, and we wanted to do it better. And hopefully we did. I don't know.
I think you did. Yeah. Because you went all in, and we can see it. The organization was very nice, and I've been really impressed. I looked through the 3 days, and I always took a pic of what you guys. Of course, I was busy because I'm homeschooling my kids, and I have my businesses, so I didn't have the opportunity to sit in front of the computer and look at you guys' show. But I've been, quick looking at a few pics of what you guys were doing, and I was really impressed. Like, I've seen you guys docking boats live on Zoom and having a virtual party, and I was like, whoa, that's really cool.
Yeah, it took a team effort. I mean, everybody worked really hard. I mean, from Milan over in Serbia that helped us. I mean, if you look at our website, it's fantastic. I mean, there's so much information on there. To our technical guys, to Kevin doing the walkthrough videos, and Gailey pitching in and give me a break so my voice lasts through these 4 days. But yeah, we really worked hard, and hopefully, it's helped the people out there that are looking for boats or even looking to sell boats. We're looking to list more boats and get these boats out there. So what are you seeing with the market and other brokers? I mean, I think we're a little unique here in California, but what are you seeing? Because you talk to people all over.
Yes. So Yachts Academy, and I mean, I have the chance to work with people already all around the world, from some Australia, Asia. So I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's very unique depending on some situations. So some people tell me, oh, it's difficult because everything's locked down and the marina are closed. And some people, they still have the opportunity to do sea trial and they're still doing very well. But overall, I think overall, there is the response has been good, has been really positive, and we can see that boats are relevant. Clients are, let's say you were planning on having a boat and you're like, you know what, one day I'm going to have a boat, and now you get locked down at your house for a month. What do? Well, you're starting to think and imagine on your plan. So maybe there will be the things that will push to help you to pull the trigger. And what I've seen with clients is, some people say, you know what, screw it, now it's the time to get a boat, let's just go get a boat and let's finally enjoy. So there have been a lot of transactions that have been reported, and of course there have also been, unfortunately, a lot of people that have been suffering in our industry from the lockdown. So, but I've been happy to see a lot of positives. And one of the main things you need to understand is, I think I'm always more curious to try to understand what's going on in the consumer's mind than what's going on in the brokers, because those consumers are going to buy the boats and to make the brokers, make a living. But when you look at what the consumers are doing right now, experts, psychologists mentioning that it takes 21 days to build a habit. Some people say it's 40 days, some people say it's 60 days. But guess what? People have been on lockdown for minimum 3 weeks to maximum, 2 months, 3 months. So all the habits they have been developing of looking for things online, shopping online, are going to continue in the future. And if you look at what's happening in China right now, even if all the restaurants are open, people are not going there because they have developed the habits of eating more from home and staying more from home. So what you're going to see is a lot of more digital progress in our industry. And what happened is, basically in a period of 1 month, we've made a 5-year progress in the digitalization in our industry. And you guys, you were what called pioneer, because I remember when I met you and when we started talking together, it was maybe a year and a half ago. I was already promoting digital brokerage, and I had wrote a book about it. And everything that I've been promoting on the book about the virtual tour and the video and things like this, the funnel, I was like, whoa, Atomic Tuna is already doing them. So I was already impressed with what you get. So you guys were ahead of your time. And it's very good to see that there is now a catch up from the rest of the industry to modernize the way we do business, because that's what clients are going to want and need. And I've seen a lot of transaction now. I've seen people saying, you know what, I'm just selling this guy. I was on the phone with a broker two days ago. He told me he's selling a Lagoon 40 or 42. And he said the clients didn't even see it. It was a FaceTime video showing the boats. The surveyor came, we did everything. I did a survey I did a sea trial with FaceTime. And now the guy is just putting the offer and they are finalizing. And the guy didn't put a feet on the boat. But so there is a modernization of the brokerage, and brokers that are not adapting are going to be left behind. So there are certainly very interesting times right now for our industry and for the business. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. We've got, I think, 3 boats in contract with people that never got on the boat.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
One happens to be up in Vancouver, and he's just waiting to be able to fly down here and do the survey and purchase a boat, but he's all in. I asked him if he wanted a personal walkthrough, because we had a virtual tour on the boat and a recorded walkthrough. And he was like, I know this boat. Your photos are unbelievable. The walkthrough is great. I want this boat. $200,000 boat, and never been on it.
And again, you would think that maybe people will say, oh, you know what, it's an uncertain period, so I'm going to hold on. But I think people, I was discussing to someone the other day, and they were telling me that there were a dealership close to New York. After 9/11, he was surprised to see that people were going into the dealership and say, you know what, I need to buy a boat now, because they have been suffering so much emotionally from what happened during 9/11 that they're like, I need to get a boat, I need to get some fresh air and go on the water. So they were actually expecting things to go back, but things were actually better than what they thought because people want to pull the triggers now. They want, like, okay, I'm tired of all that BS in the news and things like this. I just want to go voting.
So what's it like up there in Nanaimo? What are you seeing? Are people going out on boats, or they just
Not too much. Just before coming here, I was just going for a walk with my kids on the beach, and I didn't see too many boats. I think I'm very fortunate in Vancouver Island. People are very conservative, so when you tell them do something, stay at home, they listen, and that's why we have very few cases. And I think we might get out very soon from this situation because people have been really cautious. But you start to see a little bit more activity, but unfortunately it has been slow even for boating.
Yeah, down here we can still boat. I know San Diego, they closed San Diego Bay for a while, but I think they opened that back up to recreational boating. But yeah, this pandemic is serious. I mean, till we get a vaccine, till we get testing, we're gonna be under a cloud here. And social distancing on a boat, it's great. Go out there with your family. You're with them anyways. Go out on the boat. So we're seeing some use out there, but not a lot. The Coast Guard here in San Francisco has said it's a county problem. We're not going to do anything about it. The counties haven't done anything about it. So boating here in San Francisco is pretty much full on, except for racing. They've closed the racing down.
Yes, I see.
So Vincent, you work with these brokers, and
Yes.
I know that you've been giving some seminars and advice and stuff. Tell us about some of that advice.
So over the response has been good. So there have been a high demand for training over the last months, and I was quite surprised because when COVID came, I'm like, just like everybody, I'm like, I hope I'm going to be able to find work and to keep going my activity. And the demand for training was high, and I coached 80 students last month group. So we had some live Zoom call. I had 4 group of 20 students. And so the first thing that you realize is when there is a period like that, there is always a will for people to get better and to improve their game. And an example is what you guys are doing right now with the virtual boat show. It's fantastic. Like, hey, you know what? Let's not wait, or let's not learn how to do it. Let's just do it. Right? And I told the guy, I said, look, right now, if you need to serve. You need to serve your clients. So you need to call your clients and make sure they're okay. You need to, make sure maybe they need help if they're away from their boats and they can't travel to California, but they're boating in California. Maybe they need a hand to check their lines or things like this. And it's a perfect time to ask them for that. So I told them, you need to focus on 3 things. Number 1, you need to pivot your business. What pivot your business is you need to tell your clients, we are adapting our business to the COVID-19. Not just doing it, telling them. So you need to have a little checklist on your website. Here is the situation with COVID-19 and here is what our company is doing. So I told them that's the first thing you need to do is to show your clients that you're adapting. The second thing you need to do is one thing you guys are doing very well is you need to digitize your business. What digitize your business means use social media, because we've seen an increase in social media use, significant increase. I think there is a 20% or 17% increase in YouTube, 27% increase in Facebook, and general internet activity 30% increase, which is massive. People were spending a lot of time online, and if you add another 30% of that, it's just become extremely high. And virtual boat show too. I mean, you need to sell online. So I think what you guys are doing with the virtual boat show is great. And I predict that a lot of companies, because they're going to see you guys and other people that have done virtual boat show, are going to start having some virtual boat show also. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is, you need to keep selling. And again, but when it comes to selling, you need to focus, instead of focusing too much on the product, try to focus really on the clients and say, look, what do you need right now? Well, trying to understand their problems. And that's what will help a lot, I think, is if you focus on those three things. So pivot the business, digitize the business, and keep selling with empathy. Keep serving and keep selling with empathy.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, we've been trying to do that, and we have a small team here, and it takes everybody to really, pitch in and work, and it's just a lot of work. Business is different. It's not sitting around waiting for the phone. We don't do that anymore. You
can't. I mean, if you do that, unfortunately, you're going to go out of business. You have to hustle right now. There's no other way. But if you do it, the results are there. And I've seen a lot of brokers having great results. We've helped a lot of brokers getting great results this last month. Some of them are even better results that they had last year, but it wasn't without working hard. So that's true what you're saying. Yeah.
How about listings? How about people selling boats? Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people will be a lot of people that have boats. They might say, oh, you know what, I have a boat, but I want to list it, but I'm not sure if it's the right time to list. And I would reassure your clients and tell them, yes, it's a perfect time to list, because there are a lot of people that are thinking like you, which means that there are less listings that are coming in the market now. The effect of this pandemic will take a little bit of time to develop and grow. So there are going to be a big afflux of listings that are going to come in the next few months. But right now, that it's a perfect time actually to list and market boat when the demand is high and the price are still reasonable. We haven't seen too much of a price drop on the listings yet. So it's a perfect time now to list boats.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We haven't had much of any new listings yet. I think people they're kind of weighing that, whether they want to keep their boat. The people that already have their boat listed, some of them have said, well, I'm not really sure if I want to sell it now. And we've seen a real support of the market price. So we haven't seen any big discounts at all. And I don't think that's going to happen. What do you think?
Well, what we are experiencing right now as is unprecedented events. Like if you look at the unemployment numbers over the last 5 years, they were around 200,000 to 700,000, I think, maximum weekly. But now they went to millions. I think they are like 20 millions, requests.
It's 30 million in the U.S.
So it's crazy. It's something that we are not equipped to predict. And I've seen some big economists saying basically predicting is a fool's game right now, because what we are seeing right now is unprecedented. So I can't predict what's going to happen. And I think what my attitude has been since day one has been, look, I try even to don't focus on when the crisis is going to be over, but be over the crisis. It's kind of like my mentality. I'm forgetting the crisis and I'm doing my best every single day. And if I have a boat to market, I'm trying to market the best way I can. And if I have a boat to sell, I'm trying to sell the best way I can. And I wouldn't worry too much about the future. Let's try to be fast. Another thing you need to understand is we've heard a lot of people saying that divorce lawyers are going to be very busy after the COVID-19, because people are staying together, they are, getting on top of each other and things like this. So they were calling COVID-19 a relationship accelerator, but just like it's a relationship accelerator, it can be for us a sales accelerator. And we've seen that. I just told you an example about that guy that wants to, or you gave me an example about your guy in Vancouver that wants to buy your $200,000 boat. He took the decision fast. And same for the guys that bought the catamaran, 40 feet. He saw it online, he said, okay, that's a boat, let's do it. And now the deals are going much faster. And what brokers are telling me is like deals are happen to go fast because people, they want the boat and they want to go faster. So I wouldn't worry too much about waiting for things to come back to normal. Why? Because simply things will not come back to normal. What do I mean by this? after 9/11, you were going in an airport, things were completely different, and they have not gone back to normal since then. And it's going to be the same for coronavirus. What we call the post-coronavirus era. What's a post-coronavirus era? It's just an era where the consumers are going to meet differently, do business differently, buy differently, interact with one another differently. And we're going to have to adapt as businesses to this post-coronavirus era.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. So if I'm sitting at home right now and I've been looking online and see a boat I want, I should probably buy that boat.
Of course, you should still do your due diligence, and even more do your due diligence if it's online, right? I mean, you're not going to buy a $200,000 boat just on a FaceTime video. You still want to have maybe a surveyor, or you can have your broker go on the sea trial and with a FaceTime. And if you can't travel yourself to go to the sea trial. So don't skip the due diligence. When you buy a boat, you want to proceed with the due diligence, but don't let this COVID-19 things delay your desire and your goal of having a boat. Blue Mine, again, we come back to that boat. Boats is going to do a lot of great things for you. And you need great things right now because times has been tough for everybody, emotionally, mentally, physically. We don't go out to the gym anymore and things like this. So we just need to get on the water and get some fresh air. So if you are lucky to be one of the person that decided, hey, you know what, I think I'm considering a boat, it's just a perfect time to do it. And yeah.
Yeah, so get out there and buy that boat. Have you seen any difference in the price of the market? You know, like less than 100,000, up to 200, up to 500, over $1 million. Have you seen stratification in the market at all? Or
as I said, it's because the demand has still been high. Because the demand has been high, we haven't seen too much of a difference in price in the market. So for now, I mean, of course, there is, I think, sellers are more responsive. So when they receive an offer, they are more likely to say, okay, let's do it, because they are kind of worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. And they're like, okay, maybe if I want to sell my boat, it's better to sell now. So there has been a difference in terms of timing but in terms of the demand, the asking price, not too much because the demand has been high.
so let's say you're a buyer. What's your process? You're sitting at home. What's your process? How do you go about it? I want to buy a boat.
Well, look, if you're a buyer, first thing you do is you need to find the right boat. So don't just, if you have a $200,000 budget, you need to be educated about the process of buying a boat. And that's why it's very important to work with boat sales professionals that know what they're doing and that their goal is not just to sell you a $200,000 boat. You need to understand how much this boat is going to cost you per year for their insurance, for this, for that, for the repairs. And sometimes people have a $250,000 budget and they're like, oh, let's buy a $250,000 boat, but they don't anticipate all the expenses that are going to come after. So the first thing you need to know is understand the whole picture. And maybe either talking to friends that have been owning boats for a long time or talking to a sales professional that understand exactly the process of owning a boat. And that's the first things to do. And then start to look at a few boats online, do a pre-selection online. And once you find 2, 3 you like, well, do, of course, your final decision and strong due diligence on the boats you want to go. So which is a haul out, a survey, an inspection, and of course a sea trial. And if you cannot attend the sea trial, it's fine, but let the broker do the sea trial with a FaceTime and show you everything, report everything to you, and go fast, because there is no point. I mean, if you want a boat, you don't want to carry the stress of a purchase. Sometimes people, they are excited of buying a boat, but they will take months and months and months. And at the end, they get frustrated and might lose a little bit of time in the season. If you know you want a boat, just, trying to go faster than, of course, without, removing the steps in the process, but go for it. It's good for you.
It is good for you. Absolutely. So if I'm looking to buy a boat, I'm looking online. I see these virtual tours. Do I need a broker?
Yes, I would recommend. I mean, of course, you can without, but there are you might have some problems, in the future. So what I would recommend is to work with a professional broker that will help you through the whole process. You might buy a boat once every 10 years. The brokers is buying and selling boats every single day, pretty much. So that's when experience comes, and it's very important.
So should I just use the broker that's listing the boat, or should I find a buyer's broker?
Well, I think what you should do is you should interview, and you should have a few questions. Interview. Always trying to have a second opinion. Even if you see someone, you know what, this is just an amazing broker, is a nice guy, nice person. Oh, it never hurt to have a second opinion. So I would always encourage people, even working with us. I say, you know what, better before you make a decision, I encourage you to have a second opinion. It's always good. And when you say that, they will go get a second opinion, and 90% of the time, 95% of the time, they'll come back. But at least you're doing a good job, and you work with integrity, and I think that's very important. So what I would recommend them is, just interview some brokers and make sure to work with a broker that is working for your best interest, not just trying to work for, selling you a boat or pressuring you to sell a boat.
In this COVID-19 pandemic, that doesn't change that at all.
Yes, exactly.
You still got to find a broker that you can trust and that's going to work hard for you. I think one of the things that we really strive for is not only doing this digital side of it and getting the information out to you, but building that relationship and building that trust. So you as a buyer or as a seller, you trust your broker. And we've had some buyers that don't trust us, and it's really frustrating for us because we really work hard, and it's a little disappointing when we don't get that trust. So it's hard to do that. I think that part of it, that personal part of it, may be a little bit more difficult now with the COVID. Thoughts on that?
I mean, at the end of the day, COVID or no COVID, you want to work with someone you trust. You want to work with someone you're comfortable with. You want to work with someone you have fun working with, because at the end of the day, there is a fun aspect of boating. And if it's something that is going to bring you stress, if it's something that's going to bring you fear, it's maybe not a positive. It absolutely needs to be a positive environment. Boating is a hobby, and the reason we do a hobby and the reason we have project is to decompress in our life. So even in COVID, I think even COVID is even more important, because there might be some brokers in COVID that are more stressed, they're more desperate to make a buck, or selling a boat. So make sure that your broker is working for your best interest. And in finance, they call that a fiduciary, which is the difference between a fiduciary and a financial advisor. Is a fiduciary has the obligation to work for your best interest. And that's a difference between a customer and a client. If you just look in the dictionary, the word customer and the word client, customer is someone that exchange money for a service or a product, but a client is someone that is under your own care, someone that you are advocating for. So your broker need to treat you like a client and not like a customer. And if you can feel that, if you can sense that, just go ahead and let them help you and achieve your dream of owning a boat. And
Yeah, that's great. That's good advice. So Vincent, you have Yacht Sales Academy. You teach brokers how to do a better job. What are your top 5 things that you tell them?
Top 5 things that I tell them is, I tell them new things every day. So one of the things that I tell them is I say, hey, you need to have the right attitude, and the right attitude is very important. I like to give you an example of the lion. The lion is a king of the jungle for one reason, because the attitude. The lion is not the strongest, he's not the fastest, he's not the smartest, he's not the heaviest of the animal, but he's still the king, because he's got the right attitude. So if you want to be good in your job as a boat sales professional, you need to have the right attitude. Another things I like to tell them is also you really want to work hard every single day for your clients. So that's what we said, have that fiduciary mindset and not just trying to hunt for commission. That's also very important. And really caring. If you look at the definition of the word selling, it comes from an old English word selen, which means to give, not to get, right? So the main thing here is to give. And of course, following up with clients is very important because majority of the sales will always come from follow-up. And very often I want thing in my life, but I postpone them because I'm busy. And when I have a sales professional that is professionally following up with me, sometimes I'm very grateful for them. I'm like, you know what, thanks for following up. Yes, I want to do this and let's do this now. So follow up with your clients. And another advice, I don't know if it's a 5, but I give you, a few, is listening to your clients. Listen is an anagram of the word silent, and when you listen, you really want to be silent, really listen 100%. And it's very important to listen to your clients so you understand what they want. One of the questions I like to ask them is, look, there are hundreds of great things I can tell you about this boat, but what's the most important thing in a boat for you? And when they tell me it's a cockpit, for instance, or it's a galley, I would not jump into the feature and benefits of that cockpit and galley. I will look at them and I say, oh, great. So why is this important to you? I always try to listen and understand better. And the more information you have about your clients, the easier it will be to help them to achieve their dream of owning the yacht, the right boat for them.
Yeah, that's really good training for us. The first question we ask a buyer is, what are you going to use the boat for?
Yes, that's
we get buyers that come in and say, I want this boat, or I'm looking at this boat and this boat, and they're totally different. And it's like, well, what are you going to use it for?
Yes.
So you gotta get inside of that client and really understand them. And we really try really hard for that. The other thing that we do, and I think you're using it also, we use a CRM marketing program called HubSpot.
Yes.
And it's really powerful. And what it really helps us do is keep in touch with our clients, making sure that, we know if we need to call you tomorrow that we can do that. We know, if the emails are going out, the social media, how that's working and how everything works together. So I know you're using that now, right?
Yes, we are correct.
Yeah. So we got a couple minutes left. You want to give us a couple minute finale here?
Well, I wanted to ask you a question actually. So what are your thoughts? What do you think? How do you think the market is going to evolve? And what have you been seeing with clients? You guys, as I was saying before, you guys were kind of like pioneer in that, in that digital brokerage thing, and you were one of the first to put, and I think the first to put such a big virtual boat show like this. But what are your predictions when it comes to the market?
Yeah, now you're putting me on the spot because this is recorded and it'll be up on our website. So here's what I think. I think that this whole COVID issue has people rethinking about what they're doing with their lives. And I think that the people that are not the lower end, the gig workers who unfortunately are out of work and really are struggling, the other people that are still working or they're retired, they have money in the bank, and that the dip in the stock market has hurt people, but they still have money. And I think they're sitting at home and they're looking at the internet and they're looking at our site and they're looking at the virtual tours, the walkthroughs that we're doing, and they're saying, you know what? I should be out there. I should be out there boating. And I've been working hard for a long time and I need to go buy a boat. And I really think that unlike the 2008 recession where new boat sales went to zero, it went right down.
Yes.
I think there's going to be new boat sales.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I've got a 545, a $800,000 boat that I've got somebody that's interested in. It looks like they're going to buy one. We got some 425 buyers. This new True North we've got 3 people looking at that boat. And I didn't really expect that when this whole thing started.
Yes.
But I think the market's going to be really active, particularly for upper end cruising sailboats. I think that's going to be a big thing. And I also think that boats that people can just go down on and jump on and use it for the afternoon, and put it away and then come back, you know, the next week, they're going to be pretty hot also.
Yeah.
So I think the
agree.
market's going to be hot.
And I mean, if I have 1 or 2 more minutes, you know, travel unfortunately is taking a huge hit. Travel and entertainment is like cinema and theater and things like this, and you know, shows. But travel and entertainment were a direct competitors to boating. And the fact that people cannot travel, cannot go to do some, you know, social entertainment activities anymore, I think that boats is becoming even more and more relevant. So this is good. Now, the last thing I want to say, you asked me for my opinion, but I was very curious about yours because we had that conversation for an hour. Is I don't think COVID-19 is just a health crisis. I think it's much more than that. And I would say that it's kind of like a fourth industrial revolution. If you look in the past, if you look in the history books, every time you have an industrial revolution, and that can be the steam engine, or that can be the development of science and mass production, or the development of technology and services. Every time there have been an industrial revolution, there has been a mass migration of people. And what we have seen in COVID-19 is a mass migration from people, and unfortunately, they went from their job to home. But there has been a physical migration of those people. And because the business is adapting, because unfortunately, a lot of businesses are suffering and might not reopen, they're definitely going to change the way things are. And it's very important to adapt the way we do business. And for that reason, I will finish by saying that I'm so proud of you guys at Atomic Tuna. And I'm not saying that because you invited me as a guest. I'm really, really so proud because I've seen some big name in the boating industry. I'm not going to drop name, but some big companies with some massive marketing team and marketing budget. And none of them has put together a show that you guys have put over the last 4 days. So my congratulations to you guys. I really admire all of you guys for what you have been doing here, and you are an example for the boating industry, and I will use you as an example. I will use you guys as an example when I will talk about marketing, about the best practice in marketing and boat sales. So get ready. A lot of people are going to copy you.
Vincent, you're almost making me cry. Seriously. I mean, you know, we work hard and we're a small group here and we really appreciate it. And,
no, you did work hard and it shows. I was really impressed.
We're doing this for the boating industry. I mean, we expect other people to copy us. I mean, we want people to really, you know, grab a hold of this and, you know, make this a better industry. And you know, the only way we can do it is try and see what works.
Fantastic. Well, thanks again for the invitation. It was a pleasure. I will go back to my family for this Sunday, but it was my real pleasure to spend some time this afternoon with you guys. Okay.
All right, Vincent, we really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Wayne.
Vincent Finetti, thanks so much.
Talk soon. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right. That was fun. Vincent's a great guy. He's really helped me a lot. And, you know, he helps a lot of us yacht brokers be better brokers for you guys, our clients. So the next thing we got coming up here is one of my favorite people in the marine industry here in the Bay Area, and that's Paul Kaplan at KKMI. So can we get Paul on video? I saw him up earlier. Oh, there you are. Hey, Paul, I didn't recognize you without your KKMI shirt on.
It is Sunday.
It is Sunday. And
And
you're in
I'm-
the wheelhouse there. Where are you?
I'm joining you from the wheelhouse on the Sassoon, which was built in 1917, over 100 years ago. And she was actually the first vessel built for the Army Corps of Engineers to do all of the charting on the bay, long before there were even bridges. And the Sassoon is moored off of a very secret cove near Tiburon. I can't give you the location, but she's a great vessel that we enjoy spending time on with our family.
Wow, what a treat we've got today. That's great, Paul. I know you sent me an email about it, and I was like, what are you talking about? So I figured we'd find out. So Paul owns KKMI. He's partners with Kenny Keefe, who runs the Sausalito KKMI yard. Paul runs the Richmond KKMI yard. We do a lot of business with Paul. KKMI is a great yard, and Paul's going to give us a little walkthrough in the yard and talk about KKMI and what you need to know about boat yards. So, Paul, you want to give us a little intro, and then we'll wind up the video.
Great, thanks, Wayne. First, thanks for the invitation to be here, and a big shout out for Marianne Arman. The ability to give a bunch of folks a tour of the boatyard on a Sunday afternoon and really have a representative of what it is that we do is a tall order to fill. But I think that this video that we shot Tuesday gives you a pretty good idea of not only what it is that we do, but some of the circumstances that we're dealing with and how we've been able to kind of make it all still work. So.
And then after the video, we're going to come back and we're going to have question and answers with Paul. So be sure to have some questions. Go ahead and put them up, and then we'll ask Paul some questions, and you get some really good insight. Thanks a lot, Paul. Hang out. We're going to run that video, and then we'll be back with you for the question and answer session.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, April the 28th, 2020. This last weekend was to have been opening day on San Francisco Bay. This coming weekend was to have been Sail GP, and obviously with the economy where it was not too long ago, one would have expected the boatyard to be not only packed, but we would be you'd be seeing a lot more people. But obviously we're now all trying to figure out how to live in the new future, the new, whatever it's going to be. But there's some things that won't change, and one of those things will not be our commitment to try to do our very best for the maritime community, to deliver great quality products and services, and supported by a really fun group of people. So let's go take a walk around the yard, give you an idea of some of the things that we do, and we're proud of, in fact. So our day begins in the project manager's office.
Oscar and Renee both are going to be painting Blue Bayou.
Get out of here. He says it's supposed to blow 30 on the bay today. So
Is it really?
Yeah.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, Paul.
How are we doing?
Good. You?
Okay, thanks.
Did you and Roberto discuss the next couple of steps that need to be done?
There's a little book called Priya.
Well, the pop support I think should be returned.
So the crew gathers here at the boathouse. The boathouse has a lot of different functions. It's a classroom. It's a place where we conduct our safety meetings. We make it available to other people in the maritime industry. California Yacht Brokers Association has met here. A lot of state and regulatory agencies. but with the shelter in place component, we really like the idea of our crew being able to gather in a large space but still be spread out from one another. First exposure to be in a boatyard probably comes when they purchase the boat and the boat is being surveyed. And here's an example of a boat that we're hauling for survey. Now we've removed it from the water. They're securing some additional lines on the boat, and then they will move it over down to the washdown pit, which is a separate area in our yard, both in our Richmond and in our Sausalito yard. And that is a really important environmental measure that our company took many, many years ago, where you see a lot of boatyards, they traditionally will pressure wash the boat right next to the bay's waters. And we know that with a high pressure process, there's particulates that get blown into the air, and depending on the wind direction, it can carry those contaminants into the bay. So from a business model, certainly in terms of being compliant, this is the perfect model. It may not optimize every square foot of the property because this land is being dedicated just for the process washing that we do. And so that is a cost that the company incurs to be compliant, yet it's sort of invisible to the customer. It certainly impacts our bottom line. Our Point Richmond yard is really a very, very interesting location because we're on basically a nautical cul-de-sac. There aren't any tributaries that feed into this basin here. This is a man-made basin. It used to be marshland, and then during the war it was dredged to create a deep water channel, and then the mud that was dug up became the fill that we're on our docks here. So our shallow spot in the harbor is about 20 or 22 feet. The main part of the channel is 35 feet in depth. So it's a very, very unique facility from the standpoint of not only the water depth, but also it's protected. As you can see, there's a set of hills to our west, and we know the breeze comes from that way. So, not to embellish, but they call this place sometimes the Richmond Riviera. And today, April 28, 2020, we're having some Riviera-like conditions. It's a pretty lovely day. We got a couple of places here where clients are welcome to have a little picnic and enjoy the waterfront here. We've also got a couple of tenants on the property here that provide services to customers. Covercraft has been here for a number of years. And then we have Pete Rowland Marine Electronics is a tenant. Peterson Caterpillar is a tenant here. And then we have Tri-Coastal Naval Architects. And Fred Anderson Woodworking is also a tenant. Why we're able to remain in business at a reduced level is because of the fact that we've been designated through the Coast Guard and other regulatory agencies as an essential service provider. And as you can see behind me, we have the San Rafael fireboat that's in the yard for service. It has Hamilton drives, which are jet drives on the back end of the boat, and they're needing service, and they take some time to coordinate parts and get it all taken care of. And so we've now finished the bottom job, and we're about ready to complete the reinstallation of the Hamilton drive. Months we've had this vessel on storage here, so it's available to our customers that visit the yard and are often asking, what is that? And all I can tell you is that that's a catamaran, and we're storing it for the client. And what they're looking at is the cradle that the boat actually sits on, but different than any cradle I've ever seen. As you can see, it's circular, is that actually the cradle is capable of swinging 180 or 360 degrees. So the boat itself is incredibly cool, even when it's wrapped in plastic, but cradle arguably might even be cooler than the boat. KMI is proud to get involved in a lot of important sailing and boating programs on the bay. This vessel here, this inflatable, belongs to the Alameda Community Sailing Center. Cammie Richards being one of the incubators and instigators of it, and KKMI has been supporting the organization for quite some time. And here we just gave them a bottom job for one of their tenders. San Francisco Bay is very unique, as we know, in a lot of ways. And one of the other characteristics that makes the bay so different than other boating markets is that 70% of the boats on the bay approximately are sailboats, and the other 30% are power. Where if you go in almost every other boating center in the country and actually around the world, it's the exact opposite. About 70% power boats and 30% sail. So if you're in the market like San Francisco and 70% of the boats are sailboats, you better understand how to deal with sailboats in a big way, and masts are an important part of that. We have a mast stepping area dedicated just for that activity. We've just stepped this mast here on a brand new Hylas 57. As you can see, our crane is mobile, but it predominantly just lives right here, and it gives the operator a perfect view of the activity. We've got the boat really, really close to the wharf here, and then the mast can be laid off to one side of the crane or the other, depending on what needs to be done. No doubt KKMI over the years has developed a reputation for working on big boats, or only big boats. And I can't deny the fact that we work on a number of large yachts. This mast here is a triple spread aluminum rig. It's been completely taken apart. This is the masthead, and the paint job that's been done here, it's the equivalent as if you were going to lay your cocktail on it. Yet it's going to be some 90 feet away from the naked eye. Next to this lovely spar is a mast that belongs to a Cal 20. So we do actually work on boats a heck of a lot smaller than the mast next to this. We really do have a very, very efficient, well-stocked, exceptionally well-stocked rigging center. I mean, I just don't know what else you could call it. We have a very, very efficient production process. Where we build the rigging is just a short distance away from the mast itself. We have a team of riggers that represent decades of experience and truly are the best in the business. Barrett Lynn being the master of ceremonies here.
And halyards and preventers. So we do all of the splicing in here. We have two different types of swaging machines. We have a wire Technics and a rotary. Things like new lifelines. This bench is about 84 feet long, so that will accommodate 90% of all of the headstay, backstays, and standing rigging we do.
What you are looking at is one of the very first, if not the first, wooden mast that was built to have an internal halyard. And as Barrett mentioned, the rigging bench is 85 feet long, and this mast goes past the rigging bench. Right. There are the exits for where the internal halyards were. This belongs to a 76-foot yawl built in 1937 that is being restored, and we have agreed to store the mast for the client until the restoration project is complete. Our marine supply center in the yard is truly in the center of the yard, and we did that quite intentionally. We did a time and motion study, and we looked at how long it took each craftsman to go to their individual project, complete the list of the goods that they need to get on with it, go to the store, and so on. And what we figured out is not all that hard, is if you put your supply center in the middle of the boatyard, you're inevitably going to be more efficient. And that's what we've done here. But what's also unique about the store is that it looks a little bit, if not functions a lot like a regular marine supply store. And all the goods, though, they're not priced. They all have barcodes because we're really focused on putting these goods into our team's hand in the most efficient way. And at the end of the day, no matter how long you've been working on boats, there's a tactile component of a lot of things that get done on the boat. And being able to fit the widget to the watchet is something that if you have the parts right in front of you, you're going to be able to do it a lot more efficiently. And then, of course, you check those parts out of the store, and it gives then us the opportunity to really control our inventory. So we know what it is that we have. We have here about $500,000 worth of inventory at our cost. We have an overstock area above, but in the morning when the crew is dispatched, there are 3 people behind the counter here. All of the goods are, as I mentioned, barcoded, and in fact, the craftsmen today aren't making any contact at all with the store clerks. Their heads away from them, and the craftsmen put the goods in front of the scanner, and it's automatically posted to our customer's account in real time. And Dave Kendig, who's our manager for store and purchasing. So we really do try, again, to perform every function in the most cost-effective way possible. And one of the benefits of operating 2 boatyards is that then it gives us the capability of carrying a few more things in inventory than the ordinary boatyard might. And we're a Yanmar dealer, so you can see here we have an incredible inventory of Yanmar parts. We have somebody on staff who is a Yanmar guru. In fact, we have several people that are Yanmar gurus. And so we're able to make purchases of better level, more competitive, and pass those savings on to our clients. And the other thing that we do is we really work hard at making sure that we know what it is that we have in stock. So that when the boat comes in and the client is telling us then what they would like to do, we're able to predict with reasonable certainty that we have those materials. And what we're finding, certainly before the pandemic, and it will continues, if not getting exacerbated today, is making sure that you can get those parts in a reasonable time frame. Once the boat comes out of the yard, the owner wants it back into the water, and we understand that as quickly as possible. And so being able to look ahead, to be able to determine what critical path materials need to be ordered is a really important part of your booking your visit to the yard, and trying to come as organized as possible, especially for unique items that you just would ordinarily not expect a boatyard to inventory. We really need to try to get ahead of those things. I got that zinking feeling. Yep, we do. We got zincs. We got bar zincs. We got shaft zincs. You name it, we got it. Practically every size you can imagine. But when you get your boat in the water, you know that it's been properly protected. What usually is a incredibly bustling, busy wood shop, regrettably, is quiet right now. We have our woodworking team working on rotation, and right now we're low on woodwork in general, but it's a fabulous old shop. Over the past 20 plus years, an incredible amount of beautiful woodwork has been generated in this shop with some new age tools, but mostly old world craftsmanship and a dedication and knowledge and a commitment to really do great things in wooden boat building, and everything from commercial boats certainly to lovely sailing yachts. So inside one of our sheds is a repair project that we've just started. And it's sort of an unusual repair project. We're certainly very familiar with repairing fiberglass as a result of collisions and things of that nature. But a fire is something that we don't often deal with. So it requires a lot of care, a lot of investigation, and you just can't go in and make the repairs lickety-split. You really need to be very, very thoughtful and work with consultants who are truly experts in dealing with repairs of this nature. So this boat will remain in the shed here for a few months more, not too much longer though. It's certainly a very, very compliant and effective place for us to do this sort of work. We're out of the weather, we're out of the wind. We keep these sheds busy all winter long, which then enables us to keep our crew going all winter long. The yard started in 1996. There was only one little travel lift on the property, and actually you can see the remnant of it right here. It's attached to this smaller shed. What you see is a small shed inside a big shed, and the way we get the boat into the big shed is that we actually welded the old travel lift onto this shed, and that whole building, the whole shed, is capable of moving through the boatyard. So we pull the cork out of the end of the building here, The travel lift then brings the boat in, and then we're able to bring the end on very, very efficiently, and also, again, trying to keep particulates out of the air and conduct all these types of activities in the most environmentally sensitive manner possible. What you're looking at is KKMI Point Richmond's mass painting booth. So overhead trolley with cars on it. We're able to load the mast in. We can do all the prep and painting inside this area. Very, very efficient. And as you saw with that large yacht, produce extraordinary workmanship. Our metal shop, both in Richmond and in Sausalito, are equipped so that we can provide a fairly broad spectrum of services. We have lathes and machining, we have band saws and drill presses, but most important, again, is the expertise that we have in both of the yards in the metal department. Really, really fabulous craftsmen. Here, one of the gentlemen, Joel Hulse, who's one of our master craftsmen, is completing an exhaust system for a boat. This is one of the few pieces of equipment the managers will let me drive. Lightning McLean, KKMI's electric sweeper. On board the Lightning McLean, sponsored by Dusty's, our slogan is, dedicated to sweeping on the job. KMI wouldn't be what it is without its great office staff, both in Sausalito and Point Richmond. Come on inside the Richmond office. Michelle Oliveira, wonderful smile behind that mask. And Janice Johnson, safety, health, and environmental manager and doer of all sorts of good things.
Howdy.
Project managers Bob Hennessy and Jock McLean, and Kevin McMullen is off today.
You look dangerous. You look like you might know somebody named Corona.
So thanks so much for allowing us the opportunity to give you a tour of the boatyard. We are open for business. We're encouraging clients to give us a call as soon as they can so that we can start booking out our schedule. We are operating right now with a limited crew, and so we don't want your boat in the yard any longer than necessary. And I look forward to seeing you in the yard and on the waterfront. Paul Kaplan signing off.
Hey, Paul, are you back with us?
I'm here.
All right, we're gonna get your video up here. Oh, there you are. All right, cool. Hey, that was great, Paul. Especially the part with you running around on the little electric cleaner.
Well, that is one of the few pieces of equipment they'll let me drive.
Well, if you don't know about Paul Kaplan, you should. Paul is one of the leaders in the marine industry in the Bay Area, and he's always advocating for boating, and KKMI is a great yard. So, Paul, you want to say a few words?
Well, Wayne, thanks for the kind words about the boatyard. My partners, Ken Keefe, Cindy Ravel, and myself have been in the maritime industry for quite some time. And I think the reason why our organization has been so successful is that we've also been able to attract truly some of the best people in the maritime industry. And it's really a pleasure to work with these super, super skilled, yet incredibly fun folks that understand boats, understand what our clients want. And it's the relationships that we've fostered with these clients over the years that are more than just people that work on their boats, but they're friends. We obviously run into each other on the waterfront and the boat clubs, and we're boating nets ourselves. I will be, hi, my name is Paul, and I have a boating disease too. So.
As we all do. And yeah. I don't know if you've been tuned into us in the last 4 days, but we've been talking about Blue Mind a lot. And it's a book written, I don't know the author, but she talks about why you feel better, you act better, you work better, everything's better when you're on, near, or in the water. So, we all apply to that. You're by the water all the time. You're a boater. You actually did a refit on an older wooden boat.
Yeah, I did. Quite a few years ago, in 1998, my wife and I came upon Santana, who had sunk. Santana, as you may know, at one time had been owned by Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, was built by W.L. Stewart in 1935. And we undertook the refit of the boat for about a year, and we owned the boat for 15 years and sold her to very, very great custodian. You know what they say about owning a boat like that is that you're just taking care of it for the next person who will be taking care of the boat. And it is really, really delightful that the boat's gone into some wonderful hands now, and she's on the East Coast.
Yeah, that was a great boat, and we were sorry to see her leave the Bay Area, but we were happy to see her put back into shape. That was great, Paul. Got a few questions. Let's start with this one. Tell me a little about how COVID has affected KKMI. And beginning tomorrow, there's outdoor businesses are able to go back to work. What does that mean for KKMI, and how are you guys dealing with this COVID issue?
Well, thankfully, and as I mentioned in the video, early on, we had been given essential service provider status by the Coast Guard and a number of other government agencies. So we were able to keep our doors open, but we were also required to significantly scale down the number of people on site. So while we had a backlog of work and we really wanted to do all that we could to keep everybody on board the team, working every day of the week, we were not able to do so. And so since the shelter in place became effective, both in the Richmond and Sausalito yards, we've been operating with a reduced crew. Some people have been working from home. And now with the release or the liberalization, I should say, maybe of these restrictions, we're now able to bring people back. But we've also had an incredible head start here in really understanding what it takes to operate in the new as a retailer, as a company who does exchange with customers, because we've been doing that now from the very beginning. And of course, PPEs have now become part of the everyday nomenclature for a lot of folks, but in our industry, PPEs are absolutely part of our everyday nomenclature, personal protection equipment. So wearing masks and gloves and doing those types of things are habits that our crew has been trained on, and we review and we work on day in and day out. So we have kind of a leg up, unfortunately, in that regard.
Yeah, it's tough for all of us. Are you guys still doing survey call outs?
Yes, at a social distance.
Yeah.
I think that our ability to make sure that the industry too is continuing to function is as important part of this whole thing. Can't just kind of have a complete stop if we can, and we've been able to keep the pace running just ever so slowly.
Absolutely. So, Paul, I hope you don't mind me asking you this. I'm going to put you on the spot. I recommend you guys all the time. Atomic Tuna, and I've been, doing haul outs and bringing my own boat to your yard forever. But on occasion, when I mention KKMI and I recommend KKMI to clients that haven't been customers of yours, they think that the yard's expensive. How do you respond to that?
First of all, I appreciate you asking the question. I guess, first of all, what do you define as expensive? Boats are obviously expensive. But what's that expression, an expensive mistake? Nothing is of any value if it needs to be done twice. And so when we produce as much work as we do in a really, really efficient way, and do it in a high quality way, that's going to represent a certain value. And I think that there will always be some or organization or individual that can do something for a little bit less, but it may not translate into that value. And one of the things that we really work hard on is to make sure that we're very transparent with every facet of our business with our clients. And so when we provide them with an estimate, it's just not a list of activities and then a price, but we actually break it down hour by hour, task by task, and we try to articulate to the customer as much as we can what we foresee as part of these repairs. But as we know in boats, it's, you know, and sometimes until you take it apart and you know what it is that you're looking at, can you really then determine how big or small that job's going to be? And so that comment about being expensive is probably deserved in the sense that we're really making sure that we operate compliantly, we pay our guys really well, and at the end of the day, that results in a certain cost, but the value and the products that we deliver, especially when we talk about the longevity and quality, I think it kind of almost becomes a moot point. I think it's interesting, Wayne, you were saying it's customers that haven't done business with us before that have that perception. I think those clients that have done business with us before, this was a great value.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've worked over there for years and years, and one of the things that I really appreciate with your yard is the professionalism of your yard managers. Bob and Jock are great. Kevin, you know, running the lift and all that. You know, you're getting straight answers. I have never had an occasion where Bob or Jock is recommended to do something that didn't need to be done. In fact, the exact opposite of that is, you know, I've had clients that wanted to do something that absolutely didn't need to be done, and Bob and Jock would tell them, no, that's not necessary. We don't need to do that. So we really appreciate that with your yard managers.
Yeah, thankfully, we've been able to be busy enough that we don't need to go ahead and try to suggest to sell. We really are focused on trying to make sure that what it is that the client needs is being delivered. And if they're not spending their money in a judicious way or really addressing some of the priorities, you know, we're not bashful, and we're very comfortable in saying to the client, you know, maybe we should be thinking about this instead of that. Our clients have been doing business with us literally for decades, and these relationships are really important to us. And you know, we'll have clients that will come back and say, I'm looking to have X, Y, and Z done, but not necessarily this year. Let's talk about next year. Let's talk about 2 years from now. And being able to plan out the service cycle of the boat is an important part of the relationship that we've fostered with our clients.
Yeah, I just got a comment from somebody I want to read to you. You'll like to hear this. I'm not going to mention the name. You'll probably hear from him anyways. He says, super yard, super employees, and it all starts at the top with Paul. Can't recommend KKMI enough. I'm a customer and a fan. Try them. You will be happy.
Wow.
You probably get that feedback all the time though, Paul.
Yeah, Wayne, I just dropped off. I don't know whether you see me anymore.
Yeah. We got you.
Okay. Well, it's certainly very nice to hear. You know, as I say, I'm blessed to work with an incredible group of people, our team, our managers, our owners. You know, we're hands-on, and we really do enjoy what it is that we do. And we want to make sure that we're also being receptive. We're certainly prone to making mistakes, and we give surveys to our customers. If there's something that isn't quite right, we want to hear about it so we can make it right.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't used KKMI, try them out. The other, are you still talking, Paul? The other thing I really appreciate with KKMI, I can hear you, yeah. The other thing I appreciate with KKMI is their commitment to the environmental side. You want to talk a little about what you guys have done with that? We got you, Paul. I think we're having a little technical issues with Paul's transmission because it looks like he just froze. Paul, you still there?
I can hear you, but I don't see anything.
Okay, we see you. So if you just keep talking, answer my questions, and everybody will hear you, and we'll see your smiling face.
All right.
So I was talking about the environmental aspect of your business and how much you really put into that.
Well, I studied to be a marine biologist before I got into the marine industry. Did research work for Scripps and the Smithsonian. So the marine environment is kind of in my DNA. But we're boaters, we're sailors, we're water enthusiasts, and not many animals poop in their nests. And so we have a covenant to look after the bay, and we deal just by definition with hazardous materials. That's not going to change, and so we really have to be very, very careful. We're also very concerned about the welfare of our employees and our customers, and secondary or primary exposure opportunities. So, and as we all know, operating any sort of a business in the state of California and under the federal laws has its own challenges, but we're prepared and have always been willing to not only meet, but try to exceed those.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're about 10 minutes over, but Paul, you got any parting words?
Thanks for the opportunity, Wayne. Bravo for you in taking the leadership position and pushing this forward, and looking forward to seeing you on the waterfront.
All right. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Paul, for joining us and
care.
being in that really cool wheelhouse there. We love it. All right. Thanks, everybody. And thanks for Paul for joining us. Our next guest is somebody you've been hearing throughout the 4 days, Peter Benziger. And Peter's going to do a talk on his 7 favorite tools. And some of these tools you've never seen. Some of them he's got different uses for, but it's a really cool little talk. So away we go. Let's tee up Peter and get him going.
Hello, I'm Peter Benziger, and we're standing in front of Peregrina, our 1990 Tiana 47 cutter rig sailing vessel. And we're going to go aboard now and talk about tools. She's been our home since almost 11 years now, and we have been blessed to have her carry us safely all around the world to 44 countries and sailed around the world on this boat. Here's our track departing January 5th, 2010 from Miami, crossing the Caribbean Sea, the Pacific Ocean, Australia, Indonesia, the South China Sea, including Thailand, both sides of Malaysia, Borneo, Philippines, down into the Southern Indian Ocean, over to Africa, Namibia, over to Brazil, Suriname, Guyana, Trinidad, Grenada, Venezuela, Colombia, going through the canal a second time and spending about 1.5 years, 2 years coming up to San Francisco, where we're currently berthed in Marina Village Yacht Harbor. Today, I'm going to show you some of the tools that I've considered my favorite tools, and some I acquired during the circumnavigation. But here are a few of them. The first one comes from those wonderful people who invented the colonoscopy. And this is a wireless borescope, basically. And you can see right now that the pictures will show the camera and Peregrina, there's Margie, and everything is on this borescope. It goes right onto your cell phone. It's wonderful. Or you can put it onto your computer. These are really useful little tools, and I'll give you a very specific instance. Recently, I had a water leak in my aft water heater, and I couldn't find the hose because it was buried under about probably 300 pounds of batteries and a 110-pound water tank. And using this, I sneaked it in, following the hose, and saw that the hose had been compressed by the battery box and a stringer and had cracked. It was impossible to run another hose through there since the space available was half the diameter of the hose. But I put tied a string on the end of this, and I snaked this around looking for a place, and finally found a place, and then was able to poke this through into a spot between the battery box and the hot water heater. Too tiny to get my hands on, but then I was able to use my handy dandy grabber tool. I don't know if you can see this coming up, but there's a little spring mounted action. and to go down and grab this, which I did, like that, and pull it up. And with it came the string and the rope, and I used that as a leader line to pull through the water hose. So there's a lot of uses for this. You can actually get them with underwater capability also. So if you have something perhaps stuck around your prop, you could stick this on a boat hook or something and push it down under. So this is the borescope. It's a fun little tool. And again, everything goes right onto your cell phone, and you can actually record it there or on your computer. And so if you have a problem mechanically and you can get this in, you could even send a little film to a repair expert in the States and ask them, hey, help me, I'm having a little trouble. There's a couple of other neat additions to this. One is that it comes with a little extender hose tube, so you can click this in and use it to push it around. And also, inside these packages are some other little attachments that fit on the end. One of them is a mirror. So you can actually look at a right angle. If you just get this next to it, the mirror will have a right angle there. Margie's walking around making noise. But so that's the borescope, and that's a pretty good tool. Another one of my favorite things on the boat is often during the circumnavigation, we would go into areas in which I was very dubious about the charting, and couldn't really discern from the charts, because some of the charts in different parts of the world are really, really bad, and they're actually going back to the 1800s. So they're very poor. And I was nervous about taking Peregrina in because there was nobody around for hundreds and hundreds of miles. So I got this little tool, and it's a handheld depth sounder. And so I would launch my little dinghy. Margie would stay on the boat, and I would take the dinghy in, and you stick this in the water and press the button, and it tells you the depth. And so as you find a way in, you kind of remember where you've plotted your good parts and your bad parts. You take your dinghy back out, and you basically lead your big boat in, weaving through the coral heads or whatever. So it's been really wonderful. It also has a temperature gauge, so you can know what the water temperature is. And we carry 4 tanks, scuba tanks, on board Peregrina, because often we have to go and clear an anchor or do some underwater work or whatever it is. It tells me which wetsuit I should wear. Should I wear a shorty, or should I put on a long one, or should I put them both on because it's freezing? But it's great for long dinghy trips, for bringing your big boat in, and just getting an idea of what the bottom looks like in places where you're not comfortable taking your big boat. Okay, another couple of tools I like a lot, here's one of them, and probably some of them, or many of you, know about these. These are Multimaxes, and they have different cutting tools. This is a forward cutting tool, but the nice thing is you can turn this 90 degrees, so if you need to cut something like a hose or a hose clamp at a 90-degree angle, you can do that. These are really good in places where you don't have the space to make a saw pass with your arm. And here's what it sounds like at the different levels. And then it goes up. Whoop. Okay. Now the cool thing about this, you think this is a dangerous tool, but it's actually not. And I can't explain why, but watch what happens. Oops, I should take my gloves off here. Watch what happens when I try to cut my finger with this. No blood. But watch when I try to cut this pencil. Boom. So that pencil just went right through. Here's the 2 pieces. And so you can cut through metals with this. You can cut through plastic, through wood. And again, it comes with a different cutting blade, which is much larger. So if you need to go in and really cut some larger holes, maybe for an electrical box or an electrical connection, you can do that. And the other part I like a lot is that there's a pad. So this becomes a sanding tool also. And you can get into corners with this. You can go around. put different grade sandpapers on. It's a really wonderful sanding tool. Uses less space than a larger hand model, and it's just another accoutrement. So that's the Multimax. Kind of the brother to that. Hey Marge, could I have a Coke, please? It's the Dremel tool. These apparently rotate at 10,000 to 30,000 revolutions per minute, something very, very large. And again, it has a switch that goes on and off. Thank you. Thank you so much. I used to work for Pepsi, so we try to drink Pepsi.
Even though you said Coke.
I said Coke. This has a wire wheel on it. It's wonderful for cleaning any kind of corrosion off aluminum, stainless steel, any use for a wire wheel. And again, sometimes you might have a collection of wire wheels that you use with your hand drill, be it electric or a battery. This is going to vibrate 10 to 100 times faster than that. So it's really, really efficient. If you want to go in and do a larger surface, they have these small little ones, and you can go vertically and go around like that. It also has grinding stones like this. It has sandpaper, and you can change sandpapers on them and put them on. It's got, this is one of my favorite ones. It's a cutting wheel. And I can't tell you the number of times I've had to cut a shackle loose or cut, more commonly, a lock loose that either became encrusted or covered with, or I lost the key. But this will just cut it right off. This is a smaller grinding stone, has an angle, and you can, if you do epoxy or fiberglass finishing, and it's a little rough, you can use this to get it down to a smoother place. And of course, it has a polishing wheel too. So if you're doing fine finishing, you can polish. One of the tools you have is a scribing tool. So if you want to use this to write the name of your boat on your outboard engine, in case it gets stolen, and you can identify it, or onto your dinghy, you can use it for that. So this is a Dremel. It's a lot of fun. If you're into handicrafts, it's great also. Okay, let's see what's next. Maybe Margie, why don't you come over and we'll give you Margie's perspective on something. It's kind of fun. Take a seat, Marge, and sit pretty close. Here she comes. This is my wife, Margie. She's been with me on the boat the whole time around the world. I'm the captain, but you are?
I'm the Admiral.
She's the Admiral. And your turn.
41 years I've been the Admiral. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about something we call marriage savers. You'll hear that term among the sailing community. Most people would just say this is a pair of walkie-talkies. But when you live on a boat, these little marriage savers are really, that's really what they do. We each put on a pair of marriage savers, like that. And we use these a lot. There are probably 2 or 3 instances that are the most common. Sometimes one of us will be driving the boat and somebody will be down in the engine room, and we'll use them then. This way you can talk to someone even though you can't see them, and they can you can take direction and steer the boat, or do whatever is needed without yelling back and forth. What? Can't hear you. The other thing is we use these when somebody has to go up the mast. If you're working on the rigging, or you're entering waters that you don't know and you want to get a better view. This is awesome to use the marriage savers. Someone's up at the spreaders and can direct the person who's driving the boat.
Tell them about the 2 motos.
We're in the 2 motos, which are atolls in the Pacific, and they're actually so beautiful. But once you enter these atolls, there's not a lot of charts for them. and there's an awful lot of bommies or coral heads. So usually it was me, but I would go up the mast and direct Peter. When the sunlight is low in the sky, it's really hard to see. So I would get up in the mast and direct him, go to port, go to starboard, because the water can be 40 or 50 feet deep in one spot, but 10 feet over, there could be a bommy there, and there might be only 2 feet, 1 foot. So I would be directing him, go to starboard, go to port, and it was really great. Although I did tend to look like a lobster by the time I got down. And then finally, the most common use of marriage savers is for anchoring. I don't know about you, but there are so many instances where we've watched people anchoring, and it becomes very amusing to hear people screaming back and forth and getting angry and whatever. And people usually say, "Oh, well, we have a set of hand signals," and I always said, "Yeah, we always had a set of hand signals, but they would change every time we were doing them. So, sometimes it was this, sometimes it was this, sometimes it was this, and the marriage savers avoid all that. You can talk in a normal voice. You can have if you have a question, it's answered easily, and it makes for a much more pleasant anchoring experience. So I think that's the story
Right.
of the marriage savers.
So marriage savers,
Thank you.
and they're hands-free, which is great. And,
Oh, yeah.
we actually, on one of the sets, I don't have it here, we've made a little strap because when I'm up the mast, I don't want them to fall down, but they're really nice to have.
Yeah.
Anyway, marriage savers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
What else is
Bye.
in the bag of tricks? I guess something I just wanted to make sure everybody had on board, and I know you probably all do, is a multimeter. It just is a lifesaver. I know many of you probably have Nigel Calder's book, and if you try to go through the battery and the electrical section, it's I don't know, 40 or 50 pages and very, very confusing. But getting to know the basics of this is easy and very important. Special continuity testing and voltage and amps. It becomes quite interesting when you travel abroad because most of the marinas around the world are 220. We do have a step-down transformer we installed in Australia here to step down the current to 110. But when you try to plug into the marinas, one thing that you find is that all the fittings around the world are totally different, which is why you need a multimeter. But even within a country, look at the size of this electrical fitting. We have boxes and boxes of different electrical connections on Peregrina, depending on the country. There are many round plugs, many different kinds of plugs. And to make things a little bit more complicated, the wiring color code in international is different than US wiring color code. So you have different colored wires. And in addition to that, often in some of the smaller areas or marinas, they won't use the right colors or even colors that make any sense. So making sure you're able to connect your plugs correctly and everything in the multimeter is great. And of course, hand in hand with that is a polarity tester, which plugs into your AC outlet here on your boat, and it'll tell you whether the polarity is correct if you don't have one on your master panel. So this is one of your one of your best friends. Let's see what else we have. The same way that's important, outside the US, everything is metric. So make sure you have a good caliper there. I have both an electric caliper and a hand plastic one. But measuring things in inches may not help you at all in the majority of the world. I think there's only 3 countries in the world that don't use metric. So you start thinking in metric once you're going cruising, and this is your handy dandy guide for that. This is another little tool. These are the ratchet wrenches. Let's see if you can hear this, but it allows you to not take the wrench off the nut. And in some of those hard to use places on a boat, this just saves you, because there's some places you really don't have the space to take it up and go like that. So here, all you do is you can do as little as you want, like that. So these are nice little tools also. This is a kind of a strange thing, but we were going to go through the canal up into the Med from Asia. And unfortunately, our good friends Bob and Phyllis were shot to death by Somali pirates. So we went into the southern Indian Ocean, and we always were worried about our security. We had some security issues in the 9 years we were cruising. But I was in a racetrack and getting some beer and hot dogs in the center, and I saw these big burly guys who turned out to be ex-SAS British commandos. And they were on board commercial boats as protection. And I asked them, what's your weapons release? You know, when can you actually fire your weapons? And they said there's 5 stages. And the 3rd stage is that they would paint their target with a red laser beam. I don't know if you can see that on me, but we went out and bought some of these, and we've actually used them. It's just something strange little thing, but I've been very happy to have that on. Okay, I think we're down to my favorite tool, and this is something that is wonderful. It's basically a laser-based thermometer gun, I guess. And again, it has a red light, and you'd think, okay, that's what's measuring the temperature. It's actually not. That's just an aiming light. They have sensors inside that measure the temperature. The reason these are really good is that it allows you to check some of the key operating systems on your boat. For instance, in either your generator, on my generator, I will open the door to look at a reservoir tank that we have, an external reservoir for coolant, and I'll shoot the gun at it, and it'll tell me the temperature, which is, say, 147 to 180. If it's over 180, I know there's something seriously wrong about to happen with the generator. I also, on the main diesel engine, I shoot these at the heat exhaust elbow, at the heat exchanger, at the thermostat cover, and over time I've developed a set of ranges, and it's not that you have to believe this temperature, but if you take a number of measurements, you'll get an idea of what relative temperature each of these should be, and it'll tell you when things are starting to go bad, and you don't want them to go bad. So this is a wonderful tool, and at the end of the day, when Sundowners is ready, I use this to shoot my gin and tonic to make sure that the gin and tonic is cold enough, and I know that I'm ready for a good Sundowners. Thanks for listening to my favorite tools. I wanted to just urge you to, as you do cruise, you can use your creativity along with these tools. We made a cockpit light out of a Skippy peanut butter jar here with a LED bulb soldered in the center. And I did this because there were no marine stores or hardware stores that sold marine products anywhere. It still works, lasted 9 years. So this is our Skippy peanut butter jar cockpit light. Best wishes, have fun cruising, and we'll see you on down the charted path. Hi, I just wanted to come back with 2 additional tools, and I decided to come back because I think they're safety tools. One of the issues we worry about a lot cruising is power management. What happens if we lose all our power or get pooped and get our electric system flooded? Well, we have these very, very large lithium-ion batteries. They're very powerful. They have 800 amps.
and they will start our diesel engine up to 20 times. Now, they're great for us, but also we've had to go over and help other cruisers who are in trouble or have lost their electricity. They come with plug-in battery clamps like this, but you can put them in a very watertight box, and if all your electric system goes down, you've still got a way to keep your engines going and do your chart plotters and get basic electricity. Now, in addition to that, and this is a gift Margie, my wife, gave me, basically, these are portable solar panels, and they extend out, and you can put them on your cabin top. They can plug into cell phones or anything like that. But in addition, they will charge up the lithium battery. So you can keep running things. You can help people. And in many parts of the world that are rural, when you anchor, the first thing that will happen will local people, natives, will come out and ask you to charge their cell phones. So you can use those items either onshore or on your boat to help out in that, but they're safety factors. I finished my nautical trivia test a little while ago, and then I got a question sent to me, and they said, what does the sun over the yardarm mean? And this expression was coined by naval officers to indicate that they were ready for a drink. And drinking actually was very important to them. I remembered a little blurb I'd read. And in July of 1798, the US Constitution, which is known as Old Ironsides, left port to go out and have a 4 or 5 month cruise, did a lot of conflicts and battles. But she left the port with 48,600 gallons of fresh water. They carried 79,400 gallons of rum. The Constitution returned almost 6 months later, and she had no rum at all, and she had 38,000 gallons of stagnant water on board. So that kind of shows you how important it was. Well, when the sun got over the yardarm in the northern hemispheres, the officers thought it was time for a drink. And so I was thinking about that today in the yardarm. We usually think it's 5 o'clock. They did it at 4 o'clock. And I looked around the boat and I found that we actually have something that looks very much like a yardarm on a boat. And so this is our way of celebrating the end of the 4 days of tonic tuna presentations. And Wayne and everybody else, I'd like to toast you all, because Wayne and Gailey and here comes Margie and Robert and Kevin and the whole team at Atomic Tuna has done just a wonderful job. Here's Marge. And we'd like to say thank you so much to our viewers, and also thank you very much to the Atomic Tuna team. So here you go. Margie.
All right, there
He
you
has
go.
some now. Bye-bye.
All right, Peter and Margie, thanks so much. You guys were great. I hope everybody learned a lot from you, had fun with your nautical trivia, and it was just a blast. So
good. We had fun.
We'll be doing this again, and I'm glad you guys are on our team.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Let's give away some more prizes before the end of the show here. I got 2, 4, 6, 7 to give away, 2, 4, 6, 7, or 8 right now. We got a bunch here that we're going to give away. We'll do that tomorrow. So keep looking in your emails or text. We'll notify you guys. Well, let's start today with another set of red and white wine from Mount Beautiful Winery. Robert Watkins is a great help for us and had Mount Beautiful donate these great bottles of wine, and that's going to Bonnie Ayler. So congratulations, Bonnie. We'll get you those bottles of wine. Let's do a year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes, Bob Bitchin. And that is going to Mark Hecht. So thanks for watching, Mark. Dave and Michelle Ophium, you guys watched a lot today, so that's great. And you're getting a $100 gift certificate to KKMI. And again, with all these prizes, if for some reason you can't use them, let us know. We'll get you something else. Michael Severson, you've been watching. 50% discount on a bottom cleaning from AAA Hull Diving, Alon Altman. So that's a great price. James Townsend, thanks for watching. You've been around for a while too. $100 gift certificate to KKMI. Nice price. We'll do another KKMI. This is a free haul out when you do a bottom job, and this one's going to go to Ben Harrison. Thanks for watching, Ben. And the last one we're going to give away for today is a one-year subscription to Lats and Ats, and that's going to go to Chuck Wengenroth. So thanks, Chuck. I know you've been on probably for all 4 days. You're probably bored up there sitting in the boatyard in Washington, but we'll get you those Lats and Ats. Wow. 4 days. We gave you guys a lot of information. We showed you a lot of boats. We showed you probably 16 or 17 boats. We had some great speakers. Joan Burley at Trident Funding, Paul Kaplan, you guys just heard, Chris Wenther, our legal expert, Gary from Twin Rivers Marine Insurance, Gary Clausen. We had a great women's panel, Cooking with Bill. One pot meal and you got some great Italian food. Let's see, who else do we have? We had a mechanics session here. They answered a lot of good questions. You got to hear from my team, salesman stories, buying and selling a boat. Those are a couple different sessions there. Let's see, who else do we have? Vincent Finetti today. I mean, Vincent was great. Yeah, I mean, there was how many panels and 30 speakers. So we had 30 speakers over these 4 days, and you guys got to learn a lot. And if you need to go back or you want to go back and look at these, we're going to have them up on our website. We're going to have them up on YouTube, and go look at them. We showed you a lot of boats. They're all going to be up there. All the walkthroughs are going to be up there. They all have 3D virtual tours. If you're interested in any of those boats, give us a call. They're great boats. We'll give you a private virtual tour on those boats, or any of the boats. If you have a boat you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll do the same treatment for your boat as we do for all the others. Professional photography, 3D virtual tours, walkthroughs, big, nice write-ups. We'll do advertising on Facebook and really get your boat out there and get it sold. So I don't know about you guys, but I've had a great time. One other thing I've been talking about, the book Blue Mind, you should read that. The author I just found out was Dr. Wallace J. Nichols. Grab that book, read it, but even more important, practice being by the water, being in the water, being on the water. It makes us all better, especially through these times of COVID. You know, we're here for you during this COVID time. If you need anything, give us a call. If you're looking for a boat, trying to sell a boat, have a question about a boat, we're here for you. So give us a call, and I'm really glad that you all came along and visited and hung out and watched our virtual boat show. We will be doing more of these, maybe not a 4-day too soon, maybe in 6 months, but certainly we'll be doing them on the weekends with short little shows, and we'll be letting you know about those. So thanks again, everybody, and that's a wrap.